And there it is, the Osunday Wendy song. So, good day to you all. Good day. This is going to be a relatively short session. I'm just really having this session really just to document something that somebody brought to my attention. So somebody has brought to my attention that some lawyers are actually querying if Peter Obi should have even been in that presidential race at all. So the person that is actually coming from the platform where lawyers congregate and have their discussion. So the headline is Peter Obi lawfully in the race for presidency. So that's where that question is. So we explore that to see what is being said there. This might be out of sequence because, of course, the election has come and gone. So I'm not quite sure how that impacts now going forward. But nevertheless, there are queries around his candidature. Is Peter Obi lawfully in the race for the presidency? So we explore what is going on there. This as well, a turn up for the books. It's just the direction. The political landscape is fluid and moving very rapidly, and there's so many contortions and changes going on. Why am I saying all this? Labour Party adopts Makinde ahead of Oyo governorship election. So now a lot of people will say that Makinde was one of the co-conspirators that brought about the birthing of the Tinubu presidency, which of course then cut short the ambitions of the obedient space. So why then would they then lend his support? Why then rather would they then lend their support to him? That's where the question is. So hopefully we get an explanation. Labour Party adopts Makinde ahead of Oyo governorship election. And Makinde, by the way, one of the governors whose seat is under real threat. So the helping hand from the Labour Party, of course, are welcome as far as he's concerned. Because Labour Party, the flavor of the moment in Nigerian politics at this moment. Establish your second position in election before fighting for presidency. Festus Keyamo couldn't resist, of course. He mocks Peter Obi. Establish your second position in election before fighting for presidency. Keyamo mocks Obi. So, of course, I mean, it's the ludicrousness of it that some people sometimes query, because of course Peter Obi became a distant third in the election, nearly 3 million votes deficit, but he by his own declaration won that election. So that is to say that then he's able to account for those near 3 million deficit, and then adding more to then land himself the presidency. And that is, of course, to say that nothing will be taken off from his own vote, because it's so convoluted and somewhat ludicrous. And that, of course, is why Festus Keyamo couldn't resist these mocking words. Establish your second position in election before fighting for presidency. Keyamo mocks Obi. So we'll be exploring that. And then we'll be spending some time looking at the build-up to the now upcoming Saturday elections as well. We're really only focusing on the Lagos State space because that is where the most interests are. And that is where the race is at its tightest. You'd have thought that Sanwo-Olu would just coast in. The power of incumbency, the now power of holding on to the central space, and he being somewhat of a popular candidate. You would think all of that, but you'll be thinking that pre-February the 25th. Now, post-February the 25th, everything is up for grabs within Lagos State. And a lot of people are pushing hard in that direction. But is that hard push enough to push Sanwo-Olu off his perch? So we'll be exploring that as well. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the studio, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as we finish reading out the body of the talking points, we'll let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. So this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here is the first line on whichever platform you're watching from. So if you click on that, it brings you into a studio space. And as soon as we finish reading out the talking points, then we engage you in conversation. So if you want to come join on the screen, click on that. And of course, as ever, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So if you are inclined to lubricate your host, click on here, follow the 3-step process, and buy your host endless cups of coffee. So do all that. So as you do all that, let's take another little micro musical intermission. And then as soon as we get back, we get straight into the throes of it. But first, let's join the K-Guy.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu faila ti kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele ga Gánà ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
Gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dilé o.
Ìrẹsìlẹ̀ yàjọ.
Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dilé
Kẹ́lẹ́
o.
eréke.
Petro Sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ẹgbà ó lè jò. Jò jò dáadáa.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ.
Òjìyà ojú òjì náà mo ń ta káàdà èmi. Ayé ìlú.
Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Àbí o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agweshemi, death have nothing to do with us. A powerful prayer by the Kegites. So Iku Koniru Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Is Peter Obi lawfully in the race for the presidency? So this goes back to February, of course, but this is out of sequence. But will it be pertinent to the lawsuits coming up? Opposition figures in the All Progressive Congress APC and the People's Democratic Party PDP have alluded that Peter Obi is not a valid member of the Labour Party NLP, hence he is not a valid presidential candidate of the party. The sentiment of the opposition party is the subject of the lawsuit filed by the All People's Movement APM at the Federal High Court Abuja. The suit lists the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, LP, and Mr. Obi as the first, second, and third defendants, respectively. The plaintiff alleges that Mr. Obi's candidacy contravenes Section 131C of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Sections 77, 2, and 3 of the Electoral Act. The plaintiff sought an injunction restraining INEC from acting on, according recognition to, giving effect to, or in any way or manner dealing with Mr. Obi as the candidate of the LP in the forthcoming presidential election. The suit was dismissed by the FHC on November the 30th, 2022, for failure of the plaintiff to provide enough evidence to support its prayers. Dissatisfied, the plaintiff approached the Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja and filed suit number blah blah blah, wherein the defendants in the suit at the FHC were listed in the same order as the respondents at the Court of Appeal. On February the 8th, 2023, the Appellate Court refused the appeal on the grounds that the appellants lacked locus standi. So now they are saying the appellants lack locus standi, which is to say that they are not an invested party in the lawsuit. But the people making the lawsuit, of course, the Allied People's Movement, I'm not sure if they're a political party or not, but do they even have to be a political party to file the lawsuit? Is because I think any Nigerian is invested in a political party being fit and proper. The court went further to award cost in the aggregate sum of 400,000 against the appellants. Apart from the fact that APM could still appeal to the Supreme Court, they could easily solve the problem of locus standi by engaging a member of the Labour Party to file the suit de novo at the Federal High Court, or join the person as a party in the suit at the Supreme Court. So I think the locus standi is to say that it is the business of the Labour Party to conform with that. I'm not sure. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just interpreting it. In the event that happens, the question is, the question will be whether the suit should succeed. So now it takes us through then. It takes us through then the areas being flouted in law. It takes us through then the areas being flouted in law. So 131C of the Constitution provides that a person shall qualify for election to the office of the president if he's a member of a political party and is sponsored by that political party. Section 29(1) of the EA provides that parties shall not Sections 29(1) of the EA provides that parties shall, not later than 180 days before the date fixed for the general election, submit to INEC the list of candidates the party proposes to sponsor at the elections, who must have emerged from valid primaries conducted by the party. Section 77(2) provides that a political party shall maintain a register of its members in both hard and soft copy. Section 72(3) provides that each political party shall make such register available to INEC not later than 30 days before the date fixed for the party primaries, congresses, and convention. So now this is where the contention is. APM's contention is not that the Labour Party failed to comply with Section 29, subsection 1 per se, but that considering that Section 77(3) of the EA requires political parties to make their register available to INEC not later than 30 days before their primaries. So now this is where the sticking point is. So let me read this to you again. APM's contention is not that the Labour Party failed to comply with Section 29(1) per se, but that considering that Section 77(3) of the EA requires political parties to make their registers available to INEC not later than 30 days before their primaries, Mr. Obi could not have been on the register as a member of Labour Party. This is because Obi resigned from PDP by a letter dated the 20th of May 2022 and conveyed to PDP chairman for Agulu Ward 2 in Anocha local government area, Anambra, and Labour Party conducted its primaries on the 30th of May 2022. So what they are telling us is that Peter Obi could not have been a member of the Labour Party as at the time that their primaries would have been conducted. I'm not quite sure. The law is that any conduct that must be sanctioned must be expressly stated in a written law, to wit, an act by the National Assembly. So it goes on to tell us all of this. Let's just say, I'm not quite sure. Let me give you the conclusions because it takes you into somewhat of a legalese. Furthermore, assuming Labour Party did make available its register to INEC in accordance with Section 77(3) of the Electoral Act, did not preclude it from, after submission of the said register, admitting more members into the party. Additionally, Section 29(1) of the EA and any other section of the Act does not state that for a candidate of a political party to be considered valid, the person's name must be in the register deposited with INEC. Conclusively, and without further ado, Mr. Obi is the... Okay, so it concludes then that Peter Obi... So I thought that they were looking at a window that was opening, because of course this is something that's just broke, but I'm not quite sure if that window opens fully. But I'll post the link to this particular one in the comment section for you to go and read in a bit more depth. So let me post it in the comment section for you to go and read in a bit more depth. So that's territory outside of our reach, but because that's the expertise of legalese. But let's go to territories more within our reach. Labour Party adopts Makinde ahead of Oyo governorship election. So now, what's going on here? The Labour Party in Oyo State has adopted Governor Seyi Makinde as its preferred candidate ahead of next weekend's governorship election in the state. The LP chairman in the state, Sadiq Atayise, who addressed journalists at a media briefing on Sunday in Ibadan, said the party endorsed Makinde for another term of 4 years because of his character and capacity. He, however, urged the people of Oyo State to support Labour Party candidates in the state assembly elections. Atayese said, going by the results of the February 25th presidential election and political realities in our state, it is obvious that no individual party can win the coming gubernatorial election single-handedly. The main priority should be to ensure that citizens win through the election of a candidate that best serves their collective interest. Against this backdrop, the right thing now is for parties and their candidates to form alliances with candidates of like ideology. It is of note that the present PDP administration under Governor Makinde has presented its scorecard for the health sector with the provision of primary health centers in every ward to security and others. There is no doubt that his governance ideas in the establishment of the park management system, which other states now emulate, has made him a leader with uncommon innovation. From our evaluation as a party, Makinde has done well, and we know that continuous development of the state is a function of stability in governance. So that's the Labour Party somewhat endorsing Seyi Makinde, but that, of course, a real because you would have thought that they will be seeking to punish somewhat the APC space, the Labour Party, but it looks as though the expediency of local politics, especially localized to the places like Oyo State, etc., the expediency then lends to the Labour Party lending its support to Seyi Makinde. So the Labour phenomenon. Somebody was also showing me some cut out of Omo Agege, Ovie Omo Agege, using the obedient movement to campaign within his own word. So the obedient movement now a currency within especially this political period. Establish your second position. Establish your second position in election before fighting for presidency. This is Festus Keyamo poking fun at Peter Obi. The spokesman for the All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, on Sunday dismisses the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi's chances of overturning the party APC's victory in last weekend's election. The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC on Wednesday declared the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the winner of the February the 25th election after polling blah 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 to defeating the People's Democratic candidate Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and 15 other candidates in the exercise. But Atiku and Obi have rejected the results announced by the commission, with each claiming at separate press conferences that the election was fraught with irregularities. In a series of tweets on his Twitter handle, the Minister of State for Labor and Employment charged Obi to battle with the PDP in a bid to establish his position in second place. He added that the former Anambra governor would only earn the right to fight for the presidency with the APC candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu after establishing his position as the first runner-up in the election, Mr. Keyamo wrote. Peter Obi and Labour Party cannot even go to court and ask to be declared a winner straight away. They have to fight PDP in order to prove they came second before they can have the temerity to face at official ABAT. So there is no room for cooperation between Labour Party and PDP in court. So there it is. So that's Festus Keyamo poking fun at that space. So that's Festus Keyamo poking fun at that space. So it's not going to be a long and labored session, as I said. I'm hopeful that it will be a short little session. So those are the things that I've got. So I'm going to invite the panelists to also share thoughts on what they are picking up within the political cycle. But as I bring them on, I'm going to bring them on then to what this clip will be. This is now the Lagos State space. So to watch this clip then to kick off the conversation. This is now a surrogate speaking to the Sowodo space. So let's watch this.
And the challenges we we are facing as a chance to go to the polls to either elect a new governor or renew the mandate of the incumbent, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The build-up, as expected, has been characterized by high-wire politicking, a lot of bluster and ballast from the proverbial gladiators, and an electorate who, by the look of things, are desperate to make a big statement again in the wake of last week's seismic shift in the political configuration of Lagos. Well, we're now being joined by Rotimi Olowo, a member of the ruling party of the All Progressives Congress, representing Shomolu Constituency 1 and the Lagos State House of Assembly. Good to have you with us. All right, very good. Now, I'll go straight to it. Do you see the labor movement as a serious challenge to Governor Sanwo-Olu's second-term ambition at this rate? Coming back from the elections previously.
You need to look at the structure of the election and look at the importance of each government. Presidential election obviously supposed to be different from state government election, because I look at the scorecard, look at what happened to Lagos State in the past 20, 25 years, and look at the development, look at the focus today, look at the programs of events, look at the population and the challenges we are facing as a state. Today, Lagos State is contributing 15% to the GDP of Nigeria. And Lagos is the second economy after Nigeria. It's the 8th largest economy in Africa. And when you look at how sophisticated, how cosmopolitan Lagos is and the challenges we are facing, and look at what Governor Sanwo-Olu has done in the past 4 years, based on what his predecessors did, and obviously they're all keen to the same vision of 2012 to 2025. And as if that is not exhausted, we are going to be another Lagos State development program that will start from 2025 to 2052. And these, we only add favor to what the state has done in terms of our economic development, in terms of social development. You all appreciate that the most secure, safe state in Nigeria today is Lagos State. And that's investment in people, investment in security. And when you look at human-centric policies of Lagos State and what they've done, you appreciate the fact that an average Lagosian believes in Sanwo-Olu that will still deliver, because his scorecard will say a lot of things. He has done it before and is still going to do it. And Lagos is too sophisticated for it to be experimented in the first place, for all you know. And it's not about people alone. It's about the team. Is it about Sanwo-Olu alone? No, the team he has in his fold. You look at the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, incidentally, is from Delta State. But I will tell him that one of the best commissioners we have in Lagos State. You look at Joe Igbokwe. You look at the man who is in charge of waterfront infrastructure. Obviously, he's from Katsina State. And when you look at the robust cabinet and what they have done, you cannot get it derailed. And every Lagosian knows, if Lagos is not thriving, if Lagos is not prosperous, an average Nigerian, Lagos State is the home for all nationals. And if Lagos is not productive, nobody will be here. Be an Igbo man. When you come to Lagos for an opportunity, you annex it and you will be there. Be a Hausa man, and you know that Lagos is more than just what anybody can come over there and say you want to toy with. You look at what the next program is predicated on. Number one, we need to do assessment of our current positions. Then secondly, we need to prioritize critical sector that make it to happen. Number three, we need to talk about putting in place enablers. What are the enablers that make all those programs to take place? So somebody cannot just come overnight and say, based on what I have in my private sector, I can come in and make it different. It can be. It's a thing that is a conscious movement and it's an evolution of progress over the time. So I'm seeing Sanwo-Olu winning next week because his scorecard will speak for volume for him.
You mentioned the scorecard, and let me put it this way. For Lagosians, I was born in Lagos. I've lived almost all my life in Lagos, although I'm not from Lagos. But I will tell you that when you listen to people, word on the streets, the way the government perceives Lagos is different from the way the residents, those domiciled in Lagos, perceive Lagos. It's completely different. Now, let me put it this way. Let me explain it to you now. A lot of people who are not Lagosians feel stifled, especially those who do business in Lagos State, who earn their bread and butter in Lagos State, feel stifled time and time again because of double taxation, because of the way thugs or agberos, as they're popularly called, are being unleashed on them time and time again. And people look at this, and maybe that was the reason why it was reflected, because President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu campaigned with the anchor on Lagos State and what he had done on Lagos State. And people went out there and voted more for the Labour Party than the APC did for, more for the Labour Party than the APC. And is that not a referendum? Because you look at that, things like transportation, let's just hinge it on that, first of all. As we still speak right now, since 1999 till now, transportation is still a headache in Lagos State. There are flashy projects in Lagos State, but the basics,
Let me quickly come in and cut you in. You see, personal experience is personal. But when you juxtapose the achievement Lagos has recorded over time with even the neighboring states, you appreciate the fact that Lagos is still the best state in Nigeria today. Okay, you talk
we're talking about for those that live in Lagos.
Yes, no, I live in Lagos as well. I was born and bred in Lagos.
Okay.
My parents are not from Lagos, but I was born and bred in Lagos. We have the same background. And what I'm trying to say is that what is happens to whether you're a Lagosian, whether you were born in Lagos, whether your dad is from Lagos or not, strength. Okay, I am telling you that whether an Igbo man, a Delta man, where in Nigeria is more accommodating? Where in Nigeria will you realize opportunities and nest the opportunities and move on? Everybody have story to tell. It's not that everything is, nobody is infallible. Some of government agencies, yes, they are notorious. This is being handled. It's not our personal experience.
It's getting worse.
No, it's not getting worse. You talk about transportation. You appreciate the fact that today Lagos is inhabited by over 25 million people. And the land mass is just 3,571 square kilometers. 1/3 of that is water. And you are making linear movement every day. We are having solution to that. And that's why I talked about critical sector. There's going to be reurbanization of Lagos. You appreciate that Ebute Metta now, you're supposed to have something akin to Venice there. But because our waterfront is more of an eyesore, they've taken it to Ekpe. And a lot of housing units coming in. Then you talk about Lagos as 5 districts, administrative district, which we call Ibile. Badagry today, a lot of housing units is coming up. We are talking urbanization of Lagos State and not Lagos.
Wait, now, please, sorry, let me just, because the reason why I say this is, you look at Lagos, for example, now they've done the Blue Line now, flashy project.
Yeah.
It is taking forever for the Blue Line to be done, because they know that if the Blue Line is done, the downside for some other people, the people that collect taxes from bus drivers every single day, will almost dry up. And in the bid to ensure that that taxation continues to happen, projects like the Blue Line is frustrated. The BRT, there was a certain time that Ambode...
What's the name?
Aaron is there.
Aaron,
yes.
You see, your opinion is jaundiced. Because when you look at it critically, who initiated Blue Line? And there are issues that borders on the Blue Line. We need to buy into Nigerian Railway Corporation. We need their concurrence. That is need for us to use their line as well, so that we build some stations, so that when they are coming in, they use the same rail line. We use the same line. Those are the bottlenecks we are facing. We just
2 decades.
We just resolved that. When did we start with the Blue Line? You people should have figures. It's less than 2 years now. It's being handled by Lamata. We have collaboration. Our rolling stock has arrived. In the next couple of weeks, it is commissioned already. The only thing is for us to start, and it's going to generate not less than 5,000 people. So you people are not just looking to, because you don't have the power of insight. You are not part of government. I'm part of government. We know what we went through. There was a legislation for it. For us to get the buy-in of federal government, it took a while. And these are some of the teething problems we have that is not known to all of you. If we will not conceive it, if we will not allow it to work, how do we conceive? Was it federal government that conceived, or is it Lagos that conceived it? In the first place, it was the Lagos state government that conceived it. It was Lagos government that bankrolled it. And we know the implications that is a value chain business that's mass transit. We are going to have what we call seamless travel experience. We are going to harness water transportation. We are going to harness mass transportation. We are going to annex road transportation. At the end of the day, we are going to have a hub at Marina, and it's going to be very, very cheap. We are doing it to make our travel time real, and so people are not held bad in traffic.
Just to fact check that. Just to fact check it. No, let me just state. Okay. Just to fact check it. The Blue Line actually was proposed in 2008. Construction commenced in 2009. And if my memory serves me right, that was the Fashola era.
Fashola, yes.
Yes, 2009. And this is 2023. The Blue Line is yet to be in. Yet to function.
Coincidentally, I was the chairman of Committee on Works. Then I knew more about it. You know that Blue Line, we have issues with federal government. After Festac, we could not go further because we are talking about right of ways. We need to move, what do we call all these utilities? We have to move, even we have pipelines there. And federal government took a while for them to give us approval to make use of those, because you know, it's a federal road from Festac to what do we call it? Lasso and the likes. It's not our road. It's federal government road. We need their concurrence. Pipelines are there.
I understand.
Government came in that for that 4 years.
Mr. Lo, I understand that when it comes to territorial issues, the federal government and the state governments is not only peculiar to Lagos State alone. But let me just come here. You're a member of the APC. Maybe in hindsight, you could give us a clarity on that. Why didn't Governor Sanwo-Olu's predecessor, Mr. Ambode, why didn't he get a second term in this regard? When all these projects were coming on board, and every now and then, he also inherited some from Fashola, and we're seeing that continuity up to this moment. One would have thought it was an APC issue, or probably even the president-elect had something to do with it. Maybe you could give us clarity on that. And why is that always a form of anxiety when it comes to second terms with Lagos State governors? Even Mr. Fashola also almost went through the same scenario.
Thank you very much. The party structure is not in my hand. And we have our leaders who have all it takes in terms of their experience, in terms of their tenacity, in terms of appreciating the structure and guiding the structure generally. So for you, whether you're a first timer or a second timer, the fact about second time of every governor in Nigeria is that they have that tendency of become dictatorial. And if they are not clipped, there's every tendency that they want the game of succession, as if I am the governor, the incoming governor, I have to impose him on the party's will. That is not how the internal workings of the party runs. Whether you're a governor, you still need to subject yourself to the whims and caprices of the party. We have the party constitution, we have the leadership of the party who steer the structure of the party. If you don't listen to them and you want to become a bit bigger than the party is above everybody, and everybody must keep to the tenets of the party. So you as an individual, whether you're a governor, House of Assembly member, House of Rep, or a senator, there is a structure, there is a disciplinary.
But do we have internal democracy working within APC itself when concerning Lagos? Because it seems some people will just, the impression I'm having will take decisions regarding who the next governor will be, whether they retain that, despite the fact that you mentioned the dictatorial tendencies.
There's no party in Nigeria that will say you have total internal democracy, unless we are deceiving ourselves. Obviously, at a point in time, the party leadership will determine what happens. And at times, they will allow internal democracy to work. It is based on, that's a fact. No party in Nigeria, whether PDP, APC, NNPC, NNPP, no party that is fully and totally have internal democracy, unless we're deceiving ourselves.
I want to say thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for showing up on Newsday.
It's my pleasure.
All right, so that was a surrogate of the APC space, just defending Sanwo-Olu's record in Lagos State. So I'm hopeful that we spend some time with that space just to see what is going on. But before we go on to the conversation, let's just hear from the Labour Party candidate, because he's now one of the premier voices now within that Lagos State chase for the governorship. So let's hear from Viva Road.
My name is Gbadebo Vivo. I'm the governorship candidate for the Labour Party for Lagos State. It just shows a lot of desperation by the ruling party. What propaganda? I've been consistent. I've always stood for the people that stand up to speak, tell truth to power. Whether it is Sunday Igboho that's standing against the incursion of herdsmen into Oyo State and standing to defend his people, or even IPOB at a point, right? They were asking about being part of Nigeria. Even NSAS, I was part of that as well. Why? Because we're demanding and holding our government accountable. It does not mean that because a movement starts a certain way and I buy into it, that I buy into the entirety of it, right? I condemn the destruction that happened after soldiers shot at peaceful protesters in Lagos State. I condemn the kidnapping and killings that are happening in the southeast, right? I condemn whatever negative thing that the Yoruba nation might have done, right? I'm in favor of Amotekun. So I am consistent. You have people from Ijebu, who is the current governor. You have Tinubu from Iragbiji, Osun State. And you have most of all these people talking, and they are not even indigenous of Lagos. My pedigree goes back over 200 plus years. It's without controversy. I can bring receipts for 4 generations. So it's petty. It's petty. It's better. They don't have anything to bring out on me. They are not bringing out, I'm a former drug lord, or I'm a drug addict, or I have mental health problems. Say I've shown jibes at 3 of them. The presidential candidate is my hero. You can call me Peter Jr. I respect his principles. I respect that he has made love and emotion a part of our politics again. I respect the fact that he's so hardworking. I respect the fact that he's so courageous to create a new type of politics. Can you imagine what it takes for a presidential candidate to come out and say, we know they give shishi, and persistently stick with that? A presidential candidate that will always go and meet the people. He does not turn down opportunities to engage with the people, while we had other presidential candidates that were running away from debates. So he's a role model. He's someone I look up to, and I'm proud to be associated with him. Nothing is going to happen. Come out and vote. You see, that last time, they deceived us, all the security patrols, the chairman of INEC saying that we're going to have electronic transmission. We've seen their hand. Come out and vote. It's going to be a completely different experience. I assure you of that.
We sure hope you enjoyed this.
So that's the Labour Party candidate really putting up a powerful presentation there. And in that presentation, he tried to touch all the bases. You know that there's a lot of things circulating about this guy being an IPOB sympathizer. And we do know that he's made a lot of commentary sympathetic to the IPOB space. So he was addressing that, trying to bring the Sunday Igboho and the NSAS narrative as backups, that he's just somebody that weighs on the side of the oppressed. So he's trying to paint that narrative, and then he's speaking to the antecedents of all the previous governors, the Sanwo-Olu and of course Tinubu famously, telling us that they are not indigenous to the Lagos State space, but then telling us then that his own family antecedents go back several generations within the Lagos space. So he's saying all of that, of course, in response to that narrative about him being somewhat Boyega in the afternoon, but Chinedu at night. So a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde, sort of a character. So Boyega in the afternoons and Chinedu at night. So he's trying to straddle that space, because that is the one space that people would launch that attack at him the most. So he was trying to straddle that space. But let's give Sanwo-Olu a right to reply before we pick up the conversation with Ogbeni, who was the first to get here. But let's give Sanwo-Olu a right to reply. They say action speaks louder than word. And I think that is the path that Sanwo-Olu has chosen to follow. So there it is. So Ogbeni, in Yoruba land, we say ọ̀rọ̀ ojú ni kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu, ọ̀rọ̀ ojú ni kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu, which are loosely translated into English action speaks louder than words. So that was Sanwo-Olu there inspecting the near completion then of the Red Line Terminal, which the clip that we showed, one of the surrogates of the APC party, defending heavily the record of that party. So would it be an act of self-harm on behalf of Lagos State, having already Tinubu in situation at the presidency, to then deviate from his son as the governor of Lagos State? So Sanwo-Olu up for grabs. What says you, Ogbeni?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Woma.
Good evening.
Uptown, I can see you. Good evening. And everyone, Fatai and others. So for me,
we will come to Fatai at the moment. I saw him on Rudolph. I was praising him, and then he was just fumbling at the mouth. I wonder what happened there. But Fatai, we wait to get to you. Carry on.
I only go to that platform.
All right. Okay.
I only go to that platform to just have a feel of what the obedience is experiencing these days. But let me tell you, I'm not from Lagos. I schooled in Ile-Ife, but I used to go to Lagos a lot, and I grew up in the Southwest. So I can tell not too much about Lagos, but what I know is this governorship election is going to be another ball game entirely. I wonder why people used the last Saturday election to judge this. They are new indices. They are not, you don't compare orange with apple. They are different things you have this time around. First and foremost, Peter Obi is not on the ballot box this time around, don't forget. So the issue of Peter Obi, yes, may still weigh in the mind of those who feel that they actually think he won the last election. Yes, you can't take that away. But at the same time, they know that it's not in this, it won't be in a ballot paper this time around. Secondly, some people were already disappointed with last week's scenario, where all hope, all false hope that Peter Obi gave them came to reality, and they realized that although the narrative was that they cheated them, so whether for those who believe that they cheated them, or for those who believe that the man was not as popular as they thought or he presented himself, whether you fall in any of the two categories, the point is that some of them are relenting. And that is why you see Badebo Road Vival coming out most times now. You see him on social media telling them, jail up, don't get disappointed, we'll get a mandate back. If that is not the experience or the issue, they won't be speaking to that problem. But they know quite all right that that's an issue now. And numbers of people just feel like, what's the need, to go to the ballot box to go and vote if they believe their vote does not count? Some believe whatever you do, we don't think this PO is that popular. Another thing I see is there is no Muslim ticket in this issue. So the pressure from the Pentecostal Christians part, which you get most of their headquarters in Lagos, which really affected Ashwaju's race. Ashwaju candidacy in the last week race. It's no longer there. So hardly will you get to any church now since that Saturday where they preach against they preach about this election and they are supporting a candidate. I've not seen any. On Sunday, I tried to watch Samadeyemi. I watched one or two of them to just have a feeling. So some of them just analyzed what happened last week and they felt like, oh, they cheated the youth and the youth should try and protect and get their mandate back and co. Stylishly, some of them mentioned that and some just kept quiet on it. So what am I saying? What I'm saying in essence is there's no Muslim ticket here. So on the religious part, I don't think there's any divide. And also, Sanwo-Olu is a Christian, right? So this time around, you don't have a Muslim president and a Muslim vice president.
I'm sorry, Ogbeni. Are you anticipating that Peter Obi will come and campaign for this guy in the last phases of in the build-up? And if he does come to campaign for him, how much of an impact do you expect that to have?
Well, it depends. It depends. Do they still have chance to campaign? I think not. I don't know. I don't know what.
I think the campaign is open now.
Okay, the campaign
it will be until I think until Thursday or Friday or something. Okay, that's the normal thing now, you know.
Yeah, if the campaign is reopened, I don't know what the timetable is, but I want to believe Patoski, right? That's Patoski.
So yeah, that's the tradition of. I don't know, maybe that's changed.
Okay, because I know Yakubu changed a lot of things. Changed a lot of things. So I don't know, but if it's still open, I see Peter Obi coming because they believe Rivers State and Lagos State is a major state, major state they're supposed to get in Nigeria. But they know that Rivers State is no for now. It's a no-going area. So the most liberal state in Nigeria, which is Lagos State, the most accommodating in Nigeria. Yes, Peter Obi will find a rest there. After all, he stays in Lagos. Although he has already once told us a lie that he stayed in Onitsha and Oka, but people have busted that balloon. So he stays in Lagos. If I may digress a bit, I wonder why he's staying in Lagos. I wonder because when Babangida built Mina, he stayed in Mina. Abdulsamal and Abubakar built Mina, they stayed in Mina after leaving office. Obasanjo thought he built Ota, he stayed in Abeokuta stroke Ota. Yakubu Gowon stayed in Jos, and T.Y. Danjuma stayed in his Makurdi, all did this in Port Harcourt. So I wonder if Peter Obi actually built Oka and Onitsha. I wonder what he's doing.
Short intervention. Peter Obi lives in Onitsha.
But he lives where?
He lives in GRA Onitsha.
Oh, for where? Peter Obi lives in Lagos.
Peter Obi treks. Peter Obi
treks. He has admitted. I will
listen
show you
now. Listen, my friend.
Listen to me.
Peter Obi, listen to me. Peter Obi treks from his house to Holy Trinity on Sundays, and people greet him on the road.
My brother, Peter
Obi lives in since he left. Let me tell you, he was in Lagos before he became when he came back from UK. He lived in UK for 10 years. When he came back from UK, so
was in UK before. Wait. He was in
before
UK
he became governor.
He came to Nigeria to become governor, right?
Yes, he was in UK.
So after
listen now, let me tell you. Listen to me.
All right.
He was living in UK, yeah, but he owns businesses across Nigeria, yeah. So
my
he
brother,
has. Listen
Lagos.
now.
I will show you recording where he admitted it. Now, why are you denying for him?
Hold on now. If Ogbeni is telling you that Peter Obi himself is saying that he lives in Lagos, then you can't argue now.
If you listen to me, he will know that I'm not telling you that he does not live in Lagos. Listen, he lives in the UK.
Okay.
He has a flat in Lagos, not even his house.
Yes.
He has a flat in Lagos in Ikoyi.
Yes.
So that's where anytime he comes into Nigeria, before he became governor, that's where he stays to run his businesses. When he became governor, he started, of course, if you know the story of when he became governor, there was no government house, so he was running administration from his house in GRA before he built the government house. After he left as governor, I'm telling you this because my parents live in GRA, the same estate, just blocks from his place. When he dropped as governor, he constantly stayed in Onitsha, because then he was widely known, and he always says it. He used to come. He says he's the only governor that can come out when he was done with governorship. He could come out to the street and be walking, and he was doing it. And we've seen tons of videos of him going to sports in the sports stadium he's built just blocks from his house in Onitsha. That's why he has lived since then. Unless maybe he takes a trip to Lagos,
my brother,
and stays here.
My brother,
all right. It doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
If Peter B is saying he lives in Lagos, but you know differently, then we go with that. But back to your brother.
But he also says he lives in Onitsha as well.
All right.
So why are we not taking that?
So he's living in Oka. He lives in Onitsha. He lives in because he has.
He does not live in Oka.
Oh, he doesn't have a property in Oka.
Look, it doesn't matter.
He does not have a house in Oka.
All right. Carry on with the Lagos State space already.
Well, anyway, I'm still on Lagos, but I gave that example. I know you uptown. Another example I would like to give is you see Atiku that we all vilify and everybody talk about Atiku. When the guy brought his American University of Nigeria, he went to Adamawa to invest it there, right? For his people, that's patriotism. Babangida established his own university in Mina, that's patriotism. Even Obasanjo, the one we always say is wicked, is mischievous, took his own university to Abeokuta in Ogun State, that's patriotism. He wants the people. Afe Babalola took his own to Ado-Ekiti and Co. Peter Obi took his own next to Abuja, Port Harcourt, and Lagos. And I wonder if what drives the guy is money and not patriotism for his people. But let's leave that side anyway. So for me, Sanwo-Olu is a Christian, and no Muslim ticket this time around. And then when you compare the
Ogbeni, 20 seconds, please. You make a comment before that you didn't see the pastors talking about elections in their church. I can tell you categorically, all their permutation fail. So that is why they are keeping quiet. They are just nonsense people talking nonsense in churches. So you can't see them come out again. All of them has failed in this election. So continue.
Well, I won't call them nonsense people anyway, because I revere them.
Is a religious space. Let's calm down on the
let's give Ogbeni an opportunity to flow.
No. Uptown, you can't tell me what to say, please.
All right, guys. You can take it to private chats, but let Ogbeni flow a little bit. Ogbeni, back to you.
Yeah, somebody said Berlin situated in Otano Abeokuta. Yes, but that's Ogun State. So let's leave that side. It's Ogun State, right? Now, so for me, I'll quickly speak on that. I will not vilify Lagos is no man like no Allah. I will not vilify pastors because I revere them, and I know they are human beings. They are not God. If they are completely if you, except for some people or many people that immortalize them, that turn them to God. If they are perfect, then they will be God. And there is only one God, right? So because of that, I see them from the angle of human being. If I have my own calling too, and I have my own weaknesses as human being. Even Paul in the Bible said that he had a thorn in his flesh, and he asked God to remove it, but God never removed it. So God, usually use that to remind him that you are not God, you are a human being. You can still fall sick. So things like that, I don't vilify them for that, but I just didn't see them sin because many of them were disappointed. They couldn't see. They thought the man was that popular, but they realized the guy is not too popular. Although they are doing, they are saving face. But let's see how it goes. So for me, when you now compare the development in Lagos, all right, when Lagos was playing an opposition politics to when Lagos aligned with the federal, the political party at the federal level, you see the difference. And I don't think Lagos residents, particularly the elites in Lagos and the educated ones in Lagos, the ones that actually follows the issue and the development in Lagos, would want to return to be in the opposition. I don't think so. We compare the development, the resistance, the struggle they had to go through against the federal government from 1999 to 2007, and from 2007 to 2011 to 15, when they played opposition politics I've mentioned a lot of projects that could have sailed through if they had actually played the central politics. But it couldn't sail through the independent power generation, the local government creation, the rail system within the sub-region of southwest region, and VATs, and a lot of issues that Obasanjo practically killed during his tenure, all because Lagos belonged to an opposition political party. And that affected Lagos. That's why I found that Ashwaji was still able, to make sure that its development, make sure that things, went on well. And Lagos, all through that time, was declared the best, in Nigeria. But from 2015 to date, except you are not following what was in Lagos before and what is in Lagos now, you will know, every Lagosian knows that. Look at that man. Look at what that guy was talking about. That man was talking about the blue line. And he was talking about how federal government frustrated them on the issue of blue line, how bureaucracy, and I know it was just opposition politics, simply put. But what do you have now? You have governor that can easily walk to the president and say, please, I need this project to function. And no opposition politics. So you've crossed that hurdle. So I don't see Lagos returning to that opposition politics once again, where Ashwaju will be the president, and then one Jandor somewhere or one revival somewhere will be the opposition. So for me, the elites in Lagos, the educated in Lagos, the Eleko, those ones that are Lagosians, they are cut across all tribes. This time around, don't forget that it's no tribe. It's not about Igbo Yoruba this time around now. All of them that are contesting now, they are presumably Yoruba, except Badebo Road Bible that has more like a dual citizenship. Not citizenship anyway. Maybe, belong to different tribes in Nigeria.
Yes. Do you think he addressed that in that little piece to camera that he did? Because what he was doing, he was frontally addressing that a lot of the people that have governed Lagos State, you can trace their ancestry to outside of Lagos State, but it's telling you that for centuries going back, he has receipts of his family line, not only being Lagosians, but elites within the Lagos space. So this now Chinedu element that people are trying to use against him, do you think he's addressing that frontally?
He has not. What was the fact in issue here? What are they accusing him of, or what point are they challenging his candidacy? It's not that because he's from outside Lagos or because I settled in Lagos for a long time. What they are simply saying is, one, he cannot speak the second official language in Lagos. That's the first thing, right? That's the first thing. You go to social media, he cannot speak Yoruba. And I've told you in 2007, the House of Assembly of Lagos legislated that Yoruba becomes the second official language of Lagos. So when you have a governor of Lagos who is deficient in speaking the second official language of Lagos, I wonder what leadership is that. I wonder what half-baked governor is that. Because you expect a governor to even come to the House of Assembly. In Oyo State, they use Yoruba sometimes to conduct their proceedings in the House of Assembly. So I expect a governor to even come to the House of Assembly when debate is very tense and you speak Yoruba. When you speak somebody's language, you speak to the person's identity, you speak to the person's mind. So I expect the governor of such a state to understand, at least after the first one, to understand the second official language. That's the first thing they accused him of. And what has he addressed? He has not addressed that. If you want to address that, it's simple. Speak Yoruba and tell them, Yoruba. Simple, you douse everything and everything.
You know they're still going to press him on that space, and ultimately that space might well be his destruction. His family history can go as deep within Yoruba land as you like, but if you cannot speak Yoruba, and you cannot be the governor of Lagos State. But pause your thought on that, Ogbeni. Let's just have Uka speak to us for a moment. So what happened, Ogbeni, was that Uka is getting married, and the platform decided to surprise him with some sort of donation towards the wedding that was initiated by Kulata, and then Ajanle Koko came in, Alexander Gomez came in, Ayo from the comment section came in. So they all rallied together a bunch of money for Uka to get him going. So I have now forwarded that money onto him, and it's just come to acknowledge it. So let's give him a moment to do that. So Emmanuel, you're up.
Okay. Good evening, one man.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody in the house. I really want to appreciate the family for what they did for me and my wife to be. And I don't know where to start. I don't know how to appreciate, but I just want to thank all of you that God will bless each and every one of you. I really appreciate. It's not easy, and people came through. I was not even expecting it because the day one man called me said I should come to the platform, I was telling one man that I'm still in tears, that I don't really have the strength to come and do some banters. Only for me to receive such a surprise, it was mind blowing. Honestly, it was mind blowing. Thank you very much. Thank you, the house. I appreciate. This is my platform, and I'll continue to be here and listening to you people. We'll still continue our banter. We're not going to stop it. So, Johnny, continue.
All right. No, hold on. Stay there for a moment. Let me just tidy it up just a little bit. So what it came to was about $500, which in pounds came to just under £400, which I then sent on, and it came to so I had the figure. So it came to 361,556 naira, which was what was passed on to Emmanuel. So all of that space has been tidied up. $200 from Kulata, who initiated the idea. Ajanle Koko jumped on board with $100. Alexander Gomez, of course, always ready with his $100, and Ayo took a break from buying the coffee to chuck in $100 as well. So all of that packed to Emmanuel to get him going. But Emmanuel, this changes nothing. No, you still get your flogging. So this is just family matter. The usual political beating is still coming steady. So it's not like we're just suddenly, this is family matter. That's not family matter. But the political the political beating will still continue.
Well, man, yeah, I'm here with you because that day I was expecting you for a little banter, so only for me to receive that surprise because I was still so much in pain. I didn't want to come to the platform. Everything that just happened, it was just painful. So, but it's okay. Life goes on. So I just pray that my principal gain his mandate back. Hopefully, hopefully because we are seeing a lot of results from the INEC portal, and the result is proving what INEC gave Tinubu error. So it's possible that something might happen.
You know the justice that is going to give Peter Obi his return certificate. Chief Judge, the Chief Justice of the Ariwola, who is going to be sat next to by another justice from Lagos.
Oh my! You can never say what's going to happen. You can never say.
Don't worry.
Rivers State? Do you know Rivers State? What Obi got in Rivers State from the INEC portal?
It was 3 million. 3 million. I got 3 million from Rivers State. I've seen it.
Not 3 million. One man. It's about 8,000. But even Adamawa too. Adamawa then Taraba. Obi won Taraba like this. I'm telling you. Anyway,
hold on. What did he get in Adamawa?
He got his 25% in Adamawa. He came second.
All right. All right. Carry on. Carry on now. At least it will keep you busy for a while. All right. So, all right. Thank you, Emmanuel. Let's get all right. Let's get back to Ogbeni, who had the floor. So Ogbeni, yes, I feel that the danger is real, and I feel that very much as someone who is at risk, because I feel the political landscape, they would not want Tinubu to have everything all his own way, and if he gets the presidency and holds on to Lagos State, then he's having it all his own way. So they need to balance him off in some form. And I think even the central space, they are not averse to Lagos State being taken from him. I think Lagos is at risk. I really do. Maybe it's Jando, I don't know. But maybe it's this halfway house guy, I don't know. But now, if the two of them come together, Lagos State could go, Ogbeni.
One man, if they are coming together to do what? So now they come together, one will be governor, the other will be deputy. Under which constitution? Our 1999 constitution, does it allow for that? Now, if they have to come together, one will withdraw, right, from this race for the other one. And whoever withdraw will now tell his people to go and vote for the other one, right? Now, people don't just follow. You see, the kind of loyalty you get, the followers of people like Buhari, you know, as people like maybe Erufa and some politicians in Nigeria, Atiku, that has that kind of weight. People are Ashwaju. That's not what Labour Party has. That's one thing I tell people. That's not what Labour Party. Labour Party is just a one at the federal level, particularly for the presidential race. Just a conglomeration of disgruntled people. That's on one part. Then youths who believe they just need to find an hero in a man, who believe demand rhetorics and then sweet talk them, and their reaction against about NSAS, then IPOP people, and so there is a lot of interest in labor. What I'm saying is, when you now narrow it to Lagos, for instance, if you narrow it to Lagos, no IPOP again, right? You remove IPOP EU from there, you remove a lot of things from there. So this time around, I don't see Labour saying I withdraw for PDP. I only see PDP saying I'm withdrawing for Labour. So if Jandor is going to withdraw for Labour, I don't know how that works. I don't know what Jandor is going to tell them. I don't know what Bode George is going to say that will make Jandor to withdraw, because both of them believe that they have the people and they can win the election. Now, even if the two now say, okay, I withdraw for each other, and our common enemy now is Sanwo-Olu, don't forget that it's not as if they have that kind of diehard supporters that all they just believe is Labour Party. It's about persons. See, what they have in Lagos is about a person of Peter Obi, and they know Peter Obi is not going to be the governor of Lagos. Peter Obi may not even go and with his kind of person he is. He may not even go and visit Lagos governor's office. He may not even go and visit Alausa, because he won't want to see himself as a godfather, which is preaching against. So, and Lagosians, you see, when you are looking for people who are smart, who understand what they want in life, you get it in Lagos. You get all sorts of people in Lagos. So the Lagosians understand that.
I think you hit the nail on the head on that space. I think he's just like Buhari. He will barely. I don't think he's going to turn up for that guy in Lagos.
That's Peter Obi, right?
Yeah. He has that Buhari, thing going on.
Yeah. He doesn't want to see himself as a godfather. Because he's preaching against it. So he may just want to leave that space and say, okay, you guys, sort it out. And Peter Obi has been doing that too. It's only that people most time don't really observe. I don't understand. People don't observe that man. He has his own way of
from Anambra State, Obeni from Anambra State, he has always been doing, and that's why he left Apuga for them, even though he was the leader.
Yeah. Then when you look at the fight in Ogun, you remember that there was a fight in Ogun on their governorship. First on the Labour Party executive, Labour Party ESCO in Ogun State, when they were accusing Doyin Okupe of putting his son as, I think, maybe chairman or presidential something. He didn't even intervene. That's why Friday they called him, come and intervene. He felt, I'm just a presidential candidate, I'm not the leader of your party. Let the leadership intervene. Then Lagos, don't forget, Lagos also had this issue. Road Bible had it with another man who always claimed that he's the rightful person and all sorts. And he just allowed them to just sort it out. No need to be calling me and things like that. So he may not really involve like that in this thing. And lastly, I told you 2 issues that Gbadebo has failed to address. I don't know how Lagosians feel about it. I know Lagosians are smart people. They will analyze whatever I have said now and look at it if he has addressed it. So the first one is that you cannot speak Yoruba, which is the second official language of Lagos. and you have not debunked that, okay, direct evidence, speak Yoruba, then he debunks that. So you're silent again. At that the opportunity you have to do that you don't do it shows that you can't really. Probably the few ones he spoke those times, probably it took him time to even rehearse to even come out in public and speak that one. Then the second thing they accuse him of is that your dad is Yoruba. Yes, they agree that okay, even if you migrate from Sierra Leone or anywhere, yes, you can consider your dad as indigenous to Lagos. But they are saying the other part, which your mom is Igbo. That's another thing, which for me doesn't make any sense. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not married to a Yoruba woman, right? I'm married to more like a Fulani woman. I'm enjoying my marriage.
Even Tinubu is not married to a Yoruba woman.
Yeah,
Tinubu's son is not married to a Yoruba woman.
That is it. I'm enjoying my what do you call it now? The entire.
How did you manage to get a Fulani woman to what did you bribe her? What's going on there? Yeah, so I don't want to look like Benny. How did you manage to line the Fulani woman? I'm only joking.
It's a bit personal, but the little I can tell you is that I went up north to serve, and I stay back there because I love the people there, and there are Fulani Christians. If you don't know, you see, that's why we just sit in our cocoon in the southern part of Nigeria. We don't explore. We don't go up there.
Benny, did you serve in Adamawa?
You said no. I serve in Yobe.
Okay. I know you have a lot of Fulani Christians in the north.
Yeah. So they have a lot of Fulani Christians up there, and so people don't really know. For instance, for the first time was when I traveled up north for the first time. I realized that not the entire space in the north is a desert. If you go to my place, they think, oh, everywhere is a desert. They think everybody is Hausa Fulani. If you know Hausa, you must be Fulani. No, there are a lot of tribes up there, and the level of agriculture they do at commercial level, you don't have that anywhere in the southern part of Nigeria. You don't. They feed us. So I try to to disabuse my mind of all this because I have a direct experience. So and that's why when people talk politics, people just sit in their cocoon in the south and analyze Nigerian politics, and I just look at it and marvel. You think South Nigeria is just Nigeria? That's where Nigeria ends. You see somebody who just sit in rivers and you are saying, why did somebody have this kind of vote in Yobe? Why in Kano is it not cattle and goats they have? They are not counting people. I just look at him. An average household in Kano, do you know an average woman in Kano? Do you know how many children is going to have potentially?
How many do they? I know they start early, around about 14 thereabout. So I'm expecting, yeah.
A man can have minimum of 4, right? And a woman most time have about 8 to 10. Just do the multiplication. That's for a man, all right? And when people come and say, yeah, they live in poverty. No, what they do is they live an average life, okay? They allow the rich one to be rich and feed the average one. So you see them living an average life where what you eat per day, they live per day. Do you understand? They don't acquire wealth like us in the south. They don't think of all sorts of things we think about, buying goats, all these things. What's their business about that? So they live per day. Okay, so this is what I want for the day, and they have it. If they have one in the family that is going through education, they will support that person. That's the person that will be educated. And if there's any political space, they need somebody from that village. They know who to go and put in that position. That's the way they live their life, and so it's different from South. But the perspective we look at it is, oh, Nigeria. No, they say everybody is angry against this government. I said, do you see any noise coming from the north? And you think Nigeria is just your cocoon where...
Obeni, can I come in, please?
Yes, please.
Please, the issue that you have, the things you said about the North, about them eating just by the day, I think that is wrong.
Okay.
That it's not their choice that they want to live like that. Their leaders made them like that. So I think it's an insult to their marginaries that are out there, that has been so dampened, trampled upon by culture. You see, culture can eat strategy for breakfast any day. So when you say that is how they want to live, that is not how they want to live. Their leaders made them that way. So I want us to correct that point. Okay, about the northerners. Thank you.
I agree with you, but you see, there is a difference between the Almajiris, the Talakawas, and the average man in the north. If you go, for instance, to Abator in Kano, where they kill cows and co, and you go and engage an average man there that is killing cow every day, who is not an Almajiri, he will tell you that is all he needs. He will tell you he doesn't need to be preparing for two. I wonder, I think the religion also helped them. Okay, the religion, and honorably, even in Christianity, that is the way we are taught. He said, be anxious of nothing. Just about the day, pray about whatever you need tomorrow. He said, live for the day now, right?
But say, give us this day our daily
bread. That's even Christianity. But you know, because a lot of things have entered our Christianity, we now want to wear.
Did you see any signs of all this mass population that they speak about when you were there? Because anytime I see the north, I see open fields, and then you see once in a while you see some random person strolling with their livestock, and then you see open fields again, and then you see little hubs of hamlets of about 3 to 7 dwellings, and then you see open fields again. So I've also often wondered where this mass of people they claim where they are.
One man. See, this is one of the narrative, you know, they give us in the south, which when I got to the north, I was able to debunk. Let me give you an instance. Kano State has 20,131 kilometers, right? Because square kilometer, what do you call it? Lagos has 1,171. Look at it again. Look at it again. Look at it again. Landmass, right? I'm not sure if you get what I'm saying. Landmass of Kano as a state is 20,000 plus kilometers square. Lagos is just 1,000 plus. So when you see people clustering, that means if you pick 20 million and you put in Kano, you won't see it.
Yeah, the population density is low, so you
yes.
They are not.
But if you put just 5 million in Lagos, you will see it because the land mass is very small.
Especially when they cluster in VI.
You said?
Especially when they are clustered in VI and Aja, and you know.
Yeah. So that's the point, and that's why you don't see their population, and that's why I laugh sometimes when I see people say, sometimes you just see, and then you now see one village. Then what? Go to Kano. You when you want to see the population in Kano, right? In those days, if you really want to see population in Kano, just come to Kano. Friday evening when Alhaji Ado Bayero, the emir of Kano, will be coming from mosque back to his place. Come and see crowd. You marvel. And that is Kano.
Obani?
Yeah, please.
Obani, yeah. So I tend to disagree. The population of the north has been used to deceive us for quite too long. It is only in Nigeria where people living in the
savannah,
right, are less than people that live in the desert, closer to the desert. Look, whatever you're saying in the north as it stands is because of the unemployment in the north. Have you imagined in that same Lagos, if you go to areas like Ebute Meta, Ikorodu at night, and you see Oshodi, old Oshodi, not now they have generalized Oshodi, the old Oshodi, you're going to see people like ants.
Yeah, but are you recognizing the population density and the land mass? What Owen is saying is that in terms of land mass, Kano State, for instance, is almost 20-25 times
exactly
the
man.
land.
That is true.
So then you don't have concentration of people in that.
No. One man, you have concentration of people towards the capital, towards your local government, but between one local government and the other, you are going through miles of empty lands.
That is the land I'm saying.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So wherever you have people, places where you have clusters of people, wherever you have development, you have maybe especially like I said, the local government and all that. But when you get past that in those areas, just like you have, because in the east, in Lagos, for instance, we don't have that opportunity in Lagos to have that kind of land in between, right? Probably that would be water for Lagos. But in the north, you don't have that. And one man, if you notice in this election, he spoke. He spoke to what we were talking all this while.
Joel.
That they have this one.
Joel Nashville. Let me tell you, when I raise argument like this, let me tell you what my wife will tell me most times. She will say, look, man, Borno State is 70,000 plus square kilometer. Borno. Enugu is 556 square kilometer. Please do the math again. Let me repeat. Borno is 70,000 plus square kilometer landmass. Enugu is not up to 1,000. Enugu is just barely 1,000 square kilometers. Meaning that if you drop 5 million people in Enugu, you feel it. By the time you enter the town, everybody will know this is densely populated. But when you drop even 20 million in Borno, you won't feel it because of the land mass. That's the first thing she will tell me. Now, she has also canvassed an argument for me before. He said, look, man, all those countries where they tell you that people living close to the, what do you call it now? That's our argument, that people living close to the ocean and others, they have more population, okay, than people living in the northern part. He said, is there anyone I can show her where the dominant religion in the northern part is a religion that encourages population, and the one at the close to the river is the one that discourages population? There is only Nigeria you will find that, where when you pick Nigeria, you divide it into two. Yes, the general narrative is that you expect more population in the south because it's close to the vegetative, what do you call it now? Tropical. Then you expect lower in the desert part, which is the north. But don't forget, when you now divide it along religion also, you have Islam in the upper part, right? Majorly. And you have Christianity in the lower part, majorly. What does the Christianity do to us? It discourages population, right? Me and you want to have 2 children, 1 child, and we are done. An average outside man wants to have 20, 30, right? And you expect the population to be different, to be the same with where you are picking your model from. And I gave up on the issue. I told her, I said, yeah, you're right.
Ogbeni,
two countries.
Ogbeni, do you know one argument?
Nigeria peculiarity there.
Ogbeni,
yeah.
Do you know one question I even ask? When you are talking of desert, is it not that part of Nigeria really a desert? That's the part that grow our food.
Yeah, we grow food a lot. Yeah.
And they say it's desert. Do you know what a desert is?
Patrick, I never say it's a desert. I say it's towards the desert. I say it's towards the desert.
No, wait now.
I didn't say it's a desert.
If you now look at us, we are also towards the desert too now. Even Lagos is towards the desert. The fact that we have desert in our north, everybody is towards the desert. If you look at it downward, then you say we are towards the sea. So it depends on your perspective. Lagos is towards the sea, so is Niger, so is everybody is towards the sea if you are looking from Libya. So if we are looking from up, down, and we are going, then we say we are all towards this desert. Northern Nigeria is not desert.
Patrick, can I say something real quick? Look, the point we're trying to make here is that whenever you're moving toward the desert all over the world, the population density tends to reduce. You are talking about Lagos. Lagos is towards the water. Anywhere you have water, people tend to anywhere you have towns that have water tend to develop more than people that are in the hinterland. That's the point we're trying to make you understand.
Understand the fact that these people are agrarian in their agrarian in their trade, and then by their socio-cultural structure, You and I now will probably have just one wife, even with Ogbeni. All of us probably have one wife. I don't know of anybody that has two wives.
Children.
I don't know how anybody who has two wives here and will boldly say, me, I have two wives. Any of us on this planet have two wives now, you will even be hiding it.
Then I have two wives. I have two wives.
Is everybody laughing now, right? You see the way people are laughing at you now. That's our nature. And then we have just 3 kids, 4 kids. Anybody who has 4 kids. One day I looked at my friend's picture, his family picture. I said, this boy get children though. But when I counted, there were just 4. For me, they look like there are many. Some of us have 2. Someone like me, I wanted to have 1. My wife said, let's have another one. We have another son. Say, we must have a daughter. We will need to, we now have a daughter. And that's all 3. Whereas my mates in the north who are educated, look at that governor of Yobe. Do you know how many wives she has? And children. As educated as El-Rufai is, as educated as Lamido Sanusi is, they have 3 to 4 wives. They are contemporary. Sanusi Lamido's contemporary in the south is probably a Emefiele. Maybe he has 1 wife and 2 kids.
Of course.
So it doesn't really fly that we are more than them. No, it doesn't.
Padoski, you are right. And you know, I just give an instance of my wife's defense every time, which is that Nigeria is peculiar. Nigeria is a country where you can't bring that model and say people must be many in the south than the north, because the dominant religion in those axes, the dominant religion in the southern part discourage procreation like that. It wants you to have 1 or 2 and go. It discourages polygamy. So, and these are the indices, these are the conditions you need for population explosion. But when you now turn it on the other side and you check the north, it encourages it every day. And they start earlier, very earlier. At age 15, 16, you see them, they are ready. Okay? They are ready and they produce till late, maybe early 30s. So you could imagine that. So that narrative, except we have our Bureau of Statistics, or what do you call that one, to do an empirical research for us or to tell us, but that's the narrative in the south. But the north, when they look at it, they just laugh because it is what it is.
All right, Ogwede, let me take you back to the politics of it. And whilst you were giving us the narration about the population, somebody actually sent in something to add to your argument. So you were speaking, of course, about you were giving assurances that there was no way someone who could lose his seat in Lagos State, and you were saying, of course, that the obedient space haven't suffered that bloody nose. They're a bit flat at the moment and licking their wounds. So one of the listeners disagreed with you and sent this in for you to react to.
We must take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder. The people who want to keep it are threatening. We that have to take it must prepare for that threat. There is no new thing they are going to do now in Lagos. We already know what they will do. Therefore, we must prepare in our large numbers to go to our polling units. You must encourage your parents that came out before. You must tell your friends that don't have PVC, come and help me protect my parents. We are going to vote so that you will live in Lagos, so that I will live in Lagos, so that we can protect ourselves. Because if we do not take Lagos, I do not know if you can still stay in Lagos. To stay in Lagos, you have to win Lagos. It is that straight. To remain there, we must win. To remain there, to do that your business, for your parents to go to that church, for you to stay in that estate, to enter that bus, that Marua, you must win. It has come to that. Tinubu has brought the country to precipice. The only way is to defeat them so we can lock them up and send them to jail. The only way is to defeat them so we can put them in prison where they belong. We must. It is not a matter of, what you must fear is fear itself. That fear you have is what you should be afraid of. Because these people do not care whether you voted or not. They will attack you in your shop, in your house, on your street.
So those don't sound like defeated people to me. They sound very much energized, and they have these little hubs. So that was a hub you know, you can laugh, but this is how they strategize to take Lagos in the first instance, and they are now more than determined than ever using the same methodology of the internet space that they must take Lagos. So someone should not be relaxed in any thought that his daddy is now president elect.
But someone is not even relaxed. One man, he's not relaxed. Like, he's been going from pillar to post. He's been going everywhere. In the last 4 days, he's been to 3 churches.
One man, you can see, you can see what the guy is just vomiting in his mouth. Come on.
Yeah, no, that's the Ipobian wing now. You know.
Oh my, that is let me finish now. Let me finish. Please.
I have a different position.
Yeah. So, oh my God, it sounds like Radio Biafra. It sounds like Nnamdi Kanu. It sounds like Simon Ekpa. Come on. You have to take Lagos. Let me finish it now. Let me finish. Don't cut me, please.
Thomas. Okay. Or let Thomas land. You know he doesn't like being interrupted. So go on, Thomas.
No. I know the obedience. Anytime you are eating the nail, they will want to cut your train of thought. I know them. You can't tell them. I know them very well.
Okay, he's the nail.
So if they are preaching this hatred now, you have to take Lagos before you can do your business. Had they not been doing their business in Lagos? We must condemn all this hatred. Guys, I don't care about Tinubu. I don't care about Peter Obi. They are all foolish people. They are all thieves. But you don't create a ethnic, this is the ethnic fight there. You have to take Lagos to live in Lagos. You have to take Lagos. It has never been that. Yoruba is the most accommodating people. One man, let's move on. It's just
one man.
All right. No, yeah. So sorry. Let's hear from Joel, who we haven't heard from in a while. But
just now.
No. Okay, but you know, Joel has been away for a few days, and the audience have missed his voice.
Just give me some minutes.
Okay, go on. But I wanted to add that okay, go on. You go first, then I'll.
One man. Yeah. Thomas, let me tell you, these people will take Lagos. From that message I'm hearing, they will take Lagos. This is a survivor fight. And that's what was my argument in the first place. Look, the Southeast sees the LP campaign as a survivor thing. They are not doing it because of Obi. It's just that they saw Obi as somebody that they could easily sell to other people. These people are trying to survive. The campaign is that this is a survivor thing. And mind you, if they're able to get this message across to the people, they will take Lagos. I can bet it today. I can put I'm not a wage. I can put $1,000 on board. If they are able to take this narrative to the market, and all Sanwo-Olu is doing is commissioning train station, saying they are not going to listen. And mind you, the group that Vivo is appealing to are the youth. They don't care about where you come from. They don't care about whether you can speak Yoruba. In short, 1/3 of them cannot even speak the Yoruba. 1/3 of the group that Vivo is appealing to, the Gen Z generation, 1/3 of them can't speak Yoruba. So if using that narrative of you are not from here doesn't work, we have seen it. It always fails when they say somebody is from somewhere. It failed in the US. It failed in case of Tinubu. It failed everywhere. So if they are wasting their effort instead of using it to tackle the right, they are using to say the guy from the Igbo, he cannot speak. That won't sell. These guys have the right message for the moment. Whoever came up with this strategy, that person is a thinker. And give it to my Southeast brother. They are very creative. That's just the truth. We are there. We are saying he's a trend. We are saying instead of you to go back to the board and now come up with creative idea. This guy is not an LP party. Remember, he's a lover of that movement. So if you're a lover of BAT, you better become creative as coming here to abuse and say, look at them. They will take Lagos. They will, I'm warning now. They will take. I've told my friend that these people will take.
You know,
they will.
some Patrick, you know something. I'm not far from you actually, because I don't think people actually see what is going on. Are they somewhat low voters? They are relaxed in their understanding. They say, okay, I want him to win, but these are people that are happy to abandon that vote on that day if something more interesting turns up. But these people that are talking, they are organized, they are determined, they are energized,
They're fighting for their investment and life.
and they are mobilizing. But the Sanwo-Olu space, there, yes, oh my, Timbadibo, if I vote for him, I don't vote for him, he will win. He will win anyway. But I can see very much that Lagos can fall into the hands of that space.
I think it has fallen already.
Yes,
I think it has fallen.
Yes.
Oma.
Yes.
We can stay here throughout the day and be permutating this. But let me ask you first, my first question on this issue. Did you think, or do you agree with me, that not everybody that votes for Peter Obi in Lagos in the last election will vote for Gbadebo to next election? Do you agree with that?
Well, if you put a percentage, then we can have a conversation.
Let's say 10%.
I believe that a good 65% of the people that voted for Peter Obi will vote for Debo. But then I believe, but I believe that an additional 10 to 15% of new entrants into that space will also vote for him. So he has. I can see him getting a good half a million votes.
Once you have 55% going for Obi, and what you have on it, adding to Tinubu, those ones that voted for Tinubu last time will go and vote for Tinubu now, right? For APC now, because nothing has really changed. Because it's only Obi that is out of this, right? Now, some who voted for Obi, who voted for Labour Party because of Obi, will not go and stick their neck for Gbadebo. If that is the case, that reduces the population on the side of Gbadebo, but the population on the side of Asiwaju, that's Sanwo-Olu, may still remain intact, right? That is one. Secondly, would you agree with me that not every, youth, their population may remain with Gbadebo because Gbadebo is fall in the bracket of their age, and they will want somebody like him as a governor whom they can really relate with, right? But do you agree with me that the adults that voted for Obi the last time because they wanted him as the president, not all of them, some numbers of them would prefer Sanwo-Olu this time around than to go for the boy Gbadebo? If you agree with all these indices, then don't let us bring Obi model, because I think it's Obi model. And let me tell you, when you have pockets of this, like what this guy just said now, I don't see any difference between what he said and when Tinubu said, power is not giving a la carte, go and fight for it. What is different? There's no different. It's only that because it was Tinubu talking back then, so people can come and shout and say, oh, he's preaching violence. What is different between that and this? In fact, this one is even worse. The guy is saying, you may not have Lagos again, you may not be able to do your business, you may not be able to sleep in your house, you may not be able to and others, right? Bad than what Tinubu is saying. Let me tell you, all those things we may eventually work against them, right? Because sometimes you see, you have some strategy that will eventually work against you if you are not too careful of how to manage it. But the way I see that for now is just a political thought.
But Benny, that's the message they are getting from APC supporters in Lagos now. That's the message.
Which message is that?
The message that we are going to show them. That's the message. I'm an APC supporter. Let's be very fair here. We are all Nigerians.
Okay, that they will
they will show the Igbos in Lagos.
They will show Igbos, yes.
No, but
that's me. You know me, I don't support. You know me, I'm not as obedient.
Look at it. If the fight now becomes Igbo against the Yorubas in Lagos, right? Igbo, go and vote for Labour. Yorubas, and others, come and vote for Sanwo-Olu. I don't see Igbo winning this election.
Igbo win because there are so many Yorubas.
No. The thing is that, sorry, let me interject. The thing is that, because of how, and I think I condemn it, and I don't know, I think that's Thomas, right? Sorry, Who was talking now?
Patrick.
Patrick, yeah. So Patrick, I know you're an APC guy, and it's very, very rare to find an APC guy that says the truth about what is happening on ground. But APC feel their winning strategy in this election is by labeling GRV as an Igbo person, and then splitting it and making it a tribal war, because they know if they make it a tribal war, Yoruba will definitely win. So that is why you see GRV trying so much in the past days to scatter that whole tribal narrative APC is creating, to say that, hey, see, this is not about tribe or anything. This is about changing the old guards and bringing the new guard and all that. But APC is trying to make it a tribe, because if they make it tribal, they will hope that some of the Yoruba people on the LP side, when they see that it's now tribal, hopefully when they will now join forces with APC and defeat whatever, which I don't see anybody happen, because no young Yoruba person that is LP buys that tribal stuff anyway. But
no, you can't. So sorry. You can't make a universal statement about young people.
When I say no, I don't mean no, but like most ones don't really buy into the APC narrative.
Let me say why I was saying that. I got an epiphany just listening to Prince Adebayo when he was on a session, one of the presidential candidates earlier on today, and somebody was asking him a question that the youth are this and that and the other, and that guy he broke down something that made infinite sense. He's saying that you, a youth in the South, for instance, you're a 25-year-old youth, you've done your youth service, you've done your masters, you're a single guy, you work in an IT space, and then you are looking to the future. So that's the story of a 25-year-old youth in the South. So education, first degree, masters, you have some nice IT job, you are looking for an apartment, you are still dating and all of that. But he's telling you that 25-year-old youth of the same age as you in the North, he's a husband of 4, a father of 11, who sees himself not as a youth, but as the head of a household. So that universal language of youth that people speak to in Nigeria, it doesn't exist. And when he said that,
true. I agree. I agree with you as well. When we're talking about youth in this context, we're talking about mostly Southern youths here.
Yeah, but so, even that. Okay, go on.
Yeah. And Southern youth cannot be 100%. It sounds too stupid for somebody to imagine that 100% or even as much as 80% of Southern youth is aligned to one area. You know what I'm saying? But it's just normal figures. Even if you go to this election, check all the polling units in all the universities across Southern Nigeria. All of them will be 100%. You didn't lose any university polling units. None, not one. So for you to know, that can give you just a SWOT analysis of how to just make and say, okay, most. You can't say all, you can only say most. But on that space, GRV understands that he's appealing to two sets of people.
I need to push you there.
Okay.
Uptown, you talk about university now.
University polling units.
True. If you can expatiate on that.
No, you can check it now. All the university polling units.
Please. Let me finish.
Hold on, Thomas,
Thomas, now. I wasn't talking now. I'm not supposed to say my mouth.
Right. Wait, Jerry, keep quiet.
Let's move on. Let's move.
No, make your point.
Let's
Thomas,
move on.
All right. But I was looking at something, gentlemen, and I was looking at Lagos State 2019 just to see what happened there. So the totality of the votes in Lagos State for the governorship space, that is, it came to round about 1 million. So this is round about the figure that is give or take margins. But I was also trying to look at the votes that are on the president. So that's the votes in Lagos State. Now you see Sanwo-Olu won by a handsome 39,444 to beat PDP 206,000. But this is all up for grabs now. So
rigging. That's
yes,
there's rigged.
Yes.
Woman, can I comment on that, please?
Yeah, no, before you comment though, I would like, if anybody has the figures for the presidential space for Lagos State, February the 25th? Because those figures come into play now with these figures we're looking at.
I thought we had showed it earlier in the platform.
No, I don't think I did. I was just looking.
Okay.
I have it here, one man. Yeah.
Yeah. So what was the figures for Lagos State?
Yeah, Lagos State, APC, 572,606. PDP, 775,750. LP, 582,664. So
all right. All right. That's brilliant. So out of that 500 and something thousand that Labour Party got in Lagos State at the presidential space, if they hemorrhage about 200 or 150,000 of that, so that still puts them on a good footing. But is Sanwo-Olu able to hold on to this 739,000 because they cut into him heavily at the anger against what they perceive to be the rigged presidential election, the momentum of that space, the energizing by the Southeasterners in those little cameos that we've just seen now. There's a real risk for Lagos State. I'm just saying it, but I'm not sure if I'm being paranoid.
Okay, one man. Let me just come in because I won't stay with you guys for quite long.
Yeah.
So let me come in. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. It is EJ, or you guys know me as Joel of Nashville. I am back again after a week of sabbatical. So one man. Yeah, the elections, the presidential election is here, has come and gone, and we learned a lot of stuff within that space. One man, we are going back to the court. I've been waiting to tell you this, and it is very imperative. We are going back to the court to reclaim our mandate, and that is something that we hold so dearly to our hearts. We are sure of what we are saying, and we are going to go to court to challenge the result of the presidential election that just took place. It was a programmed result that the obedient and the larger part of Nigerians who believed in the change in Nigeria, it was something that was denied us that day. But whichever way it is, we also understand that it's a marathon, that good governance is a marathon. And in order to get good governance going, we have to be persistent. So this is not a time to say we are shutting down some. I saw Kulata saying that we are deflated. We are not deflated. We are coming back with a bang on the 11th to tell the world that what happened in the last election was a farce. And in this election, we are going to replicate what we have done. It is so unfortunate. I was listening to this show yesterday or day before yesterday, and a Yoruba man was being referred to as Chinedu because he has an Igbo mom. In Nigeria, that is why we keep saying an injury to one is an injury to all.
Sorry, hold on one moment, Joel. Sorry, when you say a Yoruba man was being referred to as Chinedu, did somebody, did people make up a name and then attributed it to him? Or
No. But the issue there, it is deeper than that. It is troubling.
Is his name Chinedu?
No. This is my point, one man. Let me land.
No. Let's establish that first.
His name is Chinedu. His name is Chinedu.
Okay.
Yes, his name is Chinedu. But let me tell you, it was used. Let me tell you, it is not the name that really matters, but the way it was being used. It was being used as if, and we can see it in the social media space, not only on this space, because that he has an Igbo mom. So then what? What are we turning into? That we are going to say now that he's a half Yoruba, he's not Yoruba enough. That is what we are dealing with in the United States. when they see a light-skinned person and they say that the person is not black enough. What nonsense. What nonsense. Let me tell you, the issue about obedience is not all about the Igbos, as many of you may sell it to be. The guy that spoke in that video is not an Igbo person, but Thomas has said it's Igbo. And it's not only Igbos that sell in Lagos. There are many people that compose Lagos. And like I've always said before the election, that Lagos is a charade. Lagos is not an example of a city that you want to live in.
Joel, hold on one moment. Do you have a screen in front of you?
Go ahead.
All right. Can you see that? Can you see that?
It's okay. No, woman.
Hold on. So this is that Chinedu wrote Vivo this is in 2019 when he was campaigning for Senate. So you can see how he's dressed. You can see the name that he has put forward. Chinedu Agbadebo wrote Vivo.
Obama, he was trying to appeal to a demography now.
So hold on. If he's embracing his Eastern blood full-throatedly, who are you to distance him from it?
But
I am not distancing him. I'm not distancing him.
Or that is not full, but that is wrong.
It is so wrong. That is my point. For whatever level that we are trying to look at it.
I actually wanted to highlight that.
Joel, let me tell you what
it is so wrong.
Joel, let me tell you one thing to back you. You see, by what determines someone being a Yoruba, I don't know if any other is by culture. And culturally in the Yoruba land, once the father is Yoruba, let the mother come from hell. That guy is Yoruba. If the mother is a Yoruba princess and the father is from the north, that guy is not a Yoruba. Let our mother be a princess. By Yoruba culture, she's not Yoruba. Anybody whose father is a Yoruba man is fully Yoruba than as much as anybody that has both parents as Yoruba. The Yorubas on this platform can disprove that, and then let us deny our culture.
Patrick, let me disprove
if you dispute it,
no, but Patrick, no, you can, you can, but.
So Sheyi Tinubu is not Yoruba enough, I guess.
No, hold on. But hold on. What we're arguing against is what this guy is actually presenting himself. He's presenting himself as an Igbo man, as you can all see. So unless you are going against him, he is claiming to be an Igbo man. You can see that.
One man, can I speak to this? During if you are conversant with elections in Nigeria and how posters are being printed in Nigeria, you will realize that it's not everyone. It is not every poster out there that is printed from the source. People might print out posters on their own. That is the point. It might be him, it might not be him that put up that particular poster. But if he has an Igbo mob, so then what? It does not change. And Patrick, that same sentiment that same culture you guys have in Yoruba land is the same culture we have in Igbo land. It does not matter. If you have an Igbo father, it does not matter how it is. In fact, even at the mother's level, if you were born in Yoruba land to a Yoruba father, your mother's side is also your home. You are being regarded in your mother's house far more than even people from that family. That is how the Igbo culture works. So I was so pissed. I said, I'm going to come on this show and shame to everyone that tried to give GRV a tribal coloration because his mom is Igbo. It's no fault of his own. He is a Lagosian. I mean, who does not know the Ross family in Lagos State? I stay in Lagos State. I'm so disappointed. Let me tell you something. The education of most people that say that they are from the Southwest, I call it a question. It is disheartening. It is a disgrace
Can I
Of all things
interject
that you're
1
going to
minute?
say about GRD, you're going to talk about a
Can I
strike.
interject?
It's a shame.
Joel, I'm with you on this one.
It's a shame.
Okay, Ogbeni.
Okay,
If that
Joel.
guy, if that guy had won, if that guy had won
Let me
Olympics, they will
interject.
not say it's evil.
All right. Let's hear from Majande Koko, who we haven't heard from. But before we hear from Majande Koko, let me share this screen with you as well. So
Baba
this is.
Daniel has allowed me to.
All right then. Let me share the screen anyway. I hope you can make it out. This is Road Vivo still. That's the comment in the bottom of the screen right there. So that's his verified account. You can see the blue tick. It says, fear that what? IPOB will come and shoot up their shop. Even when Oba of Lagos threatens to drown or NRT and thugs are all closed markets, Igbo people resist. Biafra Day is a day to be acknowledged and respected. So the poor grammar is his, but the dark sentiment also his. And there's plenty more that's coming through from that space.
Okay, do I have?
Then you can go ahead.
Go on,
okay.
Yeah.
Baba Danley, thank you. You see, sometimes we start sticking our muzzle when it comes to our when an issue is getting to our is against what we believe in. We don't speak out when it's happening to some other people, and I see that what I call hypocrisy playing out again. It's self-defeating and very contradictory for someone to be arguing that because you call somebody Chinedu, is it not a name? It's a name. So if you are emphasizing on somebody's name now, then you are profiling that person.
No. You cannot take that away from the conversation. You have to listen
so
to
that
the conversation.
Don't block my thought flow. I didn't interject on when you were talking. In 2019, this same man used the name Shinedu to curry favor from Igbos. Now today, you don't want them to call the man Shinedu again because the narrative is changing. What a contradiction! I don't understand this.
I wish you could listen before responding and not just respond. If you could, because I believe that we are wasting time, trying to regurgitate what we already said. What we are just saying right here, is the context.
Don't filibuster now. Don't filibuster.
And you don't raise an issue, then you expect us to keep quiet, and we don't join issue. We join issue with it frontally, and then whatever we think is wrong with your reasoning, we'll tell you or your thoughts. And that is how I think it is in the garden of intellect, right? So my point is simple. My point is that it is self-defeating for somebody to use an identity in 2019, just how many years ago, and now you don't want that person to be related to that same identity again. What has changed? Nothing has changed. That's my first point. And secondly, I said, you see, when we keep profiling things in Nigeria and people don't talk because they believe it's in their favor, when it's now against you, you start talking and flexing muscle. That is not a correct way of addressing things. In this same country, people said Tinubu is not from Lagos State. We've heard these things severally, right? But who is complaining? Did you rise up and complain? Did you say it's profiling? Nobody is talking. In this same country, some people raise an issue that Atiku is not from Nigeria, it's from Cameroon, right? Even though his mom from Nigeria. And they even took it to a court. The Supreme Court had to make a pronouncement on it. That Atiku is from Nigeria. Did anybody raise any muzzle? Did you frown at it? Did you say education that the people have doesn't matter again? No. But now it is Badebo's turn. Badebo relates with a mom who is Igbo. Then it has come to our Eyinkule. We can now start raising muzzle. And that is why I said it is just selective activism. I don't buy that idea. If you're an activist, for every wrong notion people raise, you raise EU with it. And let me tell you, the culture patristic is talking about, that culture is the general culture. But that culture is not applicable in some instances. And I will tell you, if you are from a royal home, and listen clearly, if you are from a royal family, you must be full-bred before you can be crowned as a king in a royal home. And I'll repeat it again. If you are from a royal home, right, you must be full-bred from both sides There's an adage in Yoruba land that talks about that. You must be full bred from the father side, from the mother side, before they will pick you and say, this is this an heir apparent to the throne, right? Do you know why that is? There's a reason why it is. The reason is this: they believe that your full allegiance, that there's no way they will be able to get your full allegiance except when your dad and mom, all right, culturally, comes from that soil. That is when you prove it. And you see, people see this political space, sometimes people compare it to all this a position of leadership where they need your full allegiance. And that is why, don't forget, in Nigeria, for instance, for you to be a president of Nigeria, why is it that the constitution say you must not be dual citizenship or dual citizen? Why is it that the constitution says so? Why is it that the constitution say if you are one leg in a Cameroonian and one leg in Nigeria, you can't be a president of Nigeria? It's the full allegiance and full loyalty to your state. So when you see some people speaking from that space, you don't just come and say, oh, their education is useless. No, they are coming from the cultural background. That is their understanding.
Can I ask a question?
100% allegiance. And I would like to conclude on this footnote. I'm not supporting that, and I've made it clear here. But I won't vilify people peddling that. That is their own understanding. And I won't say they are less educated because they believe in that culture. No, I've just said it. I've established it and what they call multiracial marriage, and I'm enjoying it. And I try as much as possible to ensure that my children speak
multi-ethnic, not multiracial. You are the same race.
Multi-ethnic now.
Yes,
and
yes.
And I ensure that I have my own children speaking Yoruba as much as they try to speak some Fufude, right? And I'm trying that. So for me, I fall in that category, and I understand what Badeboy is going through. I sympathize with you. But that
question
does
for
not reduce what people believe in.
Ogbeni, I have a question for you.
Yeah, before
Please,
you ask that question, hold on,
Mm.
Patrick. Before you ask that question, somebody send this in to add into the conversation. So let me play it, and then you follow on from when it stops.
Grandfather is from Eza. He's from Ebony. They settled at Owo. They had a call. And today somebody will tell me, they have to come, Kanoma. When you bring somebody from Ebony to come and be the governor of Enugu State, God will not allow
that. So yeah, carry on.
So, do you want me to carry on?
You want to ask me?
You want me to ask a question?
Hold on. I think the super chatters are asking me to add it to the conversation, really led by Kulata this time around, substituting for Alexander Gomez. It says all politics are local, as someone has high favorables, is a Christian, not Tinubu, relatable, not Obi, no ethnic divide, hardworking, and obedience are deflated. So yes, is a Christian, so that removes that Muslim thing. However much that plays into it, certainly not Tinubu. So that plays in his favor. Is relatable, is probably the most thing. And one of the build-ups that built him this reputation was how he handled that answer space. A lot of us, the abiding memories of that answer space was when someone who embedded himself in the heart of the crowd, where they could touch him, and he spoke to them person to person. So that was really an endearing moment. So that's one of the things that makes him relatable. It's not Obi. So I'm not quite sure if that is a minus, because Obi seems to be the flavor of the moment. And there's no ethnic divide. So yes, no ethnic divide, because Lagos, they still rumor that it's a Yoruba land, but we'll see if that is still the case. It's hardworking, yes, of course, and is using those hard works to propel. But this last bit is where I disagree. Obedience are deflated. Not from that clip that we saw, they are not. Kulata follows on. It says Governor Adeleke is half Igbo, no qualms with him. But the only thing is he speaks Yoruba language, which is the barest minimum. I don't actually think that, you see, I think people are somewhat misconstruing the arguments around this guy. It's not the Igbo blood, like Patrick has already explained to us, we go on the paternal line in Yoruba land, and his history in that Lagos space, it goes deep and hard. It's an elite space, almost to Alexander Gomez level, his Lagosness. But the fact that he cannot speak Yoruba, and we just heard from the southeast just there now, that this senior man is telling us that somebody from Ebonyi, he cannot be governor of Imo State for reasons of tonality. I don't think it's beyond the realms of being reasonable to expect the governor of Lagos State to speak Yoruba. I don't think that is unreasonable at all.
One month. I think.
The question I'm asking,
can I interject?
Let me ask that question, please.
Yeah, ask the question, and then we go to Ajanle Koko. You know the audience wants to hear from you.
When you talk about like in a royal home, you cannot. You have to be full-blooded. I want to disagree with you. Alaafin Shango's mother was a Takpa woman from Takpa, current Niger. That's Alaafin of Oyo, Alaafin Shango. Go and research it. His mother was Takpa.
All right.
King, you can become a king even if your mother is not full-blooded.
Can I speak on that?
Oh, you can in a moment, but let's hear from Ajanle Koko. You know, they have the audience. They only come here to hear from Ajanle Koko.
Okay.
Let Ogbeni respond to that.
All right. Okay, go on. Okay, go on.
You see, when you go through, I waste time if I start going through the stories of the Alaafins. There are Alaafins that were crowned based on the tradition. There were Alaafins that were crowned based on, they were accidentally crowned. You agree with me if you understand the Alaafin history very well. Historical underpinnings to Alaafin. Alaafin Shango happened to be one of those accidental Alaafins that ordinarily, if you have to crown Alaafin during the time of peace, you won't go for Alaafin Shango. All right? It's just like when you are looking at the Onis. Okay, in the history, there were Onis. Don't let me use Oni. Olubadan, for instance. In the history, there were Olubadans that they put there because it was a time of war, and they needed somebody at that time that had the ability to fight. Okay, but if you have to follow tradition, Yoruba tradition properly, okay, a crown prince. Don't forget that a lot we have in Yoruba land. In fact, some princes cannot even take over or be crowned as a king because of the months of which they are born. If you understand that, in Yoruba tradition, there are some princes that even their mom must come from a particular family. Okay, within that space before you can crown them. And lastly, you have full bread, right? Let's just pick this man's book. The book titled Yoruba, and you read it there. This tradition is there. A crown prince must be full bred. Okay, so the accidental Alaafin, when you look at the history, they are not the Alaafin that are properly crowned based on tradition. That's my answer to that.
Okay.
All right.
But how did we even bring Alaafin into governorship office?
No. We were talking about the purity or lack or the necessity not of for the person. But it seems as though we've deviated somewhat because it's really the guy's inability to speak Yoruba that I feel damn him, and not because it's Chinedu.
One month I disagree. Sorry, shortly I disagree. What they are doing in Lagos, what Lagos APC is doing, is bringing out the fact that he is half Yoruba and half Igbo, and saying that this guy is an Igbo candidate of the Igbos, and they want to come and take over and all of that. So I've really heard about the Yoruba, because at TBS. Badevo made a tribute and he spoke in Yoruba for almost 10 to 15 minutes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, he did.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Can you go and bring the clips? Can we have the clips?
Maybe I'll try.
While
Ajanle is talking, let me try.
All right, but whilst you are looking for that, listen to this.
People say Gbaribo gentle, Gbaribo hometown, ẹjọ ìjà ìjìnì. Àgbàlagbà sọ wípé yíyọ ẹkùn ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ kó pọ̀. Ṣé bá fẹ́ Olújídé tó ní experience mo ti dé. If you are looking for somebody that will fight after you have given. And I'll say, Echo Edide.
It doesn't speak Yoruba.
It doesn't. Stop lying now. Bring the
No,
clip.
it's not lying, but we know it doesn't speak
You don't
Yoruba.
have to say I'm lying.
No, it's not lying.
Bring the
But
video. Let's
don't
bring
worry.
the video. Let's see.
Yeah, we know it doesn't speak Yoruba. Because we've checked and we've seen him attend a full-blood Yoruba person.
This guy is obviously this is a first class MIT brain. This guy is
Oh,
obviously
forget that. No, what?
and
No, that wasn't an. Hold on. Hold on. What are you doing now? What?
Cannot even speak Yoruba properly.
Yeah, but what are you doing now? Telling us he's an MIT guy. Is it look? They are Oxford, Cambridge. Don't worry about MIT. Everybody is MIT in Lagos. What we're saying is that he doesn't speak Yoruba, and his attempt at Yoruba betrays an Eastern undertone. We all know our accent now. We all know when an Igbo person, if I attempt to speak Igbo, you will laugh and say, oh, that's very cute, a Yoruba. You hear it immediately.
But one man,
now.
he cannot speak Igbo now. He cannot speak Igbo.
I don't know if he can or not,
No,
but certainly.
he has.
Well, yeah, you know, I'm not sure about that. I'm sure he can, you know. So this is.
People say Gbaribo gentle, Gbaribo calm, ẹjọ ìdá ìtìmí. Àgbàlagbà sọ wípé yíyọ ẹkùn ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ kó pọ̀.
And by the way, his family history is in Lagos Island, not in Badagry or Ekpe. That's why it's Lagos Island. They say mini mide, so that's their language. Oh, mide so from Wikpe. You know, that's
I think he's
nothing.
addressing some Badagry people there.
You think so?
He's trying to speak Egun and say.
People say Gbaribo gentle, Gbaribo calm, ẹjọ ìdá ìtìmí. Àgbàlagbà sọ wípé yíyọ ẹkùn ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ kó pọ̀. Ṣé bá fẹ́ Olújídé tó ní experience mo ti dé. If you are looking for somebody that will fight after you have given.
Okay.
One man, they are even laughing at him there.
Why would they not laugh at him? So who is this speaking?
And I'll say Echo Edide.
Which
one is Echo? Echo. I mean, anyway, it's not a Yoruba speaker. We all know that. But carry
anyway,
on.
I know that the APC supporter will not rely on this one. They will go and work. If they rely on this one, I will start buying champagne for Uptown now. If they rely on this approach that we are looking at here,
I agree.
Let them rely on it.
This thing will not count as ballot. Too.
I agree.
This guy will take Lagos.
But Patrick, let me say this. This notion they said is half Yoruba, half Igbo. Is that a lie?
He will take Lagos. That doesn't matter. No.
I'm asking Patrick.
You will not deny.
No. Uptown.
Okay, let me
Uptown.
answer him.
Can you please let Patrick answer him, please?
Let me answer him. Look, it will not because he wants to run for an office deny his mother. So that's the truth. That he was born to that woman is not by fault. And he will not do that. So we even use it to his advantage. If you keep selling this narrative instead of going to work,
yes,
they will lose. And I'll be so happy. In short, I'm going to pray in support of it. How can we have that kind of mentality? If this guy had won a race now, like that girl that won a hurdle, we'll be saying, he's a Yoruba boy. We'll be thinking, all of us have children in Europe here now, in America. Can your children speak this level of Yoruba this guy is speaking? I'm not talking about Thomas now because he has a class for his own children in Yoruba, but not all of us do. By the time they grow up, they marry white people, so they will not even marry Yoruba. My son is dating a white lady. He will now go to Edo. He can't speak Edo. He cannot speak Yoruba. So he cannot run in Ilorin, where his mother is from. He cannot run in my state because people like Thomas will be there to say he can't speak his language. What are we talking about?
Patrick is deeper than that, and you can't
Are,
blame
are,
people.
are you saying it's unreasonable to
Even though
expect the
my
governor
son
of
is a
Lagos?
princess in Edo, he is a prince in Edo, he cannot contest because
Patrick,
his
you
mother is
can't
half,
say
his mother is
Patrick, you
half
can't
Fulani. His
Patrick,
mother
you
is
can't
Fulani.
say it is that unreasonable for people, an average Lagosian or people living in Lagos, to have that kind of expectation. I will give you an instance. You remember, is it Betty Akeredolu or so? That's Akeredolu's first, Ondo State first lady.
Yes.
You remember that woman? You know that woman is from Imo.
Yeah.
Do you know that woman was denied the ticket in Imo because they believe you married to a Yoruba man and just go there? You can't be a first lady in Ondo and come and get our ticket in Imo. Is there
But
anybody
Stella
speaking
got it in
against
the
that?
east now. Stella was married to
Is there
an
anybody
Edo
speaking
woman.
against that?
Stella
But
was
now you
married to
come
an
here,
Edo
you speak
woman.
against it. You see the selective thing I talk about.
Hello,
Look at
hello,
Stella
Obeni,
Odua.
Obeni, please,
Look at
Obeni,
Stella
please,
Odua.
Obeni, please, stay
Stella
the truth.
Odua married
It
a Benin man.
wasn't. She wasn't denied because she married a
was.
Yoruba. Hold on, please. Let me just
She
say
lost.
something. Can I say something, please?
No. They didn't allow her to contest.
Hold
Can
on.
I say
Let
something?
Joel counter you. Come in, Joel. Yeah.
Abba,
Yeah, go on.
the issue there is that in Southeast we have the issue of indigeneurship versus the owners of the state. Indigeneurship versus the people that come out, call them like people that come from out of state.
Diaspora.
It is the same thing, diaspora. It is the same thing between an Imo and an Anambra. It's the same thing between, there was a time that in Abia State, they had to tell everyone from Anambra and Enugu State to go to their own state. That is how it is in their own in Southeast. It is not because she married a Yoruba person. So whenever you are putting out things out there, put it straight. There are many Igbo women, hold on please, there are many Igbo women that married out of state that cannot contest in their own state. Those are the things we are trying, even with the Supreme Court judgment, I think last year, we are trying to remove all those things in Igbo land.
But look at Stella Odua, Joel. Look at Stella Odua. Stella Odua contested now in Anambra, became a senator, even became a minister. Yes, she was married to a Benin man.
Patrick, I've given you an example of Imo. Let's stay by that example.
I'm giving you a counter example now.
I'll give you an example of Imo. And what Joel has just ended up in doing now is validate my point. Let's believe what they are saying is not, which that's one of the stories that came out back then, right? I wasn't in Imo. That you can't be a first lady in Ondo State and come and pick our ticket again. Now, this thing you call indigeneurship thing is still the same tribalism. Is there anybody speaking against this thing? And you now gloss it.
We are.
You garnish it now as indigeneurship. But when somebody is in Lagos, you don't call it indigeneurship, right? You believe, oh, how can Lagosian because they're educated? But when you flip it to the side, you call it.
It's a different matter in Lagos.
It's not different. My brother, it's not different. If you don't want somebody from Ebonyi to come to Imo to come and contest,
bad everywhere.
It's not different.
This guy is an
But
indigenous Lagosian now.
his father is from Lagos. His father is from Lagos for crying out loud. Hi, Chineke God.
My
Okay, let me
No, but
interject.
Joel, it is bad everywhere.
I condemn the issue of whether the father is Lagos or not. My point is that Yoruba is the second official language of a Lagos state by a House of Assembly law. Somebody who can speak it, you are just an half leader. That's my point. Because you don't even fully understand the language or speak the second official language of your country.
Anyway, that will be decided at the
poll.
That's just my point. That will be decided at the poll, whether it's half a leader or not. It will be decided at the poll.
But should it even be decided? But should it even be? Should it be decided? Hold on. If our Ogbeni is telling us that the law in Lagos stipulates that Yoruba language is the second official language of that state, then that is to tell you that state assembly matters can be conducted in that language as an officially binding language of governance. So now somebody that cannot speak the language, is he already at the first hurdle already flouting that law? But let's hear from Ajanle Koko, who wants to join us. Ajanle Koko, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Yeah. Leadership of the people comes from among the people. And it is required of anybody that assume the leadership position or attempting to assume the leadership position to speak in the language of the people that is attempting to lead. Lagos is Yoruba land. And if you are talking about the traditional structure of the land, traditional institution of that land, Lagos, they are all controlled by Yoruba people. And if you want to be their leader, why must you not be fluent in speaking Yoruba language? Because immediately you become the governor of Lagos State, you assume the leadership position of all the institutions that govern Lagos State, including the traditional institution. So if the Oba of Lagos comes to the governor and tell him that, look, we want to do, there's an annual ritual that is traditional to us in Lagos, and we have to do that ritual. It requires us to close certain places for some period of time, hours or days. So for a person that doesn't understand the tradition, how can he understand? How will he be able to understand what the Oba is asking for? So it is very, very essential that for whoever that want to lead the people at any community whatsoever, it should be able to speak in the language of those people that you want to lead. In America, where you are now, if you can't speak English language, you cannot lead any community in any governmental position, either elective or by appointment. You cannot. So why that guy in the recess of it is qualified to be governor of Lagos, or to contest, rather, is qualified to contest for the position. But what is demarcating him is that he cannot speak Yoruba language. If the situation had been a different, if he had been, I mean, if he had not had this situation where he cannot speak, if he had been a person that can speak Yoruba friendly, nobody will care. Adeleke is an half Igbo man in Osun, like him. But Adeleke can speak Yoruba very well. And Yoruba people doesn't care. People of Osun State are indigenous people. They vote for Adeleke all the time. Even recently, they elected him as the governor. Even it's because of Adeleke that they voted against Tinubu in that state. So, look, for US of Nashville, or those people that are thinking irrationally that Yoruba are tribal or they don't want to give him that position because they are trying to use tribal sentiment against him. No, it is not. It is not. But for that singular reason that he cannot speak Yoruba fluently, will it happen in Igbo land that a person want to be governor, in Anambra particularly, a person that want to be governor of Anambra cannot speak Igbo? even though his father is an Igbo man, will he be given that position? Will the people of Anambra give him that support to be
They will not
their
even. They
governor?
will not even give him the ticket. They will not even give
Will
him
they
the ticket at
even
the
give him
primaries.
that? Will they give him? Let's say his mother is a Yoruba woman, his father is an Anambra man. For the reason that they cannot speak Igbo, I'm telling you, Joel, your people will kick his ass. They will not let him be governor of that. Even though he's very brilliant and everything, they will not let him. Because in what language will he be able to? In what language will he be? Let me finish. In what language will he be able to communicate with the local people? You look at Lagos because you live in Lagos Island or you live in mainland, you think that is where Lagos, or you live in Lekki, you think that is where Lagos ends. We have indigenous people in Lagos. We have people in Korodu that speak Ijebu. We have people in Igede. They have people in Agbawa. We have people in Ekpe. We have them in Badagry. We have them in Mushin. We have them all over the places. And they have their tradition that they still keep up to today. They have their tradition that they keep up to today. And you have a governor that cannot understand the tradition, cannot understand the language, and you say you should be the governor of that state. It's never done. We are all we are tribal people. We are native people.
Ajeleko, I think you're overblowing this issue. Who told you that he does not understand the simple basic
Would you
Yoruba?
let that person be governor of Anambra State?
Hold on, Ajeleko. What are you even saying? There are people that have come to be governors in Anambra State that grew up in abroad, that can read, that can hardly string Igbo language together.
Tell us the name. Tell us the name.
I mean, it's even. Hold on. Can I finish?
Tell us the name.
Can I finish now?
Mm-hmm. Tell us the name now. Continue.
Oh my goodness.
That was a slip of tongue. He doesn't have a name.
It was.
Good evening,
It's
all.
not a
Please, can
slip
I
of
ask a
tongue, not a
question?
slip of tongue.
Joel, just the other thing. I think even this guy not being able to speak Yoruba might be flouting Lagos State laws. Because I think I'll tell you, every Friday in Lagos State, affairs of our parliament are conducted in our Yoruba language.
Please, I have a question.
So one man, are you saying that if you speak Yoruba right now, that GRV would not be able to understand it? Why are we be this slow?
But he cannot speak it, can he? We've seen that.
Good evening, all. Please, I have a question.
Yeah. Go on. Who's that?
My name is Rosie. I'm calling from Houston, Texas.
Oh, good to have you. Yes, I brought you in because you were a new name. Yeah, let's hear from you, Rosie. So, Rosie, now a new name to conjure with. Good to meet you. Go on.
Good to meet everyone on the platform. I have a question, please, and we want maybe you guys can answer it. For the fact that somebody can't speak a language, does it make that person not capable to be a good governor? And my second question is this. The governors that are right now in position, do they really mingle with the local people? Do they go to these market women? Do they go to these people in the core rural areas and mix with them?
Right. They do is the answer to your second question, but the answer to your first question is embedded in this clip. So watch this.
One way to define a cordial relationship between the executive and the legislature is by the quality of laws produced and their impact on the citizenry. That's the case in Lagos State. With the support of the State House of Assembly, Governor Akinwumi Ambode signed 7 important bills. Among them is the law to boost the state power plan and protect the Yoruba language.
In no particular order, Governor Akinwumi Ambode appends his signature on all 7 bills recently passed into law by the Lagos State House of Assembly. They are Lagos State Electric Power Reform Law, the amended Land Use Charge Law, the School of Nursing Law, the Cooperative College Law, the Cancer Research Institute Law, the Amended Customary Court Law, and the Yoruba Language Preservation and Promotion Law. Witnesses to the signing of the laws explain their importance to the development of the state.
This is a great day. The governor has signed those 7 bills into law. This marks the end of the legislative process. It also shows that our House of Assembly is in complete sync with the executive, and they're working in tandem. It also shows that Lagos State is working. These laws are going to benefit the good people of Lagos State, and this is what people are looking for in terms of dividends of democracy.
Among the bills is also the amended customary court bill. Now, that bill is very important because for a long time, the customary court system in the local government has been shut down because of the bill. With this revision, the customary courts in local government will breathe back to life. And that means that many of the activities of local government which require arbitration and dispute resolution, which have been in abeyance so far, will now come back in full steam. So it's the contribution to the smooth running of the judicial sector in our local government.
Perhaps what would interest residents is the state power generation plan. The State Electric Power Reform Law provides a legal backing to the implementation of the State Embedded Power Initiative. The law allows the state government to intervene in major areas of the power value chain.
The major components of the law are this. It empowers the government, now that it is a law of the state, to be able to do intervention in 6 major areas of the power sector. That is the value chain. Number 1, it puts the government in a position to be able to extend our guarantee to private sector participants who will come and generate this power for us. And by this guarantee, it means that we are putting the balance sheet of our state on the table and assuring investors that as we generate this light, you will get paid. The second area of intervention which this law empowers us to do is to help the distribution companies to upgrade their infrastructure. Because if you generate the power and their infrastructure is still where it is today, I mean, clearly it doesn't have the capacity to carry the incremental power. The third area of intervention is it empowers us to be able to open up the gas market in Lagos so that we can have gas supply on a consistent basis, and that's the only way we can sustain the 24 hours power supply. Then number 4, it enables us to collaborate with the distribution companies to be able to collect the tariff from customers, such that if we can do that efficiently, then our guarantee will not crystallize. Then the last part of it is the enforcement. What has happened today is that the first power theft law in Nigeria has been signed today by the governor of Lagos State. This is the first time Lagos State, anywhere in Nigeria or any government of Nigeria would, institutionalize a power theft law, and it criminalizes power infraction. Because what we've seen before is people tamper with meters, they bypass, and at the end of the day, they are arrested and nothing happens. But now we have specific provisions in terms of jail terms, in terms of fines, and in terms of all sorts of forbearance, such that if you tamper with electrical installations, if we import fake electrical materials into this state, you are liable to be prosecuted.
The state government promises to initiate more people-oriented legislations to enhance the quality of lives of Lagosians.
Lagos now has a new general officer commanding 81 Division of the Nigerian.
All right. I was waiting for it to land on the space where he spoke about Lagos, the policy on Lagos using Yoruba as an official language, but it's taken a while. So let me just bring you this article, and then I'll come to you, Rosie.
Okay.
Persuade other Southwest lawmakers to hold Yoruba sessions. Oni urge Lagos Assembly. So this is the Oni of Ife, of course, one of the custodians of the Yoruba language. The Oni of Ife, Oba Enitan Ogunwusi, has urged the Lagos State House of Assembly to persuade other state assemblies in Yoruba-speaking areas to conduct their house sessions in Yoruba language. According to a statement issued on Monday by the Chief Press Secretary to the Speaker of the House, whatever his name is, the monarch said this during his meeting with the speaker, Mr. Mudashiru Obasa, in Lagos. He said, I am very happy to be here and see the Lagos State House of Assembly using the Yoruba language to conduct its activities. I, therefore, enjoin all other houses of assembly in Yoruba land to take a cue from this house. People in other countries honor and cherish Yoruba language, but sadly here at home, we seem not to cherish what is ours. I therefore urge the Lagos State House of Assembly to do all within its powers to persuade other state assemblies in Yoruba land, in Yoruba-speaking areas, to see the sense in conducting their house businesses in Yoruba. Like like this is one of the surest way to promote our language and culture, and on it goes. So, so we are having state affairs conducted in Yoruba language in Lagos State, and I think since Ambode days, Fridays are essentially exclusively Yoruba language speaking parliament. So how then can this chap Chinedu Vivo, how can he be the governor of Lagos State without speaking Yoruba language? It's just as simple as that.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is this. For the fact that they are now starting to initiate speaking Yoruba to conduct some activities, is that going to, is that going to help the masses? Is that going to do anything to improve their life? Speaking Yoruba or speaking English, that's not the issue. The issue is that the government should be able to provide basic necessities, water, light, health care. I mean, all these
No, but they are not mutually exclusive at the Rosie. They are not mutually. You can walk and chew gum, so it's not one or the other. You can as well as. So speaking Yoruba language is embedded as an act of parliament in Lagos State.
Okay.
And I don't think that's unreasonable
Okay.
because they want to promote their language and their culture.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, go on.
That makes sense. But to me, in Lagos is a metropolitan city. It's
Right.
not only Yorubas that generates income in Lagos.
All right.
So the economy is being, all sectors, all languages, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, they generate the income of the state. So I think they should consider that it's a metropolitan city. They should not focus mostly on Yoruba, even though it's a Yoruba state. But the income, the majority of the people in that state is not Yoruba. Lagosians, majority of the people that are from Lagos, that live in Lagos, that generates the income of Lagos, they are not Yorubans.
Do you have the figure?
All right.
Anyway, thank you for giving me the opportunity to join you, gentlemen. I really appreciate it.
No, you can stay if you want to and have the debate, but
okay.
So you have the figure to buttress your point that majority of people in Lagos are not Yoruba.
I don't have the figures, but for me,
okay.
I lived in Lagos. I was born in Lagos. I grew up in Lagos before I left Lagos. When you go to Alaba Market, majority of the people there, they are Igbos. When you go to this market, Onyugbo market, you have Hausas, you have Igbos, you have Yoruba. There is no market you go to in Lagos that you only find Yorubas. They are Hausas, they are Igbos. So there are people apart from Yorubas that is generating the income in Lagos. So to me, being able to speak Yoruba is not, it doesn't mean because you can't speak Yoruba, you won't be a good governor or you won't have programs that will benefit the people in Lagos. And all these people that have been speaking Yoruba, speaking the indigenous Yoruba and everything, what actually have they done to relieve the suffering in the city?
Rosie, is it unreasonable for the people of Lagos State to have the expectation that their governor speak Yoruba? Is that unreasonable?
To me, I just feel not being able to speak Yoruba does not mean you can't become a good governor. If you go to the local people, if you go there with somebody that is from their place as an interpreter, you can interact with these people. You don't actually have to be able to speak a language to be able to interact with people. I remember like when I was in my youth service in Gongola, then it was Gongola State in Yola. I couldn't speak Hausa, but when you go in there, you mix with the people. For the fact that you interact with them, you'll be picking it little and they interact well with you. I don't have to be, I wasn't fluent in Hausa, but I could interact with them. So if he goes to the rural areas, to all these local, the fishermen, the farmers, and he has somebody from that town speaking the dialect with them, he's speaking English and somebody interpreting, I don't think they're going to turn their back on him and say, no, oh, Nshomo Lewa, oh, this all Yoba, oh, the Afe. I mean, all what the people care for, the poor people, is they want the basic things of life. It's
May
not
I quickly interject?
Yeah, you don't come and speak Yoruba, speak Yoruba, speak
see,
Yoruba.
you see, the thing about language, is deeper than that. It's deeper than the way you're looking at it. The language has to do with people's existence, right? People in anywhere in the world protect their language so that it doesn't get to extinction. Okay, people protect it a lot, and for you to have people to protect it, you have to have people who are patriotic to that language at the leadership level. I will give you United Kingdom, for instance. The population of white British in London is 36.8%. Less than 50% of the population in London are white people. Yet there are legislation to protect English language as the official language of the Parliament in the United Kingdom. There's a reason for that. They know they don't have that population, but their language must not go out of extinction. So people deliberately protect their language. Another example I will give you in the UK, there is Welsh Language Act. Whoever stays in the UK will understand. There is Welsh Language Act. There is hardly any document in the United Kingdom they're going to deliver in your house. They will tell you if you need the Welsh language, that is if they don't even attach the Welsh language counterpart to it. They will tell you if you need this thing in Welsh language, then you could request for it. There's a reason for that. United Kingdom, the official language is English language. But the minority, the Welsh, the Scottish, and the Irish, they believe that if you allow this majority language to continue, then our language will go out of extinction. And a lot of things attached to your language, okay? Your existence, your identity, everything about you has to do with your language, right? And that is why you see a lot of groups even rising now to say, don't let Yoruba language go out of extinction. Same thing with Igbo language, same thing with Hausa language. So it has to do with where are you from, what is your root, what's your identity, what's your subsistence, a lot of. So it's not just about governance. In the United Kingdom, the governance is okay, it's fantastic, it's facility and everything, yet they still make sure that there are laws to protect their language. So there's a reason for that. So for me, madam, it's beyond just, look for somebody who can deliver healthcare. They can all do, and it's not mutually exclusive. You could get somebody who understands.
Okay, you are very correct. But to me, all this, like you said, the UK, they have all these acts to protect the local language. The country is so advanced. They have provided, the basic things for everyone there. You don't have to be rich to be comfortable. You don't have to have a high-paying job to be comfortable. But in Lagos today, in Nigeria today, is it language that will solve the problem, the hardship that is going on in the country? Is it speaking the language that will solve it?
I think you are not looking.
No, because to me, I feel all these people have been in power. To me, they have not really done much. So let's give this guy a chance. For the fact that he does not speak Yoruba does not mean he's not going to make a good governor. And for
Madam, he speaks Yoruba. He speaks Yoruba. It's just
no,
that he
that
doesn't
type of
speak it to the way
Yoruba
they understand.
That type of Yoruba he speaks, he can't mix with the local people. He's speaking Ajebota Yoruba. That's
no,
not
he's speaking Anambra Yoruba is more the thing. Anambra Yoruba.
So to me, they are saying Yoruba, but even in Lagos schools, do they still teach Yoruba language in the school?
Yes, by law now they said.
When did they start that? Because
but that law that Ambody passed, in fact, they started 2007. 2007 was the first time they did that at the House of Assembly. and everybody signed that. Okay.
In fact, every child born in Yoruba in Lagos must speak Yoruba, no matter where you're from. Even if you're from China, you must speak Yoruba.
It is even mandatory by the law now that they must
In
have.
fact, every child born in Yoruba in Lagos
Can I interject one more quickly?
hold on. Ajanle Koko wanted to come in, but his voice is constantly being pushed back, which is unusual. Let's say Ajanle Koko, who wanted to come in. Ajanle Koko, let's hear from you.
Yes. The number one identity human race is the language. It's by your language, the language you speak, that they know who you are. Your language and your name. A Yoruba man in anywhere he stands, in any part of the world, if the name is Kayode, if the name is Onifade, that tells you where that man comes from, no matter where he is, all over the world. So that identity is very essential. So if we don't get it right by recognizing our language as the driving force of who we are as people, then we're going to miss everything entirely. We're going to lose it entirely. And look, in America, where we are today, with our sister that just spoke right now, she knows you cannot hold any government position if you cannot speak English. Why is it compulsory in America for everybody to speak English? Why? Why can't we do the same in our own land too? Why is it when we want to do similar thing to, by recognizing our language as a communication language in our society? Why is it a problem?
But
Why is it? Why
America
do we
is a country?
why
Their official
that
language is English.
That guy, he must go and learn Yoruba language
but
for
like you
another
said,
4 years. Maybe he can come back to contest.
like you
No,
said,
it's not going to happen, Angelico. It's not going to happen.
Friendly. If you cannot
America,
speak Yoruba language friendly, is
yeah.
not qualified
Okay,
to be governor of Lagos.
like
It
you
cannot
said,
happen.
America, English is the official language, but
Yes.
Yoruba is not the official language of Nigeria.
We are
Right?
telling
But
you,
it is
official language in Lagos. It's the
in
second official
Lagos.
language in
Okay,
Lagos.
in Lagos. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
By law.
Okay.
And
So,
And then
can I
you
say
want us
something,
to have a
please?
governor that
because
cannot
he
speak
doesn't
Yoruba
speak Yoruba
language.
now, automatically he cannot be a good governor. That
No,
is
it
what
cannot. Hold on, Rosie. Let me ask you this. You know that you have the Oba of Lagos, but I'm sure you know the structures of monarchy in every Nigerian community. You have the Oba of Lagos, and then under the Oba of Lagos, you have all these satellite Obas, and then it cascades down to what we call Baales, who are like the stools in small settlements. We call them Baales. So when you start to cascade to that Baale level, then you start to struggle for any real level of education. So they don't really need to educate anything. Their education is already the Yoruba language and the history that they carry as a document. So now when this chap, Chinedu Vivo, when he goes then to the Baale level, because necessarily you have to interact with all of those spaces to gauge the tempo of the community and see what the leaders of those communities have to say. So when he goes to the Baale in some satellite space in Ikorodu, the Baale doesn't speak English, he doesn't speak Yoruba. Are they then going to be communicating via a conduit, the governor and interpreter and Baale?
Yes, Akigbe, Akigbe Oba.
One man, we are doing injustice to this guy. Keep addressing him with his middle name. Even in London, where you are, nobody addresses you with your middle name. You see, keep saying Chinedu Don Vivo. Chinedu, his name is Gbadebo.
Oh, okay, but it's
Gbadebo,
not, but his
Gbadebo
name is
Chinedu. His name is Gbadebo Chinedu Rodvivo. So you keep saying Chinedu Rodvivo as if
But
that Chinedu is his first
is
name.
it not Chinedu?
No,
No,
Did
now
that's
one
leave
man give
that's
him
Patrick.
unfair.
Chinedu?
Leave
Nobody, you don't
Patrick.
address people with their middle name.
no,
It's very
you
uncivilized to do that now
no
because
no,
they're
but
just trying to create a political capital out of it. It's true. You are the moderator. You should be
no,
fair. His
no,
name is Chine. His
no,
name is
no, no,
Gbadebo Chinedu.
no. Yeah, but you seem to know better than him. Hold on now. If you look at your screen, this is his campaign. Everybody hold. If you look at his campaign poster, this is his campaign now. So which name is he leading with in that campaign poster?
What year
No,
was
in
this
that
though?
case,
What year? Is this the most current campaign
no, that was
poster?
2019 now.
Okay, this is
He
2023.
doesn't even, he's not even a member of
So,
PDP.
does that change
That's
anything?
PDP.
So I think
That's
you're a bit.
PDP.
I think you're being a bit unfair to me, because he's
He's a
referring
member
to
of
him.
PDP. I'm
Hold
sorry.
on. Yeah, hold on.
He
He's
was.
Okay, yeah, hold on. He's referring to himself in his own campaign poster as Chinedu Badebo Rhodes Vivo. Is there on the screen? Oh, so what are you accusing me of? I'm referring to him in the manner that he refers to himself. That is on the screen. Chinedu
One
Badebo
man
Rhodes
give
Vivo.
him a name from Oyala. They
Look
wanted
at
to give
that.
him another name from
ìyẹn
Oyala.
ti wíwo jù fún ọ ṣó lè
Patrick
gbé
don't
yẹn
get
ṣá.
points.
Look,
So,
But you gave him a
Patrick,
One
nickname,
man,
but
can
you
I
didn't
interject, please?
mention his
Patrick,
Yoruba name.
Patrick, the
Hmm?
name, like you said, the first name is Gbadebo, but
I can't hear you.
his name
Wait,
or his whatsoever. But what we have problem with is a person to assume the number one position, political position in Lagos that cannot speak Yoruba. That is not good for us as people. We are Yoruba people. We should be able to have somebody in that position that can speak the local language very well, speak that language well, and be able to interact and communicate with indigenous people and the local people in Lagos that cannot speak English. So that is very, very essential. How dare you want to occupy that seat of that land that is Yoruba land, and you cannot speak English? Are we what are we making? What are we trying to do? I mean,
Oga
it's not the
Jale
only one
Koko.
in the
Oga
race.
Jale
So we have
Koko.
another. We have
Oga
another
Jale
person in the race.
hold on now.
Oga Jale, good man.
You just came in now. Like, hold on.
We have another person in the race that can speak Yoruba very well, and that is very capable. That is the current governor. We have seen, project after project that is doing in Lagos, fantastic job. He can continue the job. Let him go and learn Yoruba language for
But
another
we don't
4
want
years
him.
and be fluent in Yoruba language, so he can come back next 4 years. Maybe we will consider him. He should be able to.
Okay,
And no man,
we have a
Electorate will
governor
determine that.
that is
a
doing all this
person that
They will determine
cannot
fantastic.
that on
speak,
Saturday.
a person that cannot speak,
one at a time.
a
Carry on.
person that cannot speak Igbo language well can never head
Okay, we
state
have a
in
good
Igbo land.
governor
The
that
same
is
way,
doing a
the
fantastic job.
same way in Hausa land, the same way in Elo land. They speak their language very well because
sir.
we are native people. So let him go
We
home
have
and
a
learn the
good
Yoruba
governor
language.
that's doing all these fantastic jobs, but
Yes.
during NSAT, what role did they play?
Oh, come on, let's move forward. Forget about
What is
you want me to tell you? You want me to tell you the role that he played?
We have
You want
discussed
me to
that
tell you that guy played during the NSAS?
Because that's one of the
Hold on,
pains we have.
hold on.
That is
Can I tell you the role
what
that
about?
this governor played during the NSAS?
Yes,
This
I
is
need
the
to know
guy.
because that's one of the things we have against
how
him.
are
Hold
you?
on. Let me
Oh
enlighten.
my God!
Sorry,
I think I have to book
Thomas.
another day.
That we want to
No,
get him out.
Thomas, hold it. Well, one voice at a time. Yeah,
That's
carry on.
one
Let
of
me
the things we
enlighten
have
you on what
against him
he
that we want
did.
to get him out.
Let me enlighten you on what this guy did during the
Okay, sir.
NSAS.
Okay, sir.
This is the guy that was shuttling between Alausa and Lekki, mingling among the youth, asking for what did they need for the government to do for them. He took actually took message, a well, written letter, a letter that carried huge messages from the youth. And on that very day that he took it, immediately he flew to Abuja to hand over that messages to the president.
Okay.
And he came back the same day, the next day, to appear with them. That was where, when he was addressing them, that they named him Sorosuke.
Okay.
So don't come with this
Can I take my time now, one man?
To rubbish you.
Okay. Hold on.
Can I take my time now, please?
Hold on. Hold on. Let Rosie have the right to reply to that, and then you come in. Rosie, yeah.
Because to me, after doing all these things that he did, mingling with the youths, getting the letter to and fro, at the end, when those people were gunned down, what step was taken to solve that problem? That's the pain.
That you want me to tell you that? You want me to tell you what he did after the end?
Set up a panel now.
You want me to tell you what?
Because if we the youth get that resolved, then we can move on. That's the pain we have.
You're
asking question. You're asking question.
This is the issue. This is the issue, right?
Okay, sir.
Do not mind all these people. Now they're all coming out right now to say, oh, that he did something during the NSAS movement. The APC government was culpable from top to bottom. Including all these things they are coming out right now to talk. If you could remember, it is the same we started calling Fashola that he came 2 days after to find a camera. They were so culpable. It was a hidden agenda. It was a hidden program that was designed in a way that many people were shot until date. They keep telling us that nobody died, but they are still paying compensation to families. So the lies within the APC government will not continue to stand. For people like Ajene Koko that want to deny a son of Lagos the right to veer for the highest political position in his state. But it's okay for someone from
Osun. You just don't want to understand.
Hold on, please. I wasn't talking when you were talking. Let me just finish my point,
talking about the language. Somebody that cannot speak Yoruba
he
language
speaks enough Yoruba to be the governor of Lagos State. Cut the crap. He speaks. Look, let me tell you, GRV speaks enough Yoruba. He speaks enough Yoruba to be able to relate to his people.
Joel, can I ask you a question? Do you think you are in a position? Do you think you are in a position to determine that he speaks enough Yoruba?
I am not in a yes. One man. Look, your tradition is your tradition, right? The inhabitants of Lagos are still the inhabitants of Lagos. The people that live in Lagos, the people deciding this election are not only the owners of Lagos, but also the inhabitants of Lagos. So, when you try to play all this divide and rule, I stay in Ebutemeta before I moved to Lekki, right? So I know I have lived in the midst of Yoruba people, and they do not think like most of you do think out here. It is crazy. This guy speaks enough Yoruba to be able to relate to his people.
No,
you understand what I'm saying?
We watched that video. This guy cannot speak Yoruba.
One man.
Crazy.
One man.
The Imo one, you call it
one man. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something.
One voice. Yeah.
The fact that he can't speak Yoruba, I feel that shouldn't count against him.
It should.
Opportunity. And Miss Rosie, my issue is this, please, because I do not want to spend much time, like I said earlier on, but I have to come back. This is my issue. The issue is this, the context, because I had Obi'S talking all this while. I was trying to tell him, hey, dude, speak to what I said, not to what you feel. What I am saying is that the context within which, can I finish, please, Obi'S, please? The context within which they were using the Chinedu, I've had people say that he is not Yoruba enough, and that made me mad. So I am going to speak to it. No matter how you want to curry it, no matter how you want to twist it, all I'm telling you is that Shongolu Sanwo-Olu is losing Lagos State by Saturday. Whether you like it or not. The obedience you guys are talking about,
hold on, Joel. I just wanted to add, but you told us that Peter Obi was going to be the president, did you not?
One man, I've not addressed that issue. I've not addressed that. It was a stolen mandate. I've not addressed that issue. No, but it is clear. It is clear. Like it is clear. Even in your Lagos, hold on, let me finish now. Even in your Lagos, we are going to the tribunal. We are going to the tribunal. We are going to see how many people voted in Lagos. Look, let me tell you, if the difference was 10,000, as they said, if the real difference was 10,000, Sanwo-Olu and all these guys won't be shaky. If the difference was actually 10,000, they knew that numbers that Tinubu got in Lagos State was a doctored number. They knew that the numbers Wike got in River State was a doctored number. Apart from that, at the back of all of this, the people of obedience are not from Igbo extraction. They are not only from Igbo extraction. You guys always want to color them, paint that Igbo paint on them to make them Igbo. Look, let me tell you something. In Plateau, in Benue, in all these places, in Akwa Ibom, they are not Igbos. These are people that said enough is enough. We are tired of the status quo. From a structureless party, we got 40 people now that are going to serve in the National Assembly. And we are going to cap it up this weekend. We are going to cap it up this weekend. It is for people like you and for the kind of what they call it, the kind of mentality that we see every day. That is the reason why we have to change the narrative. We are already changing the narrative. It is not only Igbos that made Obi to win in Lagos State. There were many Yorubas. There were many other people that made sure that we change that narrative. When we were talking about the violence against the Labour Party people in Lagos State, everybody shut up. Everybody said it was a strategy. Someone himself could not utter a sentence because his organ at the top is contesting. And there were many citizens of the state. In his own state, as the chief security officer of the state, he could not say anything. And now today, you guys want us to vote him in again on Saturday? It's not going to happen. Obedience we are going to reply you guys back. And after Saturday, when you come to any place obedience is manning, you are going to see what governance is. And if they do not perform, we shall bring them back. We shall push them out of power. That is the new Nigeria we are moving towards.
Don't worry, you will disappear after Saturday.
It's not going to disappear. That is what you guys told us. That is what you said. That is what you said. We went from 4 people tweeting in a room, and today, today we have 40 people in the National Assembly. If that's not a fit in your own place, then I wonder what is.
Mention the names. It's a party of disgruntled people. 40 people.
You said we are disgruntled because of the situation of Nigeria.
Of his legislators, he doesn't even have personal interaction with them.
I understand. Does Tinubu know the name? Does Tinubu know the name of his vice? Please go and sit down, please.
All those people you have in National Assembly will be swept away. They will be swept away by the bigger party.
Why are this fighting now? Why are this fighting? You know what?
What is that those 40 people you said you have in National Assembly?
Yes.
It's a matter of time. They will be swept away by PDP
it's okay.
and APC. And they will be shared.
Ajelekoko, in the constitution of your own country, there is what you call recall. You know that in everything that happens in our constitution, we never go to test it. We are going to test it with everybody under the obedient banner. You cannot take our mandate and you go somewhere else. We will recall you. And we have the numbers to recall you. And we have the numbers to pull you down. What I am saying is this. If you like, sit here and keep talking about GRV, not speaking Yoruba. He is going to be the governor of Lagos State. He is a Yoruba man, a capable Yoruba man, an intelligent Yoruba man, a man that understands the emotions, the man that understands the security architecture, the man that understands that the admirals have been making life unbearable for Lagosians. I have stayed in Lagos all my life up to this day.
You don't
And
even
every
know.
day that we come out, there is never a day that we do not see double taxation. It is not for you out here on the internet just keep talking based on what what has happened in the past. I am telling you what we're going to do on Saturday, and it's going to happen.
He already
You
lost
understand
with
me?
all the intelligence report we are getting from Lagos.
It's okay, no problem. No problem. That's what you guys said. We beat Tinubu, we're going to beat him again. That's
Can
the
I
point.
interject?
How about that?
You
Can I
beat Tinubu
interject?
where? He's
Yes,
already the
we beat Tinubu
president
in
now.
Lagos now. We beat Tinubu in
That guy
Lagos
is
now.
going to win. Oh.
We beat
Can
Tinubu
I
in Lagos and
interject?
we're going to
If
beat him
APC is
again.
not careful, that guy is
They
going to
should
win.
declare Obi as president now. Say you beat Tinubu.
No, we are in court. We are in court and we're going to get our mandate back.
It's okay.
All right, Joel. Let's hear from Zita, who wants to come into the conversation. So Zita, there it is. The conversation has taken on a life of its own. But let's hear from you, Zita.
Actually, what I wanted to say in the first place that I don't even know why you guys are flogging the issue of speaking a language. I wonder how somebody will be ruling a country or a state without speaking their language. That conversation is not supposed to be holding in the first place. If that guy doesn't know how to speak Yoruba, he should go and learn how to speak Yoruba. I wouldn't say, but unless the Yorubans are giving Lagos out as a cosmopolitan city, just as the lady said, that means nobody owns Lagos. I think that's the point she's pointing at. So it's not only Yorubans that are in Lagos, there are other tribes. So
yeah, is the no man's land argument that seems to that seems to irritate people, but
yeah,
you know,
that's it. If you people are giving up Yoruba land as no man's land, yes, she's right. They should make do with English because everybody in Lagos is not, in Lagos State is not a Yoruban. It's a mix of, just as she explained, mix of all manner of people. So nobody owns Lagos. So they should speak English so that every other person can understand, or maybe probably make Pidgin English their second language. I get that. I'm not saying that Lagos is a no man's land. No. I get that. It's not only the Yorubas that generate income in Lagos. I said there is tribes, different tribes. A cosmopolitan city is where all immigrants come. Nobody owns it. That's just what it means.
Madam, please, Zita, some people own Lagos.
Hold on, Joel.
If nobody owns the land, the guy is good to go. That's what I'm saying. Maybe Yorubans should make it, or Lagosians, because we shouldn't be talking about Yorubans here. If it's a city that is made up of like no man's land, we shouldn't be talking about Yoruba. So he should go with English, or maybe the city or the state should make Pidgin English their second language. That being said, let me go back to the second point of who is going to win Lagos, who is not going to win Lagos. You know, sometimes you might be too liberal, you look stupid. You see that Lagos, I've been hearing a lot of, I'm not a fan of Lagos anyway. I know most people who go to Lagos to buy houses, they still sell a lot of bullshit about Lagos. I don't have Lagos house in Lagos, not interested. But I must say this, I have a colleague in my office who told me, to my surprise, that he's from Oshodi. I never knew there are people who come from Lagos anyway. But that being said, when you are too liberal, you are too accommodating, it might turn out to be stupid. Because in the history of Lagos, no Igbo man in the presidential level has won Lagos. The area Peter Obi won, that's, if you look at the history, that's the area Azikiwe won too. Plateau State, now they cut out Nasarawa out of it. That being said, if it has gotten to the level that Yorubas has surrendered their state as no man's land, anybody can take it. I would even want that guy to take it too. So why the argument? He should take it.
Because if it is a Yoruba land, then all the arguments Ajani Koko Ogbeni they are making, they will be right. But if it is a cosmopolitan city, then they are not right. It's up for grab. But if it's a Yoruba land, why say all those things about a Yoruba land when you can not say that about North, about Igbo land? In Igbo land, it becomes indigenous. In the North, it becomes indigenous. But like Yoruba land will not be indigenous. That's why I said when you
Miss Zita, can I come in, please? Can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
Before you, sorry, Joel. Before you come in, this is one of our long-standing members from the North. He's an indigent, full-blood, proud Hausa Fulani guy. He says, imagine a governor of Kano State who cannot speak Hausa. Is that not an abomination? So this is not anything known in the North that somebody that cannot speak Hausa will be the governor of Kano State.
And it's not possible in Igbo land too.
One man, can I please? It's my turn. Let me just speak now. Everybody just keep talking.
Joel, let me finish before you.
Let
me finish before you.
Hold on, Joel. Let Zita land. Then you come in after. Yeah.
When I say something, I stand by what I said. I said, if Igbos says they're indigenous and therefore a non-Igbo cannot rule their land, that's fine. If Northerners say they are indigenous and therefore a non-Hausan cannot come to their land and rule, I'm okay with it. If Yorubas decide to throw their own open, that anybody who wants to rule them, Igbo man can win election in their land, a Hausa man can win election there. In fact, a Hausa man can even be their governor, an Igbo man can be that. That is fine. Then the argument will not be holding.
We not go agree. We not go. This one will not happen.
Zita, can I finish up? Can I finish?
All right.
Let me get my time back.
But the fact that he cannot speak Yoruba does not mean he's not a Yoruba man. He's a Yoruba man.
Let me finish.
Zita is talking out of point, and you're allowing her to speak out of point, and you're allowing her to continue to make nonsense of this.
All right. The first thing is bring the octave down or the octane. Bring it down. Hold on. Bring it down to a conversational level of tonality. So Zita, bring it home.
One man, can I say something?
Yeah. Come in, Ajande Koko. Yeah.
You see, this can be very, very annoying. Annoying in the sense that when people try to be very objective, some people want to take your sense of objectivity in a wrong perspective. Look, Zita have just make some good points. I mean, trying to clarify what indigenous means. But you see somebody like US coming after him because of her, being objective. And this is what causes problem. Why only Yoruba? Hold on, let me finish. It is only Igbo people that you will hear from them all the time that Lagos is no man's land.
We don't say Lagos is no man's land. Lagos is owned by somebody.
Hold on. We have heard it several times from the people from the east, from Igbo people. You will never hear it from Hausa people to say Lagos is no man's land, but only Igbo pushing that narrative all the time. And that is what our new sister, Jane, or what's her name? Rosie. That is the narrative she's trying to push here now. And that piece of people all the time, when we hear this narrative that Lagos, our land, we can't own it again, that it's for every everybody can grab it just because
No, I am
we are
not
very
saying that
liberal,
Lagos.
because we are
I'm not
very
saying
open,
that
because we are
Lagos.
very
I'm not saying that
accommodating.
Lagos is no man's land. I know Lagos is owned by Lagosians. The people of Lagos own Lagos, but I'm just saying that not only Yorubas live in Lagos, there are multitude of other tribes that live in Lagos.
Yeah.
And I'm also saying that Badejo is a Lagosian. His father is Yoruba.
And
For
we
the
are
fact that he
Yoruba
does not speak
saying
Yoruba
that
does not mean
because he
he can't
cannot
make a
speak
good governor.
Yoruba, we Yoruba are saying because he cannot speak Yoruba, therefore he cannot be our governor.
Okay.
And why
Adelekoko, you have no local
only
standing.
you Igbo
Go and
people
say that
that
on
are pushing
Saturday.
the narrative that he can be governor? Is it because is a half Igbo, is a Yoruba and Igbo guy? Is that why you guys are pushing the narrative that
Can
he
I
can
say
be governor?
something?
When we, the
One man,
indigenous
can I
people of
finish my
Lagos,
thoughts
are
before I
saying this
go?
guy is not qualified because he cannot speak our language, why you people are pushing it? Why?
Go and say that at the polling booth.
Adelekoko, you are just saying stuff and listening to yourself. This is the issue. We did not choose GRV to be a Labour Party. If it was Sanwo-Olu that was the Labour Party, we are going to support Sanwo-Olu. If it was you that was the Labour Party, we are going to support you. I don't understand where this issue of Igbo and not Igbo, making this thing an Igbo issue. GRV happened to be a Labour Party. We did not choose him. It was one of your own body judge that was pushing him all this while. He wanted to be in PDP. He and Jandor was fighting. So what is it about Igbo people? Igbo people has no bone in this stuff. I don't know why you always keep making it about Igbo. Igbo did not make it anything. We only said we are supporting our party, Labour Party. You now say it's Igbo. What has Igbo got to do with this? Can you guys just stop this obsession about Igbo people? Stop this obsession about Igbo people. They are occupants of Lagos.
Look.
Come on. Adelekoko, you are too old for this.
Look,
you are too old for this. It's all right.
We have given you.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Giving you several instances.
That's discrimination based on age. Put a smile
It's not
on your
right.
face.
It is not right. And the thing there is that these people above 50 are the problem of Nigeria.
That is not the problem.
They keep keeping us back.
No,
what has strife got to do with GRV? All of you here talking about GRV. It does not speak Yoruba enough. Look at you, and you live in another man's country.
In this country, you cannot
have they told you that you're Yoruba? Have they told you you're Yoruba? Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. You are disappointment to the black race.
On each other now.
Settle down now. Tone it down.
In America, where you are today, if your mayor cannot speak English, he will not be your mayor. Talk less of being a governor. How dare can we allow somebody to be the governor of Lagos State and he cannot speak Yoruba fluently? That is impossible. We Yoruba are saying he is not ready for the job. He have to go and learn English, go and learn the Yoruba language well before you can lead Yoruba.
Okay. Adelekoko, can I say something to you? Adelekoko, even here in the United States,
yes,
you don't need to speak English so fluently. Do you want us to go back? You want us to go that road?
What
you can go that road. Most of these people you see, hold on, you can speak either English or Spanish. Hold on, please. You can either speak English or Spanish. It is not English.
Is Spanish an official language in Lagos, in America?
Yes, Spanish is the second official language in the United States.
It's a secondary language. It's a language
that
no. Not the official. English is the official. Google it. English is the official language in
my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's English and Spanish.
All right.
It's English and Spanish.
Hold on, Pat.
Spanish is the second most likely spoken
can I quickly speak on that? Because
let's hear from Zita, who's been trying to push her voice through, but because of the let's hear from Zita.
Okay.
Yeah, Zita.
When I say something, see the trouble I have just caused now for.
Yeah, we know you're a troublemaker. We know that from this. Yeah.
Oh my God! Look, if that guy is going to win Lagos on Saturday, it's because the Yorubans allowed him to win Lagos, not because of all these things we are saying here. It's as simple as ABC. You can see how Joel is feeling about Lagos and what happened in Tollgate. You can see the pain, and you can see the way he's saying they are going to vote a sitting governor out because of what happened in Lekki. Then I ask, what about the things happening in Igbo land, the killings? Joel, how do you feel? Are we going
Please
to
stop,
vote those
stop the
governors out?
whataboutism. Stop the whataboutism. Stop the whataboutism. That is just a flawed argument. It is a flawed argument. Look, let me tell you. I know you've been talking. I've been listening to you, but you do not make sense. Sorry to say it. You don't make sense to me.
Fine, I
right?
do not make sense.
Forget the whataboutism. What happens there? What happens there? The people of Lagos State want to decide who to rule them, not you on the internet.
I have never, since I've been listening to you on this platform, get the pain in your voice about what is happening in Igbo land. I need to see that.
Never.
I need to see that pain because I lost my cousin in my
What
little
pain?
nephew in that pain.
What pain are you talking about? What pain are you talking
You
about?
rationalize it. Just wait for Joel. You rationalize it.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something.
It's indigenous.
Talking about
Only God knows where he brought that.
Let me tell. Can I say something real quick, Madam Zita? Look, let me tell you. I am not a coward. I come out and I speak it. If one man is discussing anything on the Southeast, I will come out and I speak it. I am not going to bring any other topic and change the narrative. No. If one man is discussing Igbo, I will discuss Igbo. If you want us to talk about Southeast, I can tell you about Southeast.
I have never.
Please. One man on this show. Because I have been here. I've been on this show.
Never. And
hold on, please. I've been on this show.
About it.
Can I, please? Because you've always
brought in EU of Akredolu's wife.
Obeni,
indigenous vocabulary.
Obeni.
And I told you you were wrong.
You and Zita are only like 1 month old on this show.
Lagos. We don't like this.
You and Zita are only one month on this show.
Everybody should hold on. Everybody, Madam Zita, everybody should hold on. Everybody, please. Everybody, I say everybody, please. Let Joel land, then Madam Zita canter in. I don't want to hear any voice. More than Joel, then Madam Zita canter in. Please, thank you.
What I want to say is this. If there's topic on this show, there have been on this show where one man brought up issue about Nnamdi Kanu. We discussed it. There has been issue that we discussed about Samuel, but we discussed it. Sorry to Obeni and Zita, you guys are only maybe like 1 month old. We have been on this show for like 4 months. We have been discussing these issues. So I am not going to come on this show right now and I say, oh, there was somebody that was kidnapped in Anambra State. I will look stupid. So I don't know where you guys are saying never, this, that. I don't know. But my issue here is this. It's plain and simple. That GRV is a Yoruba man and must be seen as so. Whatever sentiment you have about language and whatever thing you're talking about, it's not that he doesn't speak any language, but he doesn't speak it to your own taste. That is the height. That is the height of entitlement from some of you. So what
Yeah, there you are. I think the system got you. The system got you. All right, we've lost you somewhat, but I think we get the thrust of what you're saying. But thank you. Let's go on and go back to Rosie, who initiated that space. So, Rosie, you've not even been here for 2 minutes, and you're already causing trouble.
No, because
Look at,
to me,
One man, I did not finish. I did not finish. Let me land now.
no, hold on. Your system dipped out. So now,
Okay,
Rosie.
sorry.
to me, it's painful that this guy is not going to be given a chance because he can't speak Yoruba that he's supposed to speak. He's not Yoruba. He's not Yoruba enough. So he will not make a good governor. That's the painful part that I'm expressing.
All right.
Because look at all of us. We are in other country. We are in America. We are in UK. We are doing fine. We are doing well. Then in our own country, somebody is not a Yoruba enough to rule a state. It's pathetic to me.
No, but is it pathetic though? We are indigenous people first before we're anything else. And anybody that knows the Yoruba landscape, there is nothing more to a Yoruba person than being Yoruba. Being Yoruba is almost more important than life to a Yoruba person. They just feel it at a visceral, innate level. You know, it shapes almost everything about you as a Yoruba person,
that means
as a human being.
we shouldn't, if we are so, if this is like almost life to us, then we should have we should have remained in our indigenous villages and not come out of there for a better life. We should have remained there.
Well, we're in a situation outside of our control, thanks to Lord Lugard. But you know, because if you ask the average Yoruba person that if you can walk away and form your own nation now, tell them to give up one arm, they will give it up. But you know, this is where we are. But so yes, let's take it then to so Joel, you land your point, and I think Ogbeni is quite keen to take on quite a few things you've had to say. So back to you, Joel.
Yeah, one man. The issue here is, I do not want if Sowolu is contesting against GRV, and the issue is based on issues, right? I don't have any problem with that. But if you are telling me, being someone that has stayed in Lagos State, still stays in Lagos State, and I know that Lagos State is not what it ought to be, if people are telling me someone built Lagos, like I have said it time without number, if we are talking about people that have built Lagos State, and I'm looking at Lekki that is less than 25 years old, and you're telling me someone built Lagos, and you're telling me that is that is really, really good, then I'll look at you like you have some problem. So that is the issue. So you cannot decide for Lagosians on the bigger picture. You cannot decide for Lagosians who they will vote for, because they are the one wearing the shoes. They will know where it pinches them. We know how we pay for these things when we are in Lagos.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So
because of Yoruba, then it becomes an insult on our intelligence. It has nothing to do with the Igbos. It has nothing to do with tribe. It has everything to do with the obedience, saying that we do not want certain people to be in government. We do not want certain characters to be in government. We do not want certain things to be happening amongst people that are in government. We want to leave those places that we travel to, and those abroad that we live in. We want to go there, live like those people. Let's have people that we sense in government, people that are responsive, people that have emotional intelligence. So that's the reason we are voting GRV. And come Saturday, by the grace of God, he's going to be the next governor of Lagos State. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
Amen to that.
Yeah, amen to that. That sounded straight from the pulpit. But from the law courts, Ogbeni.
One man, you see, Jewel sometimes could get so emotional, but you see, some of us with our little experience in life, we don't get carried away by emotions, whichever the angle is coming from, even from somebody canvassing an opposing view. I will always maintain my view. And my view, first to Madam Rosie, is this: don't be too simplistic in analyzing this issue. I've told you what language means to people. Even in the developed nation where you are, where I'm also living in the United Kingdom, I've given you an instance of how language matter to people. But when you come with the argument that, oh, because they have developed, no, it's not today. They are not just protecting their language today. In fact, the reason why me and you could have English language is because they didn't only protect their language, they took it over the ocean to come and meet you in your space. And they ensure that they impose it on you. And that is why you see an average African wearing coats and wearing their, getting their culture and assimilating their culture. They know what they are doing. And if you see a race rising, a tribe rising up and say, no matter how metropolitan my city is going to be, I must protect my language. Don't be too simplistic when you're analyzing this. I see you just too simplistic about but no, it's more than that. It's deeper than that. And I'll give you several examples. An average Scottish man, if you come to Scotland,
Ogbeni,
yeah.
can they take that in the East? Let's weigh it. It will not possible in Anambra. It will not possible. Ed will roll. Will roll.
Thomas.
But you want to bring it to a Yoruba land?
Thomas,
we're going to take it. I ain't taking it.
Yes.
Thomas, can I interject?
Yeah, hold on. Now, let Ogbeni have that flow a little bit, just so that he can get to a point.
I just wanted to chip in something, and then
to Rosie, what I'm just saying is, don't be too. I know your mind. Oh, people are abroad. I also stay abroad, and I've been staying there for a very long time, right? But my point is this: I've seen people. I study part of history and partly language. I know people fight and even shed blood to protect their language. People protect it. It's their identity. It matters a lot. The reason is a survival thing for people. The Scottish protect their own so much that there is hardly any document in Scotland you won't see Scottish language there. And they have their own radio station. They speak Scottish. So you protect your language, and that is what Lagos is saying. Over time, Lagos has seen a decline in the promotion of Yoruba and preservation in Lagos. And they said, we have to protect this because this is our land. If you observe Joel very well, he will only tell you that Lagos Yoruba land. He will be saying Lagosian, Lagosian, Lagosian. That is the general narrative among the non-Yoruba speakers in Lagos. And it sounds very irritating, I'm telling you. Lagos is Yoruba land. I won't go to Oka and say the Okans, or go to Enugu and say the Enuguans. I'll say the Igbo in Enugu, right? That is the general narrative we are trying to
I'm not disputing the fact that Lagos is not Yoruba land.
Yes.
Lagos is Yoruba land. I
have never said it too.
But what I'm saying is that, so because Gbadebo is not full father and mother Yoruba, it's not Yoruba enough to rule Lagos.
It doesn't speak the language.
Rosie,
it doesn't speak the language.
If you are here when I started my argument, I first told you I married a Fulani woman. You should understand where I'm coming from. And I don't expect my children to go home and contest and somebody will say, oh, he's half Fulani and half Yoruba. So understand me very well. And you see, there's this strong man argument of, you have a direction of where I am propelling your argument. Somebody will just bring one general point to overshadow it. No, I'm not cut out for that. I will always redirect you to where my argument is. When I started this, I think I started this issue, and I told you that the criticism is hinged on 2 foots. I said one is that he cannot speak Yoruba, which is the second official language of Lagos State. And I said there's a trouble with that. There's a problem with that. And I said, secondly, some people believe that he's half Yoruba and half Igbo. And I said, I don't believe in that. I don't. You could be yeah. But for me, if you cannot speak Yoruba, I don't see how you can really relate. Particularly, I don't see how you will be so passionate to protect and preserve that language, which has been an objective, major objective of policy in Lagos State. So I don't want us to be too simplistic about that. And my second point is this. You see, the contest is among 3 Yorubas. Let's understand this. The Gbadebo, Road Viber, Jandor, and Funke Akindele, and Sanwo-Olu,
No,
right?
no. So is it 3 Yorubas or 2.5 Yorubas?
No,
Are we saying
I don't see it as an half
okay.
Yoruba because I won't see my own child also,
Oh, all
right?
right. Okay, okay.
As half Yoruba, okay.
All right.
If I push that, then it means to myself, I'll be saying,
Oh,
no,
oh,
you
all
also
right.
have children who are half Yoruba. I always
All
tell
right.
them you are proud Yoruba, and they should be. And I also want them to speak the 2 languages, which I think is an added advantage for them if they speak both languages, right? So, but my own is this, you see, we shouldn't be doing, and that's the major you have with Joel. Don't do selective activism. To me, it's hypocritical. In this country, people said Atiku, and I've given that instance. People said Atiku is not from Nigeria, that the dad is from Cameroon in this same country. And they took it even to the law court before the Supreme Court made a pronouncement on it. And nobody were raising muzzles like this or frowning at it. But today, it is because of Badebo, then we should be flexing muzzle on it. And look at it. Look at the point. That's why I suppose Sita on this. Madam Sita on this. Madam Sita said, why do you, that I have never seen you being this angry because they mentioned this candidate. See, let me tell you, whether you think Badebo is Yoruba or not, the reason why people are bringing in the Igbo narrative into this issue, you should appreciate it, Joel. The reason is very simple, okay? The major, you said Labour Party, you keep saying we, right? Fine. Labour Party is going to give this guy massive support against Asanwo-Olu and others and against this narrative. The major leadership of Labour Party is Obi. Obi is peddling tribal politics. And that reflects in the last election results. Obi major base is from the Igbo land. We all know. So when you see an average Yoruba man in Lagos saying, oh, if you now allow this person, this Labour guy, to get Lagos, is as good as you allowing Obi to have Lagos. And when you are having Lagos, there is a narrative that you have not just somebody who is half Igbo and half Yoruba in their own narrative, but you have Obi even in your state house. You can't blame them.
Obeni, can I ask you a question, please?
Okay, Joel, you can ask me.
Okay, you've been calling me like I said, look, first and foremost, let me make a clear correction. Right. In my imagination, since I was born, since I started living in Lagos State, I have never used the word that Lagos is a no man's land.
Yeah.
I have never used that word. I've always told people on this show that Lagos belongs to some people. The real people of Lagos, I know where they are. We see them. If you're driving, you see them on the road. You see them above water. You see them. They live in the water. They have been chased into the river. If you're talking about the real owners of Lagos.
They are not
but
Yorubas.
Now we have to try. Say?
Are they Yorubas?
Why not?
They are Yorubas now. I think it's a worry that own Lagos.
They own Lagos. So if you're talking about them, even the real owners of Lagos have been chased into the water. They live on water. The others is against them. You see them on top of the water. So what are we talking about? The issue here is
you said the Lagos are the Lagosian.
No, it's the Awori. Awori is the one that owns Lagos.
Those people you're talking about, right? Those people you're talking about, right?
Those they've been chased into the water. You don't know.
Hold on now.
You don't know the indigenous people.
I know them. Please, look and sit down. See, let me tell you.
Look at the person that came from Anambra.
Around that Badagry area. Those Badagry area you're talking about. Go there and see how their life is.
Joel, take it easy.
And see how their life is.
Settle down, okay? Joel. Now,
take it easy.
So Joel, it's a conversation now, not settle down.
No, but
and by the way, for the benefit of the audience, Joel is not angry. It's a passionate man. So don't be taking not you, but the audience listening. They may be new to Joel. He's not angry or anything. He always approaches things with passion. So that's just Joel. But Joel, tone it down a little bit just for the benefit of
please. Please. Sorry if my voice went so off. It's because of
don't be too emotional. Don't be too emotional. Calm down, my brother.
Who they talk? I beg,
Actually.
Thomas. Thomas, I beg. See. Well, but anyway, let me just make this point clear, please. I have never said that Lagos does not belong to any person. Never. And may God strike me dead if I do. Lagos belongs to people. There are people that own Lagos. If I cannot even name them, I know the Yorubas own Lagos. However, let us look at it this way. Lagos State, we are talking about Lagos State as a political entity. And if the process that brings in those political leaders are through elections, then it goes beyond language. It goes beyond all these things these sentiments we are bringing here. The issue there is this. There's a reason why the song right now is on the internet. Instead of doing what these other people were doing, they ignore them. One man, I told you prior, I told you this election is about those who want it more. Does it mean that only about 500 people like Tinubu in Lagos? No, just like you said, people were lackadaisical. People sat back and said, oh, people were still going to vote. People never thought about the beavers walking. So that is the issue. So the thing there is that GRV is a Yoruba man. Most people under the label tag are all Yorubas. I have seen the candidate for Amuodofwe. I have seen the one for Etiosa. They're all Yorubas. So if the person they are following, so any person following Atiku now is now following an outside person, what is the problem? That is what I'm saying. So let us take away this tribal sentiment and look at these people, because you guys are here discussing only language. If you guys only see that language or want to use that as a way of the marketing and GRV, I will tell you something real quick. By Sunday, the 12th, he will be handed over the certificate of return. He is going to take that seat. So let us be more creative. Let us be more creative. You cannot just say, even as it stands now, you can't even say all the Igbos should leave Lagos State. Because you're talking about the economy. You can't even say the outside should leave. So Lagos, when I talk about Lagosians, these are Lagosians. Whoever that is saying Anambra, they are Anambarians. You cannot choose for them. Based on the internet, based on those sentiments, Lagosians are very, very, very well thoroughbred people. On the average, they are very, 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 very cerebral. So these things that we are sharing here, I think it makes us look bad. It is the context within which they were using the Chinedu that made me mad. The context was like, he's that half Igbo, half Yoruba. I heard that word. I was like, what is this nonsense? It doesn't matter if his mother was an outside person. Abi Obeni, would you like someone to tell your son that he is half Yoruba, half Fulani? You wouldn't like it. Yes. You understand what I'm saying? So why would they use it on this guy? Because the mom married Igbo. You know, I say, okay, I see you're picking now, and I say that he's not Yoruba enough. It's a trauma on those people. It's a trauma. So let's please, I know it is politics time and all that, but please, let's stop using those. Let's stop using those words that seem so inimical to our growth as a nation, and even to the people looking at us. It doesn't look good. Thank you.
Joel, one of my son's name is Bakindo, and Bakindo means the blessed one, and that's what I call him most times than Ladipo. That his second Yoruba name is Ladipo. I call him more Bakindo.
Be ready.
Which language is that?
That's Fulani.
Fulani. Not Hausa, but Fulani.
No, that's Fulani.
Yeah, Fulani is very from Hausa.
Pray so that people
how would you feel one day if your son grows up and he wants to contest as a Yoruba man? They said no, it's not Yoruba enough.
No, Yoruba enough.
That's why as it stands now, the eldest one, which is 12 now, can speak both Yoruba and Hausa, not Fulani, little of Fulani, but Yoruba and Hausa fluently. That's what we expect from Badebo. That would be another If Gbadebo can speak both Yoruba and Igbo.
Send them to Nigeria for high school.
When my take in this is this. First of all, one man kicked me out because I'm not Yoruba enough to be in this platform. I'm going to take him to.
I did not. It was Thomas that removed you, not me. It was Thomas.
I'm going to take you to Alaafin or your palace, and Ogbeni is going to be my lawyer to represent me there. But let me quickly say this, Ogbeni, you've been partisans in this case, and I think I'll bring your parties to question. How will you allow Ajalikoko be spreading wrong information to national TV or national platform? For Ajalikoko holding so much that Lagos Yoruba is the first language, he's supposed to be sued for that.
No,
the bare minimum language. English is the first language, and the bare minimum is Yoruba, and none of them supersede each other. And when you can speak one, you are good to go. That's Nigeria Constitution. Am I wrong? True or false?
No. Our constitution only speak about English.
Thank you. Why? So hold on. Let me speak, please. This is my time. Why you allow Ajalikoko? Why Ajalikoko is pushing that narrative so hard?
No,
my problem is this. Okay, thank you. Now you have heard. Prepare a charge for him. I will pay the legal fees. Then, now let me go to the second part. There's something me and Patrick. Thank God, Miss Rosie just came in. We are not saying they should not campaign in Lagos. We are not saying they should not demarket Rose Vivo. But what we are saying, the process which you use to campaign matters a lot. There's life after the election. And let the Lagosians decide who fits for them. Stop this narrative from you outside, from Ondo or Ogun. Be determine who is who is Yoruba enough to run as a Yoruba man. It's wrong. You are just ethnic profiling. We should sue Ajalikoko again for that. In the Supreme Court, you should just not in minor court. Take him to the Supreme Court for that. You don't have the right. So yes.
What piece? You know my issue with that. Do you know I don't have any issue with that? The issue is
I know.
Let me quickly land. Maybe just a few seconds. The issue I have with that is our emergency activism when something is against our narrative. Let me give you an instance. Bola Tinubu has been accused by these labor guys as drug dealer. They peddle that thing everywhere. They accuse the man as a sick man everywhere. They said if he mentally is retarded. They accuse him of old age. Oh, no age. We don't even know any. People labor everywhere the obedience. Now it is the people now using just one point against their candidate. And they want to remove the entire roof in the house and everybody. Who is the master of morality here? Who can be telling us what we should talk about, Gbadebo or not? Nobody.
It's not only Labour Party that labeled Bola Tinubu as having issues with his health. I mean, all the online bloggers.
We didn't label him.
Okay, but what when somebody says AP, PDP, blue blah blah, all those things. Does that make sense?
Gbadebo sir, Echo Edide, you don't want us to
wait, what is okay, blue blah blah, blah blah.
Let me go to.
So nobody has any morality.
Blue blah blah.
Tell us what
blue blah 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 boo. ADP, PPDP.
Then somebody say Echo Edide. We are saying
Echo Edide. What that means? Echo, get up. Echo Edide is different from blue blah 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 blah.
Wait.
How can somebody be saying blue blah 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 blah?
No. Hold on, Rose. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Nonsense.
Blue Baba is wrong. Echo Edide is fine. You see the double standard now. You don't want us to talk about
blue
that.
Blah blah. Was he trying to speak a language? Echo Edide, he was speaking Yoruba with an accent. But blue blah blah. Was that speaking English with an accent?
No. Where are you going with that, sir?
Sorry, Omar. See, you look at the context in which the man said Bala Blue. The man was telling them that what you are doing in that space is nonsense. This is what I believe in. It's just like me saying.
That was how the blah blah.
That was how the guy is saying that what you are doing is just like brother dash.
Yeah, but how has Bala Blue come into the guy not being able to speak Yoruba? We're saying Chinedu that doesn't speak Yoruba is not suited to be a Lagos governor.
No, one man.
Chinedu.
One man,
And they
argument,
cannot accept such person to be their governor in their own state.
Lie.
But they want to push
Okay,
that
what if
narrative
it
that person
happens
that
that
cannot
what if it
speak
happens that
Yoruba
this
should be
Chinedu
governor
becomes the
in
governor?
Lagos?
Okay, what if it happens that this Rhodes Vivo becomes the governor? What will happen?
Oh, fine.
Who is going to make him
what will
governor?
happen?
I think they will impeach him almost immediately after
No, I
he's
don't think
swearing
so.
in.
Nobody will impeach him. They will allow him. But my point is that nobody should shut us up. Nobody should shut our mouth from saying it now. That's my point. Because when the obedient were busy concocting different things against Bola Tinubu, petty things, petty issues that don't even matter, nobody is complaining. So now no obedient has that audacity or that moral, to even talk about somebody. This is just one issue they are raising. So Bola Tinubu resisted so many, tolerated many. So nobody is a judge of any moral anything here. That's just my point. Don't be an emergency moral judge.
I believe you were interjecting me and explain. Sorry, I believe you're interjecting me.
Sorry.
Yes, and I have not finished my school of thought. Now, this is my problem, and like I was saying, giving some praise to Miss Rosie and Patrick and a few other people that have come to the panel, come to this show. If the PDP, APC, and Labour wants to campaign against Road Vivo, it's up to them. If the Lagosians wants to vote him out, is not a Yoruba man. It's up to them. It's on their own right to do that. But it's not. Is one man, Ajalikoko, you, Ogbeni, me, Patrick, and me does not have the right to determine who is Yoruba enough to run in Lagos.
Why
Lagos
not?
is for
Why
Lagosians.
not? Why not?
No,
Why
you
not?
don't have the right. You're not indigenous to that place.
No.
You are not.
Are you a Yoruba? Are you a Yoruba?
As the host,
Hold on. One man, let me address one issue.
One man,
Let me address one thing.
Neutral. You shouldn't be promoting.
Yeah, let me address one thing here, one man. Yeah, let me address something here, one man. One man, we cannot rock the boat here. You know, when you fuse me, if you connect me wrongly, or you connect me, if you short fuse me, I will spark. I'll tell you now, I respect people, but I'm very, very short-tempered. We cannot rock the boat here. We cannot have two captains in the ship. Is that you are the moderator or Thomas? Choose one now. Let me know who I'm talking to.
Go on. What has Thomas done to you? What's going on?
Don't you see how it's stopping my voice every time? Are you the moderator? Let me know. You do the moderator. One is posting me, one is asking me questions. Let me know. We're supposed to be one person at a time.
All right. Apologies. Carry on.
Like this one man.
When I am on the platform, then I am the moderator.
Yeah, that's supposed to be like that. I don't know who to answer to.
All right. So back to the conversation.
Yeah, there's one man. Let me tell you this. Patrick is here. I think I got Patoski here. No, let's get me witness.
One man. So I don't have a say anymore.
No, you have
I can't give my observation. Can I talk as well?
No. Hold on, everybody. When I am on the screen, I am the moderator. Of course, you support me, and then when I come off the screen, you moderate the session. But of course, you are still a member of the team anyway, so you're a member of the platform as well.
I had seen. Yeah, he said we don't have the right. I said, are you Yoruba? We are Yoruba.
Yeah.
So we can say what we want. Why are you taking offense for that?
Yeah, so it's speaking to you as a panelist, not a moderator, but settle down at what pace and
okay. I'm not get angry. I've passed through that. Yeah, Bender State is very into tuna is Delta. Patrick here cannot speak to what's going on in Delta. We cannot say Okowa is not Delta enough to run in Delta. Of course, we have the majority, we have the power and the right to say that. But once it's become a state, is a state and the state have the right to run themselves, not you. When you are saying from outside, you are what's it called, inciting. That's a tribal. You are inciting a tribal whatever there. Okowa grew up in Benin. His first pharmacy is in Benin. Is even from the session he is from the animal is a minority. The Robos are the majority there. Did you ever hear that they are saying that it's not data enough to talk to the OV or the Olof Shekiri? That is wrong. Lagos has Lagos State Traditional Council. It's called Lagos State Traditional Council. It's not Yoruba Traditional Council. If they don't like Vuvos, then we'll kick him out. If the people there don't like him that he cannot speak Yoruba, that is at their own preview. They will kick him out there. The Lagos House of Assembly, Beavers does not go to the State House of Assembly. It's the Assembly members that goes there. And for the last time I checked, they're all Yorubas. And the last time I checked, Beavers is a Yoruba man. We should not go on that route. It's too pedestrian. Look at someone is charging from Australia. You are charging from UK. Joko is charging from America. And none of you are from Lagos. None of you are Lagosians. None of you have a generation of 400 years in Lagos. Lagosians own Lagos. Be who anybody, be Yoruba, be whoever he is. Hold on, let me land. Get my point. Get my point. Be who Lagosians is. If they are Yorubas, fine. But it's Lagosians. Let them decide who should there. But not you outside deciding who's Yoruba enough. If Ambode can come from Ondo Kokuma to be a governor of Lagos, why can't Rose River be a governor of his own state? The last time I checked, it's not a regional system we are practicing. It's a state system we are practicing. We should first respect that. If you want to campaign on a party level, you have the right to campaign on a party level, but don't start campaigning on a tribal level. Nobody gives you that right. That's just my own take. Thank you.
Okay,
And also, Mr. Woman, I think being the moderator, I think you should be neutral. That's what
well, how do you mean neutral? I am neutral. How do you mean?
Because when you keep insisting that road is not Yoruba enough to, it's not, it's half Yoruba. It's not.
No, I'm only establishing the facts.
Yeah, because if you keep saying that, all this is going to count against him. It's like you're campaigning against him.
We are documenting the facts as they obtain. So the facts as they obtain, because we are backing it with evidence. The fact as they obtain is that he advertises himself as Chinedu. So we've shown the evidence from his campaign poster. And then the other fact that obtains is that he does not speak Yoruba. We've shown the facts with several video clips. So we're documenting the facts and then asking the question, does a guy who doesn't speak the indigenous language, who has a name that is alien and foreign to the space, is it acceptable for him to be the governor of Lagos State? So Chinedu, a non-Yoruba speaker, governor of Lagos State. So that's really, yeah.
One man.
Okay. Go ahead. I want to
sorry, just 2 seconds. Yeah. You know that first and foremost, I've always emphasized nobody is moral judge here. Nobody should tell the Ashwaju group what they should use to campaign. It's not even from any obedience. They can't be moral judge. That's my point. My second point is this: if you flip this issue on the other side, and someone who happen to be the person that cannot speak Yoruba language, or happen to be the person in the shoe of road driver, the obedient will overflow this thing more than this. So why are they coming out? No obedient I've always put it on my DP every time that your new governor cannot say Obongbo Bogokwe. Let anybody come and say anything they like. You can't be a moral judge. If you can use sickness against Tinubu, age against Tinubu, drug nonsense against Tinubu, and all those things, and same obedient will not come from that space to be a moral judge in this one, how can you be that entitled? That's my point. So whoever is obedient, don't come and do any moral judge. No. And don't shut us up. We continue using this to demarcate him. If on 11th he now wins, fine. He's the governor of Lagos State. But to now shut it up on moral ground so that people don't demarcate him, no. Because if you flip it on the other side, they will do more than this. That's my point.
Is Ola trying to speak?
Yeah, I was just going to address.
I want to speak too.
See, what piece? Don't let us pretend that we don't understand the foundational issues in Nigeria. And don't let us pretend that just because they are using some kind of boundary to separate brothers and sisters, that fact now we should now maintain boundaries. So what we are saying that a Yoruba man should have no says about Lagos, you can as well say, okay, because you divide every in the state we have local government, so that means a Yoruba man in the Ajeromi Felodun cannot talk about something that is happened at Ikotu or all those areas. See, this thing that we are seeing is talking about our disunity and existential threat. whereby if you feel that someone want to dominate you, naturally you want to respond. And every move from those people you feel are about to dominate you, you will have a way of reacting socially and politically. We can't pretend. You can't say people will pretend. I just want you to get that fact right. So that people from Ekiti or from nowhere can have no sense in Yoruba, in Lagos. You may have to rethink it because it is more of ikuto pojuba eni oweni pafuni. If someone able to say, okay, Lagos is no man's land, if they do that one and achieve that, they move to the next stage. Gradually, they move and gradually they start telling you that, oh, this one is meant for everybody. Now, in as much as we want Nigerians to be Nigerians everywhere, if you want to remove something like a local state, local government, state of origin, or if you want to crash everything, that it simply means that a Fulani man can easily go to Anambra and become the governor in Anambra, and an Igbo man can go to Katsina and become the governor there. If the thing can just be like that across the board, then fine. If you are protecting your heritage and you are telling some people that, oh, no, it doesn't matter. No, you are setting a precedence for future disaster. And if you think the people there will not resist that, man, we are joking. So we can't take it on the surface like that. We can't take it on the level of political correctness. We have to look at it culturally and deeply the consequences of that in the future. So to me, saying an Ekiti man, the only thing as an Ekiti man, I cannot tell a Goshen that Lagos is not my land. No, that is rude. That is disrespectful. I'm telling them that they no longer matter. Like I keep saying, even where we are in America or in North America, they still know that the indigenous people see all this place. And that's why they are trying to reconcile with them even till tomorrow. Just to make sure that you have justice across the board. So to me, whatever they are raising here, forget about, is beyond that language that Chinedu cannot speak. It's beyond that. That's just on the surface. So look at it and let's not just set aside political correctness. If on that day people are chanting now that because Obi won Tinubu in Lagos, and they think that one is going to happen on Saturday. Okay, it's less than 7 days to go, and we shall see. So that's what I want to say.
All right, brilliant, Tola. So let me bring in Kulata Super Chat, who wants to point it in the direction of World Peace. So World Peace is just sending this as a joke, so you don't have to heavily go into it. It says,
I know.
It says a small section of Lagos was an Edo war camp. So that is Kulata prodding at World Peace. But whilst I still have the floor, ladies and gentlemen, as I always say, you know that we're having this conversation on the screen. The conversation goes on in the comment section, but the wider audience who are listening to us, they're also having the conversation with us via Instagram because they continue to send in messages towards the conversation. So here is a message that has now come in to give us some sort of background knowledge to this mysterious guy, Gbadebo Chinedu Rose Vivo, who a lot of people were struggling with his identity. But this person now has now sent in a 13 bullet point on Rose Vivo to just give us a wider understanding of this guy. So with your permission, let me quickly bring it to you. But I'm bringing it to you off the back of this guy sending it in, not out of any research that I have done. So take it on the basis of that as I bring this to you. So this is from Green Bay, who sends in this, I think 13 point, how many points is it? Yes, 13 point background on Chinedu Vivo. So it says he Boyega has a good education, having attended elite primary school, beginning from Christland in Lagos, Nottingham, and Paris, plus University of Lagos. So that's his education. He was born out of wedlock. His mother never married his father. So that's where it starts to get dark. Number 3, his mother is bitter. After the experience she had with his father, he took Boyega away. So that's number 3. Number 4, Boyega was fully adopted. So that should have been she took from what the next line reads. So number 4, Boyega was fully adopted by his mother, who hails from Anambra State. So that's number 4. Number 5, not Boyega. I don't know why I say Boyega. Gbadebo. Gbadebo's other names are Chinedu, Ekweremadu, and Okafor. So it's Gbadebo, Chinedu, Ekweremadu, Okafor, Rose Vivo. So there it is. His wife Nkechi is from Abia State. So that's number 6. Number 7, Gbadebo is driven by hate against his father, who did not accept him, and by implication against the Yorubas, the tribe of his father. His blood bound with his mother and Igbos, his real identity. So that seems like a subjective view. So number 8, 5 Labour candidates were presented to Mr. Peter Obi to lead Lagos. Obi insisted on Gbadebo Chinedu and rejected the other 4, being fully Yorubas, all from Lagos Island. The reason is because Chinedu, who speaks Igbo fluently, is from Anambra, the birthplace of Peter Obi. So that's number 8. Number 9, Chinedu joined IPOB in 2016 in Onitsha and was the deputy commander for Anambra State between 2016 and 2017. Number 10, Chinedu held series of meetings with Nnamdi Kanu in London. Number 11, IPOB once said there won't be elections in the Southeast. One of the reasons IPOB stopped the attacks in the Southeast to allow the election to hold was the negotiation IPOB had with Obi that IPOB should produce Labour Party candidates in Lagos State. IPOB in turn gave massive vote to Obi in the Southeast. So that sounds somewhat in the that's like deep conspiracy going wild there. Number 12, many IPOB members and Igbos transferred their PVCs to Lagos so please mute yourself. Many IPOB members and Igbos transferred their PVCs to Lagos State to support Gbadebo. Some came from West Africa sub-region to register in Lagos as voters. The Igbos hold constant secret meeting, mobilizing for Gbadebo. So that's another, I'm not quite sure where this guy is coming from. And then number 13, at present, IPOB provides his covert security when he goes out to campaign, apart from police escort. So that is somewhat of a rather dodgy background understanding. So perhaps some truth, a lot of this subjective, but certainly some of it will be known, like being born out of wedlock. I think that might well be known. And then, of course, having spent all of his formative years with his mother within her own homestead, I think that is reflecting in the language, the way he struggles with the Yoruba language. And then this one now that his other names are Ekweremadu and Okafor, I don't know about that, but his wife Nkechi from Abia State, I think that is publicly known. So they're talking about a hatred for his father due to the relationship with the mother. And that, of course, is commonplace within the Nigerian space when the parents fall out and then the sons usually back the mother. But we don't know if that is the backdrop to his story or not. 5 Labour candidates were presented to Obi to lead Lagos State, and Obi picked Chinedu for reasons of that Anambra association. So I don't know how true that is or not. But certainly, what is known is that his mother is from Anambra State, and Peter Obi, of course, famously from Anambra State as well. So Chinedu joined IPOB in 2016 in Onitsha. So I don't know about the veracity of that as well. But certainly, you just have to go, and even if he has deleted it now, so many people have copied it. Go down his timeline on Twitter, and it's IPOB all the way through. Going as far back as you like. So certainly his sympathy for that space is something that is well documented. A series of meetings with Nnamdi Kanu in London, that is subjective. There's no way to verify that. IPOB once said, that's also subjective. IPOB once said there will be no election in the Southeast and all of that. So that's subjective. Many IPOB members and Igbos transferred their PVC to Lagos. That is subjective, but it stands to some sort of validation or some sort of really what played out in Lagos lends itself to that, whether it's a conspiracy theory or not, but what played out in Lagos lends itself to that. Many IPOB members and Igbos transferred their PVCs to Lagos State to support Gbadebo. So that's our evergreen then, sending in what he purports to be background information on Gbadebo Vivo. But yeah, back to you.
Sorry, before Ajako start, let me quickly reply to. Sorry, Ajako. Let me reply to what joke? I mean, how you call it? It's just a joke for me too. Kolata, point of correction. It was not Edo. It's Benin. The Benin found Lagos. You might not like it, but our establishment is there. The Oba of Lagos is there. It's our establishment, and few or more others. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, one man.
Yes.
Why I'm totally against that guy for governor. Another point, rather, why I'm totally against him. You remember in the tweet that you showed us earlier during the NSAS when he was calling for Lagos to be burned down? You remember?
Yes.
You remember that tweet that you showed us?
Yes. Yeah. There's several of it on my yes.
Is that not enough? Is that not enough to disqualify him to head?
He was calling for Lagos to be burned down.
To be burned down, yes.
Then
yes.
That's
is that not enough? Is that not enough to
Oga
disqualify
Patrick,
him?
don't believe Ajalikoko. Don't believe Ajalikoko. Ajalikoko is just a politician.
Please.
Yes, let me show it again. But Ajalikoko, you're just being too partisan, man.
Hold on.
No, if he actually did that, then that's a disaster.
He did not do that. He did the same thing Fast did. Why not say back to what Fast did? He did the same thing Fast did. Macaroni did. Campaign that
Fast is not wrong. Fast is not running. Macaroni is not running.
I'm saying the campaign. What he's saying is the same thing Fast was doing that same time.
Fast is not running for governorship of Lagos State.
You don't get what I'm saying. What
was it not on the heat of the moment because of those that were killed? Was that not on the heat of the moment?
Heat of the moment, the same thing everybody was doing, he did.
No, that is enough to qualify him. You can't.
No, you don't get me. He didn't say Lagos to burn down.
And
he
then
campaigned like the rest people.
2 years later, you are saying you want to be governor of that state. You are calling
that's
Patrick. Remember, Tinubu once said that he does not believe in Nigeria. So should we take it? Should we take back
Lagos to Nigeria now?
No, but he said he doesn't believe in Nigeria. So if you say he doesn't believe in
these guys call for the burning of Lagos, and Lagos
they did not call for the burning of Lagos State. He did not call for the burning of Lagos State.
One man,
that's a lie.
One man, show us again now. Show us that tweet now.
Let's show it.
End this
story.
When
he said,
okay. I think this is the tweet. I think this is the one that you're talking about. So this is Gbadebo Rose Vivo. It says, fear that what IPOB will come and shoot up their shop, even when Oba of Lagos threatens to drown or NRTW and thugs are all closed markets. Igbo people resist. Biafra Day is a day to be acknowledged and respected. So that's what he said.
Okay. One man, that is not his verifiable page, please. That is propaganda.
That's enough to.
No, he has the blue tick.
One man, that's a propaganda. He has come out to. These are things that are put out there by the APC and their goons.
He didn't deny it. When did he deny it? He didn't deny it. What he said.
So IPOB member now, Lagos State governor.
He did not
deny it.
He denied it.
He confirmed it. What he said was that the way he was fighting for Yoruba nation, that Yoruba nation's people should be listening to the same way he was doing for what do you call it? The people calling on Biafra nation, and for other people agitating. So he
That one,
confirmed
no,
what
no,
he
that
said. He
particular
didn't
one,
deny it.
is right.
He
No,
didn't.
that
He
particular
didn't
one is
deny
right.
it. He didn't
No,
deny
Wait,
it.
Oga
no, this
Jalikoko,
particular
Oga
one.
Jalikoko,
Yes.
sorry, Oga Joel, sorry, Oga Jalikoko. Many times I've engaged you that you are leading IPOP astray. Have you not many times campaigned for IPOP on this platform? Related to Kanu, IPOP are on their own right. Show me the place this guy wrote, burn down Lagos. That
Burn
word,
down
burn
Lagos.
down Lagos. Why you guys campaigning like this?
Did you listen to that tweet? I mean, did you listen to that tweet?
I just read what you
What does
read.
that?
Where did you
What
write
does
that
it
burn down
imply?
Lagos?
What
What
does
does
it?
that imply?
What does it?
What imply? What imply does it
What does
imply?
it imply? What does it imply?
What implied does it imply? You just said that he said burn down Lagos on your
What
own
What
word.
does it imply to you?
It is, but what did you
It
just say? Like,
doesn't
you
imply
said
burn
burn
down
down
Lagos.
Lagos.
Only say that we
He
are
did
going
not
to
say
raise
burn down Lagos.
Because
He did not say burn
I'm
down
tired now,
Lagos.
man.
No,
Don't lie against your fellow man.
hold on. It says IPOB will come and shoot up their shops. And then this one is a bit, the grammar poor. It says, even when Oba of Lagos threatens to drown or NRTW at thugs are us close, Igbo market people resist. Biafra Day is a day to be acknowledged and respected. That is
So he's calling for violence. Igbo
violence?
people.
How is
He
he calling
said
for
Igbo
Biafra
people
Day a
should
violence?
He's only
resist.
saying that the
He said
Biafra
Igbo people should
Why
resist,
should?
and he's supporting that Igbo Biafran will come. So
Oga
Biafran will
Jalikoko, the
come.
guy said
No,
we
they
respect you
should
so much.
celebrate their
That's not what he
day.
was saying.
Biafra will
They
come.
should celebrate their day.
How does
They should celebrate
Biafra
their
relate?
day.
How is it relating Biafra
Don't
to
lie against your
Igbo?
fellow man. It's not good.
Let me answer Jalikoko.
Hold on. If you look at your screen as well, here is another tweet for him. This one was the 9th of November 2015, and then it says, "Where is Biafra?" And then he carved Biafra. You can see the red circles. So he's carved Biafra out of Nigeria and going into what I think is Cameroon. So that's it says where is Biafra and the ancestral home of Biafrans, and that is Gbadebo Rose Viva.
Please, I have a question, please.
One man, let me say this.
When you want to be number one citizen, whatever you said in the past surely will be used against you. Whatever you
Unfortunately,
said,
he
and
didn't
by
say
the
anything
action, so
wrong.
this is what they are using against him.
He didn't say anything wrong.
They do it in United States. You guys
He
know.
didn't say anything wrong.
This
He
guy
didn't
is
say
not
anything
careless. He
wrong.
has said so many things. Why is he deleting his tweet now? If he's not been careless, why is he deleting his tweet?
Gentlemen, let's hear from Rosie, who wants to come in. Rosie, come in.
Yes, please. The question I have is, why are we so much focusing on this Gbadebo? I mean, these roads. I mean, is it the only one going against Sanwo-Olu? Are there no other
Because
candidates?
this is Lagos, and that's the only one that we
Now I'm saying in Lagos now, are there no other gubernatorial candidates? Is it the only one against?
Rosie is the top contender now.
Is the top contender.
So why are we focusing only on him? Why
Why?
not
We don't want him. That's why we're focusing on him, to wake our people up, to shoot him down.
He's the major contender now.
Metaphorically speaking, not to shoot him down physically.
No, yes, metaphorically.
You go for the biggest
one man. Can I speak, please?
Okay.
Can I speak, please? One man.
Yeah. Come in now, Thomas.
Yeah. So, what you are telling us now that the next governor of Lagos State is a IPOB member or ESN, because for you to be sympathizing to that space, you have some connection with them. You just read to us 13 points now. In all lies, there will be iota of truth. I can pick some points from what you just read to us now that could be true, and some could be subjective. This guy, God will not allow this guy to win Lagos.
But how authentic
Because
is
if
that thing that was
it's
that
not even
that
I told
point?
you
How
now, I said it's
authentic?
authentic.
Thomas,
Let
How
me finish
authentic is
now.
that
Let you
information?
will not let people talk. Let me finish.
So they can
Let me
interject you
finish.
now, Thomas. They can interject you. You interject
If
me
you
now, but you
interject
want
now,
to
you
say,
don't talk what you
let
want
me
talk.
finish.
Abba.
That guy is a
Thomas, let's
national
move on. Let's
security
move on.
problem for Lagos.
It's a security threat.
It's a
It's a
national
threat.
security problem, a threat
It's a
Ajale
threat
Koko,
to the
Ajale
because
nation.
if
Koko,
somebody trying
Ogajale
to
Koko,
occupy the
It's
number
a
Ogajale
one
Koko,
threat.
seat of Lagos and talking like this, he has,
Ogajale Koko.
acted
enough
this
of
way in
this
regret.
hula
He should
baloo. We
not be
need to
allowed
make
to be governor of
Someone is
Lagos
leaving
State.
this.
Lagos State is the third largest economy in Africa, and for person to be the chief executive officer of Lagos State, it must be a person that we can trust. This guy, with all we have read about the tweet, what he tweeted in the past, it clearly indicates that he cannot be trusted and is a national security problem for Lagos for him to assume the number one seat. Simple
yes.
as ABC. Too much
But
controversy around him.
why are
He
we
should not
so
be
focused?
allowed to be
Hold on.
governor
Why
of
are we so
Lagos State.
focused on this guy? Sorry, Ogadewale. When Obaseki became from APC to PDP, even the sitting president, Oshomole, even Tinubu, they could not unseat him. Why you both worry about someone losing his seat? He's the APC member, APC presidency, incoming president is an APC. Why are we worried about this
You
matter?
cannot be
Yes, sir.
worried because you are not a Yoruba
One
man, number
piece.
one,
One
You
and
piece.
don't take
you
it to
don't
the
have any
tribal. See,
connection
that
with Lagos State.
You don't
Okay,
see.
you
you
don't
are not a
Listen.
Yoruba man,
excuse me, guys.
so you
Hold
don't
on. Ajali
have
Koko, let me respond.
any
Let me respond to you.
connection
Let
with
me respond to
Lagos
you.
State.
Let me
We have
respond to you.
connection with
No,
Lagos State,
no.
and we are
Ajali, I will respond
Yoruba.
to you
We are
now.
Yorubas, so
I've
that is
This
allowed
fine.
you to.
town hall is
I've
different
gone
from
on.
others.
Wait. I've allowed you to take on this argument for a very long time. Respectfully, don't challenge you. You don't have more stake in Lagos than me. You don't, and you
Okay,
don't say that again.
tell me
I
why
have
you have connection to Lagos State.
the monarchy system in Lagos, and it's still there. Or do you want to bring the upper of Lagos related to Tariff out?
Are
Keep
you a
the Benin
Yoruba
man.
man?
Why
Are you a
just
Yoruba
tell
man?
me.
Man?
Don't tell me to be
Are you a
Yoruba
Yoruba
man.
man?
We found that land.
Yoruba
We
man. What
found
are
that
you
land.
talking
Why
Are
you
about?
you a
talking like
Yoruba
this?
man?
Who told you Lagos is Yoruba land?
Hey, what's the
Who
gas,
told you Lagos is
Lord?
Yoruba land?
One
Who
piece,
told you
one
Lagos
I
is
piece.
don't
Yoruba
know.
land?
Let me come in.
I don't know.
Let me
Joko
come
Joe.
in.
Who told you Lagos is Yoruba land? Lagos for
One piece.
Lagosians. Stop this nonsense.
Let me
Why you
come
people
in.
stop talking like this? Why you always talk like this?
Let me
Why
come
you
in.
always talk like this?
You guys have been talking and talking. Let me come in, please. Let me come in. You see, what I've noticed from everybody's submission tonight is I sense some level of fear. The fear of Labour Party coming to Lagos is the beginning of wisdom for everyone. Look, what happens last Saturday can only happen once. Okay. And you see, the principal actor, the Tinumbus or the Sanwo-Olus, they know the game they are playing. You have to forgo, they didn't lose. Okay. If you think they've lost, they didn't. I know the Labour Party's numbers in Lagos State challenging the status quo. It's like a morale booster for the APC and its sympathizers. But to think that the same number that trooped out last Saturday is going to come out this Saturday, that would be a joke. But your fear is valid. The fear of somebody coming to Lagos not able to speak the language of the land is valid. But let us look at it this way. Lagos is distinct, is different from every other state in Nigeria. Let's assume that fact. Now, in Lagos, you have presence of every tribe represented in Lagos. The Bible of a person is a Yoruba man, is a Lagosian. I haven't seen Lagosian disowning him. Now, the past is past that one man was shown earlier is catching up, but we can't judge it because the 39 years almost stepping into his 40. Now, if there's any chances, possibility that he will become the governor of Lagos, yes. But the thing I want everyone to understand, whether he wins this election or someone who wins election, is still within the Lagosian. Now, but the fact that Tinubu did not win last week make people to have this panic. And the jewel of Nashville that is constantly or consistently defending Labour Party's candidate. Look, Jewel, let's get this fact right. There's no man from Ondo State that will go to Anambra or Imo State to contest for the governorship that will be, given a chance. That is a fact. But you are supporting Roadviver simply because he's coming from Labour Party. That is the main reason why you are supporting him. But he's still a Yoruba man. All right? He's still a Yoruba man. Whether he wins on Saturday or not, he's still within Lagosian. But for the fact that Labour Party wins Lagos State, that sends shiver down the spine of people. Look, I don't buy all this idea of somebody speaking Yoruba or not speaking Yoruba. A day is going to come because we're all living abroad. We're not born here. Probably we are the first generation. If tomorrow our children in our various countries that we live in decided to go into public office, would you want somebody to say, look, you are not from here, haven't spent all their lives, pay taxes in the country that they were born? Every time Nigerians occupy the public office abroad, guess what we do? We share them on that we are well represented. I wonder if a white man or a Spanish man comes to Nigeria, or even a Lebanese that was born in Nigeria, decided to go into public office. If we're speaking this way, not to talk of a white man coming to Nigeria to seek for elective position, are we still going to be saying the same thing? We will say the worst. So let us simmer down a little bit. This fear of somebody is taking over language, our language is going to extinct in the first place. And I'm glad the former Lagos State governor signed into law. Now, whether Gbadebo speak English or doesn't speak English, as long as Lagosians are well taken care of, that is what matters. Culture also matters. But then we look at it this way, anything can be learned. Language can be learned. And as long as it imbibes the culture of the land, he will do fine. So let us calm down a little bit about somebody who owns one land or does not own one land. We know, and I make good example last week, that as long as we have state of origin in our culture, this debate will continue. But Lagos is not any other state in Nigeria, because what makes Lagos State unique is the fact that any other person can travel down to that state, migrate to that state, and claim to be a Lagosian. But we know who Lagosians are. They are not that many. They know their circle. But this is the only state that is widely open to everyone. So whether Gbadebo wins the election or he loses the election, he's still a Lagosian. That is a fact, and that cannot change. His middle name does not mean anything. Now, what he has said in the past, we've all said worse things in the past. So what he said when he was much more younger and he was more of an activist, after all, he's able to identify with Labour, which is more or less like an activist party, right? So what he has done in the past, if it's catching up on him now, people will ask, Lagosian will ask him, you and I are not going to vote him on Saturday, though. People that lives there, because I've heard people that actually voted for Labour that vowed not to vote for him come Saturday. How about that? That their vote was a protest vote against Tinubu, that they like what Sanwo-Olu is doing currently. So, what about those people? So don't let us go into this. We should be looking at his plan. What if he has a bigger plan for Lagos than what we currently have? What if that is the word? What if? Are we going to say because he doesn't speak Yoruba, then he will not be able to do the job of governor? How old were our previous head of state and our governors when they got into public office? How old were they? None of them were in their 40s. The Gowons of this. And here we are debating about somebody not, We should be talking about partner issue, about
But
his plan, his manifesto.
Adewale, you can't,
This
Adewale,
is a
you can't
very
say we
good
can't
talk.
debate it.
This is a very good talk. Thank you so much.
Adewale,
Very, very constructive talk.
can I speak, please?
May God bless
Let
Yeah,
me
you.
yeah.
finish.
Hold on. Before you speak, Thomas. There's quite a few people waiting in the background to come on, and I'm a bit conscious that they've been waiting
Let me get out. Let me get out.
No,
Let me
you
get
don't
out.
get.
Adewale,
No, you don't get out. I'll step down to bring Sam in, because Sam has been waiting for a while. So I'll step down to bring
Woman,
Sam in, and then
woman, you
let.
can shuffle me. Don't worry.
Oh,
I'll just be
all right.
watching you people.
All right. There are two people to come on. So I'll shuffle you then for God's grace, and I'll shuffle myself for Sam.
Yes, sir. You
So
can take me out too. I'll be listening. I don't need to talk anymore. Thank you so much, sir.
Miss Rosie, thank you so much.
Thank
Nice
you so
meeting
much.
you.
It's nice. Thank you so
but
much.
yeah, the only female voice we have there, though. That's the thing. But then, if you have to go, you have to go. But
No, I just want to give other people the opportunity to come in.
no, because you provide a balance, so you can stay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Oma. Thomas.
Oga, yes.
Thomas, please. There is a link I just sent to you. Now,
to the private chat.
Yes, in the private chat. If you play, you will see what Robible was actually referencing. Was actually replying to in that is tweet. That will give us the context Ajanle Koko was trying to push. Then you can now play Nnamdi Kanu's, you see it next. That is what exactly Road Bible was validating. You listen to that clip and we can all judge.
Oh yeah, let me try because I don't have my laptop. Yeah, let me try if we can do that. 1 sec. I'm sorry, I can't do that with my phone.
Yeah,
it's
no,
only normal that I don't have my laptop.
yeah. Let me just do that for the purposes of So yes, so share it with the screen. So this is Rhodes Vivo's account, as you can see. So there he is there, and then where we're taking it from?
No, scroll down a bit first.
Yes.
Scroll down a bit. Scroll
So,
down.
yeah.
Play this one first.
That's so play it first and then yeah, okay.
Yes.
Oh wait, one man. Is it not graphic?
No, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is it anything that YouTube will frown against?
No, it's just one of the Nnamdi Kanu's ranting.
Very useless. Properly, stay at home tomorrow. Complete and utter lockdown. I know some people are very foolish. Around 12 o'clock, they want to come out and see if they can open their shop. If you open that very shop, you will burn you inside it. I know because especially Umuahia people are very stupid. That's where I come from. Very, very hopeless people. Umuahia, Abakaliki, and Enugu, very useless. Properly.
Okay.
All right.
So somebody now said, this is no longer obedience. No, go up now. Go up. Okay. Finally. Up. So this man said, Southeast people are now living in perpetual fear. The ascending forces are either threatening to be killed. He said, this is fear. It is no longer obedience. Right? Now, that is what Road Bible is now validating Nnamdi Kanu's sit at home, and they will burn you in the church in the shop if you don't sit at home, against this guy's point that it is now fear, it's not obedience. And that's what brings about this fear that what? Replying to that guy now and say, what do you mean? Why are you criticizing Nnamdi Kanu? IPOB will come and shoot up their shop. Even when Oba of Lagos threatens to drown, your close market Igbo people resist. Biafra Day is a day to be acknowledged and respected, validating Nnamdi Kanu's point. So when you see people bringing things out, they don't just bring it out of in isolation. He's replying to this guy, says, stop criticizing my master. Nnamdi Kanu was right. And was he really right? How can I say they'll burn people in the shop? So this is the issue. It's an outline follower of Nnamdi Kanu to have him in Lagos. That's what some of us are saying.
Thank you, Ogbeni, for bringing this to our knowledge. You see, when I was saying that, what that guy, everything he said implies that Lagos State should be burned down. Some people are saying, "Oh, what did he say? He didn't say
they did
that
not call Lagos State to be
expressly."
burned down, please.
But
Let us use the word. If you're campaigning, you're campaigning, but say the right things. It's not right.
What Ogbeni have
Ajali Koko, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Do you think the obedience, they don't even care who gets to that seat? It may be mad person, it may be terrorists. They just don't want Tinubu.
Yes, they don't want Sanwo-Olu or anybody that have connection with Tinubu to be there. And they don't care about who is going to occupy there. As long as it's one of them, they don't care about his background. They don't care about what he represents or whatsoever. This guy, like I said, is a security problem to Lagos State. And it's a national security problem to Nigeria. And we, at this point in time when we are looking forward to leadership that can bring people together, that can bring peace onto the land, we cannot allow this guy that makes so much reckless statement in the past call on shops to be burned down or people to be
but IPOB is coming to shoot. What if IPOB is coming to shoot?
And Biafra is coming, whether we like it or not. Yes.
If IPOB is coming to shoot, are they coming to shoot cows and goats?
Yeah, it's calling them to come and shoot people in Lagos now. That is
okay. I want to ask you that question again.
Security. This guy is a security problem to Lagos.
Can you let him finish? Let him finish. Then you can come in.
It's a security problem to Lagos, and it's a national security problem to Nigeria, because Lagos is the economic backbone of Nigeria, and somebody to be in charge of Lagos as the chief executive officer of Lagos State must be somebody that really loves that country, that really loves that state, and that really loves, Nigeria. So it's not clear to me that this guy really loved that country. With all these statements that he made in the past, we cannot take a risk. It's a big risk, national security risk, for us to let him be in charge of that enormous resources of Nigeria. Resources, this Lagos State, no, it cannot be in his hand. It cannot be in his hand. We have to be very, very up and doing, and we have to know what we are doing. This guy is not. I'm not supporting him for that statement alone. That has knocked him down completely. All these statements.
Yeah. Thank you, Ajali. What piece you can come?
Ajali Koko, and I'll tag Ogbeni on this too. As Ogbeni, as a practicing lawyer, you know what you just posed. For a fact, you cannot win that case in court. That state was directed at Lagos. Shop could be anywhere. It could be Enugu, and the guy specifically said by people from Enugu and Umuahia. Why are you not tagging it to Lagos? You know this. You are a very experienced lawyer. You know that case will not fly.
Wait, Ogbeni, wait. Does it really matter if they say they should shoot Anambra or they should shoot Lagos? What are you saying?
Because what I'm saying is this.
Let me finish now.
You guys will calm down. You guys will calm down, because what you are all saying, you are just an internet politician. You people doesn't know what is going on in Nigeria.
No, me talking.
I'll call you in. You can't just jump in, please. Just let me finish my thoughts, then I'll call you in, please. Thank you. If he said they should shoot people people in Anambra, they are not human beings, or people in Onisha, they are not human beings. It doesn't matter anywhere. He told them to go and shoot. Are they going to shoot goats or animals? So what is your bone of contention there?
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Thomas. My broad contention is that I'm not saying they should shoot anybody. I'm totally against that. But for Oga could turn around and use that again as a point of reference in Lagos is equally wrong too. Because we are debunking that, we are going against that tape for one. It's not good to choose people, and Oga is making that tape look like it's going to happen in Lagos. That is exciting. And my good brother, Lionel brother,
obviously is making that reference to Lagos because hold on now, be patient. He mentioned the Oba of Lagos. He mentioned whether they want to throw them in the river or in the lagoon.
In the lagoon.
So this guy was referencing to Lagos. So that call is called that they should come and close down shop or burn down shop. It's particular about Lagos. So you don't twist it. Don't try to, in the course of defending him,
no.
Twist everything.
No. I'm not twisting anything here. I'm not twisting about anything here.
And moreover, he was living in Lagos. So where was this? Look, what peace? Let us just say it the way it is.
What peace? You have a bad case. Admit.
Let us say it the way it is.
Ogbeni, I will fire you from today. I'm not playing anymore.
Ogbeni has done us so much good this evening for bringing that tweet.
Can I interject?
Everything that this guy said in the past, for bringing it to the fore tonight. He has done us so much good.
So it's not more language.
Yeah,
it's not more language.
Let's
everything wrapped together. Language and national security problem about national security.
He's going to be your governor on Saturday.
Trust this guy.
I reject it in Jesus' name.
We are making him governor.
Can Sam come in?
Can I come in?
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. What we are saying is, if Gbadebo was born in Lagos, is a Lagosian, he can contest. But the way the Igbo boys are taking this issue, they are dividing every youth in Nigeria. You people doesn't see what is going on in Lagos, particularly. By Saturday, it won't even reach half of what Obi scored in the other election. I bet you. Majority of people talking over here.
Don't say that. Oh, they will shock you. Oh. They're going to shock you again. Oh. Don't say that. Oh.
Okay, my brother. Let's forget. We are all in the overseas. I mean UK. We are talking.
No,
so
I'm in Ado Ekiti.
You see?
Everybody that is in overseas.
So what we should try and do is to bring all Nigerians together. We are one. We shouldn't be going about tribe. Though this election so clearly
but Sam,
there's a tribe.
Do you think we are deceiving ourselves if we said we are one? I never see us as one.
Yes, we are deceiving. Yes, we are deceiving ourselves. That's what I'm trying to say, that we should bring ourselves together. We don't see each other as one. Because my sister works in Enugu. There was a lady they beat to hell, but it doesn't come out on social media or this thing because that person is a Yoruba woman. And because if we vote for APC, yes.
Come on. We saw the video of countless videos of people beating up in the Southeast because they vote for APC. We saw them. We brought it here as well.
The reason I'm so concerned that about Lagos State is not because Igbo can win or Obi can win. What happens at Lekki Gate is the major thing that sets Tinubu and that will a little bit affect Sanwo-Olu, but for saying that Sanwo-Olu will lose on Saturday, you all forget about it. Just forget about it.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
Mr. Sam, can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
No, Joel, you've been spoken. Let's hear from.
Can I say something?
Yeah, let's hear from Ms.
Yeah.
Grace. Yeah.
So, thank you, everyone.
You're welcome.
I've listened to everybody, and I think as it is, nobody can call the Lagos State election as of now. See, this thing is dicey. With what one man played earlier and the kind of aggression that people are putting on now, we cannot say that Sanwo-Olu is coming back. It's obvious that this election is between Sanwo-Olu and GRV. Jandor should just go and sit down. I don't see that one. I don't see that one coming up anywhere. However, in the area of language, see, one of the reasons why I feel GRV has this problem is because his campaigning has tilted towards the Igbos more than the Yorubas. So he is actually focusing on the Igbos and the Gen Zs that as his constituency. However, do I personally feel GRV should be the next governor? This is my personal opinion. Nobody should come for me. I don't think so. This is my reason. Beyond the issue of language, you see, governance also requires experience. People are saying, nobody, these guys, people have done 20-something years. People have done 20-something years in Lagos, and they've not seen
It's Grace. He's an architect. He's an architect.
He's an architect. I agree with you, he's an architect. But see, architecture is not governance. Let's separate it. See, go and look at people who have governed Lagos. Let's start from after Tinubu, who all of us agree, whether on paper or not on paper, that he said the master plan. Fashola was the chief of staff for 4 years and 6 months. After that comes Ambode, who has been the Accountant General of Lagos State during the time of Tinubu, and he worked with Fashola. There comes Sanwo-Olu, who has been special advisor to Tinubu. From there to Fashola, he heads the Lagos Homes and now the governor. See, it is easier to say, we want to take back this Lagos. We want to do this. Let's first analyze the policies of this guy. His major bone of campaigning is that he wants to take Agberu off Lagos, which personally I do not like. But it's beyond these rhetorics. Governance is beyond that. For anybody who has had opportunity to move close to people in power, you will understand with me that all these social media analysis, when you get into government, is beyond this. I personally, why are all of us against Showore? People will say, you should go and do local government first. You should go and do this. Why is nobody telling GRV that you should go and try councillor first? Beyond the issue of language, I personally do not feel this guy has what it takes. See, Lagos is not a small boy place. No state in Nigeria can we consider as a small boy state. But Lagos has a kind of peculiarity. Imagine the number of people coming into Lagos every day. So somebody is telling me he's trying to do he's going to do a rail in within the first 4 years, going to 120 kilometers. See, all this are just political. I don't know the right word to use this time around. But the fact is that I personally
rhetoric.
Yes, I personally just feel
propaganda.
Yes, I personally just feel this guy is too. He doesn't have that experience to govern Lagos. See, Fashola governed Lagos within 8 years. His black hair turned to grey. Can't you see the way? Can't you see the way Sanwo-Olu is aging? Can't you see the way Sanwo-Olu is aging? This is somebody who was with Tinubu, and Sanwo-Olu said within 18 months he toured 18 countries under Tinubu. These are people who have been in government. Government is not about everybody's governor. I want to go and be a governor. And that's why personally I do also not feel that Jandor can rule Lagos. It's not by the fact Jandor will do worse with
but it's grace. It's grace. Some people they don't care. They just want anyone there. They don't care.
See, but fine. That is the beauty.
His grace.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
You have more narrative than Ajali Koko that is a 1940 Awolowo centric type of politics or propaganda. Like what you said, like what you just said now, it will cut into the Gen Z in normal rational person mind. It's not about, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not about language or tribe. It's about, if you say about this guy,
so you want to go after Ajali Koko now?
Of course, hold on.
It's Ajali Koko. You want to
go
after?
Yes, now see what I'm saying.
You want to go after the issue.
What is
right?
Me, I am not that in that shoes to face the likes of Babajale Koko when it comes to history. So let's talk within my own.
No. I'm not against what you're saying. What I'm saying that you put in a better perspective, better way to explain that we understand better.
See, do you also know that I'm a Yoruba boy?
I understand I know from your accent, but you put in a better context that we don't have here.
Where I come from,
better words.
See, it's great. You are using better words. You are using better words, which is allowed in politics, and you are calling it out the way it's supposed to be. That guy is immature. We cannot give him the fifth largest economy in the world. It doesn't have the experience. This politics.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But the way I'm looking at things, if care is not taken, come Saturday, there is a high likelihood that this guy might be the next governor of Lagos. It might.
No, he won't. Let me tell you. Obaseki defect from APC. Why Buhari was APC president? Why Osomole was the APC national chairman? Why Tinubu was the APC at that time? National leader. He defected and defeated them in PDP. With you know how many military they were deployed to Benin? 30,000. Yet in one. Not the power, what they call the power of equivalency. He's a sitting governor for crying out loud. He's the chief officer of that state. He determined what's going to happen that election. He can cancel that election. Do you know? He can cancel that election.
Do you know what I said? I said he might.
Might not day, my brother. Might not day. He will win. Sorry
because
to say.
when you look at if the Yorubas goes out the way they did, you see, the idea is about. It's not about Sanwo-Olu. If somebody will be, I don't think anybody will say Sanwo-Olu have not worked in Lagos. Give it to that guy. That guy,
No. It's grace. Wait. Some obedience say Sanwo-Olu is not working in Lagos. They say it often on this platform.
Thomas, you went to Nigeria recently. You confirmed
I give my account.
You confirmed all you saw.
So you have been listening to us for a while.
It will be unfair to say Sanwo-Olu has not worked.
His grace.
That person needs to go and revalue himself.
I'm listening.
Instead of Sanwo-Olu has not worked.
Okay, now let me tell you this, right? I want to stand on this show and I will tell you. You see, what we are saying here is that we have a Nigerian standard and we have a world standard.
Okay.
I do not know where you live, but if you have been to Lagos State, if you go to Lagos State today, and you go to a place, I'm not talking about the mainland area. I am talking about the Lekki area that is less than 25 years old. Because I came to Lagos State in 1989. And by that time, all these places you call Lekki were all swampy areas, except for those of us that can go to Electoral Beach those days, right? Now, all those places were swamp. I was thinking that as they are trying to build there, and they're saying that someone that is visionary is trying to build Lekki, I was thinking that it will come with a better planning, better landscaping, that is in tune with the 21st century. My brother, His Grace, if you go to Lekki, you will feel bad.
Okay.
Look, let me tell you.
Rome was not built in a day. Rome was not built in a day.
Thomas, please.
The houses the white men built in Enugu City, if you go there today, you're going to see proper planning. Thomas, what I am saying here does not cost too much money. If you can build a 3-story building, you can do a little bit of landscaping in your area. You go to airport. Look, let me tell you, I took some pictures and I sent it to one man. One man refused to post those pictures. And
why are people leaving Anambra to Lagos?
Can I respond to
Thomas, please. You see, I know now you're a moderator, right? And please, if you're a moderator, you have to act like a moderator and quit the laughing.
I'm
right?
asking you, why are people moving
now?
From
let me answer your question, Ajelekoko. Ajelekoko, look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Is well planned than Lagos.
Let me tell you now. Can I answer that question? Let me answer that question.
Wait. You will talk. Even Ajalekoko, some people even went to Nigeria. They can't go to their hometown. They stay in Lagos.
One of them now. He couldn't travel to the
I don't know them. Ajalekoko, I don't know them.
He stayed.
Thomas, why are you throwing jab?
The issue there is
Thomas, why are you throwing jab?
Always you try to come with this thing. And I said, I don't know how he became a moderator, but it's okay. That's for one man and his thing going on. But let me just say this. Ajelekoko, you said, why are people coming from Lagos State and from Anambra to Lagos? And my question is, why wouldn't they come to Lagos State? Lagos State used to be the capital.
No,
of
you
the
said
nation. Can I finish?
Everybody should hold on.
Can I respond? Okay.
Everybody should hold on, please. Let's do a run through so you can cancel him. Joe, continue. Thank you.
Ajelekoko, even if it is a shithole, even if Lagos is a shithole and it is our economic capital, people will still go there. My point is that it has nothing to do with the man coming from Anambra. The man from Anambra has his own base. It is left for his governor to deal with that. And if they cannot deal with that, then people there should talk. People in Lagos State, I am telling you because you said this man built Lagos State. And I am saying, what did he build? Go to Lekki. If you are staying abroad and you go to Lekki and you say that Lekki is good or it's up to, it's not. I'm not saying like 10%. I'm not saying like 50%. I'm saying like 10-20% of what you are seeing where you are staying abroad. Because what happens is that when it comes to where we are staying, we have sense. When it comes to where Nigerians are staying, we start proving brains. We start racking brains. Nigerians are living in 4 states, and one of those areas are in Lekki that is unplanned. So you cannot say that someone that is visionary built Lagos or built Lekki.
Can I respond to that?
We need a new hand in Lagos State, and that is why GRV is the right person for that position. Thank you.
Okay, so can I respond to that?
Go ahead, brother.
Yes, you can respond. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you talked about the planning of Lekki. See, the rate at which people troop to Lagos. I am not from Lagos, but on this one, let me do some devil's advocate. You see, the rate at which people troop to Lagos. If the government is to do the planning the way you wish, see, everybody will stone Tinubu to death.
How?
God bless you. Now, let me make a little digression. During the case of NSAS, Tinubu was never in government. Tinubu has never been in government since 2007. But everybody is attacking Tinubu. They said, he's the owner of the toll gate, is this. Mind you, Tinubu does not have any state power. One. Sanwo-Olu is the governor of Lagos State. But do you also know that Sanwo-Olu does not have control over the military, even the police? Yet, everybody is attacking Sanwo-Olu. See, if That's just on NSAS. That just happened within 1 week. If by the standard we see in the Western world that we all live, if by that standard we say, okay, this is the way we want the Lagos to be, everybody will see the APC or whatever government that has been running Lagos as an anti-people government. I've been on this show for over a year, even though I don't comment all the time. I hear people say, there is no pipe-borne water, that APC has been in government for 20-something years. We can't even have water in Lagos. And I hear one man say, this is a kind of unachievable project. To say we want to pass water to every houses in Lagos. It's the same way. If they say, okay, as they are planning today, tomorrow, another 10,000 people they are entering Lagos. That automatically alter their plan. We cannot begin to benchmark 200 years economy with 60-something years economy.
I think it's all wrong. No, you're getting it all wrong. No. Have you been to Lagos?
I live in Lagos.
Okay.
I live in Lagos.
My point is,
all my life, I have lived in Lagos. Now, I can benchmark some places for you, even here in the Western world. The very first time I came to America, there's a place in Texas. They call that place Bisonet. I do not see how that street is better to say, okay, this is in America. That place is even better. Come to Detroit.
Don't mention Bisonet though.
No, you can't compare Detroit.
Don't mention Bisonet though.
Let's go to New York. Let's go to New York.
Queens in New York.
Hear me out. But that is part of the same America we say we advocate, right? Come to Detroit. That is also part of the same America.
My brother, you're talking about my brother. You don't go like 3-4 states though. We are talking about a state. Pick up a state and compare Lagos. If you want to pick up a state to compare Lagos with, you pick up something like New York. Then we can go from New York. Right? I know that. New York is quite old, but we can pick up New York.
Let me place my argument on New York. For instance, for all like every obedient that I have known, I've condemned Lagos because of traffic. Even with America, New York has not been able to solve this traffic with all their underground subway, with all these things. Has New York been able to solve traffic?
No.
So that is New York that has been even before the birth of Jesus Christ. Sorry for the use of that word.
But the transportation system is unique, though.
But
people want to do magic.
Everybody should hold on. I want to check who is with us or who is not with us. Some people are waiting in the waiting room, so I can kick them out. Do we have Ogbeni, please?
You want to kick
Ogbeni
out?
No, if you are not there, Ogbeni is there, Ola is there, Joel is there, His Grace is there. Do we have Rosie?
No, but I can leave.
We have Rosie? No, I'm not kicking. No. Okay. I don't want you to leave. You can stay. I just want to bring somebody in. Do we have Rosie? Rosie. We don't have Rosie. Yeah. I'm kicking it out. Yeah. We have Joel. Do we have Sam, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Sam. Do we have what piece?
They drive.
Yeah, but you are here. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You are there. That's fine. Yeah. So I want to bring rational mind in. So continue your conversation, please.
Yeah. Okay. So as old as New York is, they are unable. That's New York that people are not even trooping in every day. New York, people are not trooping in every day. As old as New York is, they are unable to solve transportation problem. And people want the young Lagos, the Sanwo-Olu that is trying to stop transportation problem in Lagos just overnight.
It's great. Let me just say this. Joe, let me say this.
Okay.
Despite they have all the means of transportation working, they're still unable to solve it, isn't it? Waterways is working, the roads,
I
the
will
train,
not
the
agree with
buses.
that. I will not agree with.
Can I just say something
I won't
to
agree
this
with
effect?
him there.
Angelico, before you go, please.
Let me say this.
Angelico, go. I want you to talk after me so that you just cap everything up, please. I'll be brief with this. See,
Yeah, go on, Joe.
and His Grace, His Grace. This is one thing I found out in Lagos. Let me tell you one of the things. From when you come into a Lekki area, right? You have one straight road, right, going down to Ebe, right? That road you see, it's not even demarcated, right? Okay, you cannot even say that this road, this main road, this only road that leads to Ebe, you cannot say it is 5 lane or 6 lane. The whole thing there is started. The side of the road is started. So what happens on that road? Because if you're talking about traffic in New York and traffic in Lagos, I will tell you the difference. The difference with that one, the one in Lagos, is that if you have, for instance, somebody making a right, maybe he has a right turn, right? He does not have any like a demarcation that says, okay, this lane is only for the right turn, right? Everybody is moving on that road. Then even on that road, you now have what they call it, not big potholes, right? On the ones that even exit them out of the main road, the roads are horribly bad. You see the problem? So you that is on that main road, you cannot even get into this other side. And everybody moves onto that same road. That's the reason why when they said they were going to do the 7th is it a Fulman Bridge? I said it was going to help, right? It was going to help. But the thing there is that if they had better planning, if they weren't selling land, if you ask people that stay in Lekki, they stay in. This place used to be place that they put for what they call it, for park. They sold it. They built a house on it. In a place like Lekki, we still have open drainage. When I mean, you know this big gutter that we used to have in Ebutemeta. I don't know if some of you that are still in Ebutemeta. This canal. We still have open canal. We still have open canal in Lekki. Come on.
No, I agree with you. I am not saying leaving all that undone. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying that these guys, see, you'll be shocked that GRV comes in Saturday, he cannot do, in fact, he will do worse.
Then we push him out. That's the point. My brother, he's great. This is what we want to do. And his grace. His grace. This is what obedience wants to do. Let me just be brief with this. I'll be brief. What obedience wants to do is this. We want any person going into power to know that you did not give us money to get into power. You have been hearing of people, Okada men, winning seats in places like a Plateau, right? They did not give us any money. We put you there. So when you go in
no, point of correction, you didn't put them there. They are opportunists of circumstance.
It does not matter. Trust the process. This is what we are saying. We want to get to a point in Nigeria where the people will be the one to put you in there, so that when you get in there, you work for the people. That is what has been missing in the Nigerian politics since the beginning of democracy. And what changed? What changed is that beavers, that collation from the polling units. It has killed all this rigging, all these stupid numbers we used to get from River State, from all these places. Today, in fact, let me tell you, I think Angelico could help me. Tinubu did not need Wike at the end of the day. If you ask me,
Tinubu won.
Tinubu did not need Wike, because even the numbers that came out from his state, the bad name that he gave to Tinubu in River State was not worth it. Because Tinubu would have won. Tinubu got 25 in 30 states, right? So that is the point. You understand what I'm saying? We need to want
said Tinubu did not win where? He didn't win where?
You say?
They said Tinubu did not win where?
I said Tinubu won in River State now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he did not need all those bad names from Wike going to main people to be able to vote for him because he did not need that state.
Why? Why didn't he need that state?
He didn't need that state now. How many states?
That's one of the states that contributed to his election.
But he got 5% in 30 states. That's what I'm saying.
No,
he got 25% in 30 states. So he didn't actually need it technically.
Every vote counts. Everywhere.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead, brother.
Do you think Labour Party has come to
Adewale,
stay?
you want to speak, right?
Yeah, I'm asking Joe a question.
Okay,
Do you think
brother, go ahead.
Labour Party has come to stay?
Yes, they have come to stay.
What makes you think so?
Because you see, the issue of Labour Party, the backbone of Labour Party is the obedience.
Okay.
And obedience is any person that loves to see us grow. Progressives, those are obedience. So they cut across tribes, they cut across religion, they cut across traditions. These are people that said that we want to start doing things right. So if you understand what we have been trying to do, even with the states, we want to take more states because from structureless, we are becoming structured. But we want to make that structure in such a way, we want to make them understand that we have the number and we can put you in there and pull you out if you are not performing. And that is what has been missing in Nigerian politics. The people in government are not responsive to us. Go ahead, brother. Allow me to land now. Allow me to land the thought. Then you now ask me
land your point here. Land your point.
Go ahead. I don't even forget what I want to. That's what I was saying. Allow me to land.
Let me have a follow-up.
Go ahead, brother.
George, the reason why I asked you that question is simply because if you have been following the trend of politics in Nigeria, there's something called momentum. It shifts sometimes.
Yes.
Despite the introduction of beavers,
That's right.
and with the irregularities and what have you that is, everybody is talking about, Tinubu still won. Okay. If not, Tinubu shouldn't have won the election. The reason why I ask you that if Labour Party has come to stay is because the mechanism put in place as a machinery behind Labour Party is just for a momentary purpose. It's not like a PDP and APC that have been hoiling their machinery for a very long time. And to sustain that, they will need funding, constant funding. And hopefully, Labour Party will be able to win some states. And then they will become the same people that they've been accusing. Because if they're using the state funds to form their party, then they will become the same party, people like APC and PDP. But the bottom of my argument is
Wale, do you think they can win any states?
No, of course.
Do you think they can win any states?
They could.
Are you sure?
In the south, yes. In the south, it's possible. They could.
What of Afghan? What of Afghan?
Afghan is gone. Afghan
is seen as the same as PDP and APC. But the funnest thing. Hold on, Joel.
Okay, go ahead.
Look, I don't want us to delude ourselves that this little victory that we got is going to be forever. The same folks, the same old guard.
You keep on, let me interject to you. Which victory? Which victory?
Hold on.
There was no victory.
Hold on, Thomas.
Thomas, we won 40 seats. That's victory already.
Labour Party
won. The presidency is the goal, isn't it?
It doesn't matter.
The presidency is the goal.
Now, presidency is not only the political position. There are other political positions there to be taken.
I'm trying to land my point.
Go ahead, Adewale.
Politics is not something that is for a moment. It's a process. It involves a lot of calculation, permutation, all sort of things. Now, if you are a faint-hearted person, you will not be able to survive. All right. Now, the same people that are in Labour Party today, or the obedient that are kind of like behind Labour Party today, after some time, they tend to grow up. Now, would they still be able to sustain this excitement for years, for the next 4 years, 16 years? I doubt that. That is why I think this is. Labour Party hasn't grown to the point that it will be able to survive on its own. And if they're banking on the obedient enthusiasm and level of positive anger that they have, in the long run, he would not be able to sustain them. That's why I asked the question that do you think Labour Party has come to stay? Because let me tell you one thing, these same people you are pushing out, I'm talking about the old guys now, will find their way back into the system. You will think you know how to play the game, but they will house smart every single person. You know what? I don't want to jinx this because it's good for our democracy.
I don't want let me give you one. Let me give you one instance, right? You see, as the politicians are getting smarter, we are getting smarter. We the people are getting smarter. Until this last election, we did not know that the election, the rigging and everything was done at the polling units.
Who don't know? You
Moving
can't tell me you
forward.
didn't know that, Jules.
No.
You cannot
tell
tell me that.
Hold
It's
on now.
been
Hold
there
on.
for a
Hold on
long
now.
time.
Hold on. Let me tell you what really happens, right? The issue there is that before you had the option of rigging at the polling units, or you rig at the collection center, or the collection center, or on your way to the collection center, right? This time around, like our mandate, we're getting our mandate from Tinubu. That is pure because we have seen many of those. So what we are just saying is this: Nigerians are getting smarter. We now know that those elections is won on the polling units. So right now, since we have the beavers and we know that it's going to be won or lost at the polling station, check out how next elections will be. Everybody,
did you listen to Adewale on the Dr. Damage's show today?
Adewale,
Prince Adewale.
No, what did he say?
Okay. See, he makes some declaration and some eye opener, and he said, election rigging does not start on the day of election itself.
Exactly.
What every single party did, including the Labour Party, was that they purposely planted their agents, their stooge, in INEC. Some of the INEC officials have already been graced, their palm has already been graced, including the Labour Party. Okay.
Oh no, please, no.
Look, this is one thing I want you to know. Take this as just, take it as assume that it's possible. Don't believe it, but take it that it is possible.
Okay.
Except if you are, we are not. I mean, you are an older person. We're talking about human being now. All right. Now, let's just assume that was what happened. These people had been planted in what you call INEC positions. So what everybody did was to purposely increase their numbers of vote in their areas that they know that they could win. Okay? They purposely jacked up those numbers. And then they were banking on the returning officers and then the INEC, what you call them in each state, to help them to push that across. Now, on the day of election was done, right? And during the collation, after the collation, every agent got their number, and then it was not uploaded to the server of INEC. And then you have the collecting officer collecting this number, adding them together, and forward it to the INEC headquarters, right? So all these are already perpetrated, money already exchanged, and now he brought something up, which is very, very good idea. Online, I've seen a souvenir where Governor Peter Obi and his deputy, his presidential candidate, was printed on that souvenir bag, and inside it were items being given to voters. Okay, in that situation, I've come across it before the election. Somebody posted it on his page. Now, in that situation, what do you call that one? Influencing, buying vote? Now,
no, we did not do that.
Hold
Please.
on. He claimed that he
Adewale, please hold on,
trying
please.
to.
Please hold on, please hold on. I'm shutting down in the next 35 minutes. So if we have rational mind, you can come into the conversation so that we can balance, we can hear
let
everybody's
rational
point
mind
of
Go
view.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, just continue. Yeah,
just want to say hi to
continue. Let me what Dewale land, but let Dewale land, then you can come into the conversation.
Okay. Okay. Let me wrap it up real quick. And he was making comment about how these things are being done, perpetrated and all that. But for you and I, who are just like regular folks, that of course we can call each other a sympathizer to any of this political party or candidate. We go to the poll, we cast our vote, believing that okay, we're gonna do this. But some people, in some areas where they know that they have a low numbers, have already gone there, I was told that he said it, that money was exchanged and dollars, actually $10, $20, $30 were given to people. All right. So this is a systemic issue, not just on the day of election. And I'm thinking, will the Labour Party have the enough to be able to carry them, to prepare them to that finish line, whereby they will be able to establish themselves, not just establish themselves, but be able to, take the power completely from the old guard? I doubt it. I don't think it's possible because these old folks will find their way back into the system and push these Labour Party people out of it. That is what I believe. Even though what is happening now is more of an enthusiasm and all that, within the younger and the youth, but in the long run, people have political amnesia. They will forget about this when something good happens to them. Then they will focus their attention on something different. That's the reason why I asked that question. That do you think this momentum will be able to sustain Labour Party in the long run? Thank you.
Rational mind.
Yeah,
Thomas, please can I just come in just 1 second and I'll leave. Yes. Adewale.
Yeah, 1 second is already 1 second is already done. Continue.
Yeah. Thank you for the enlightenment. You see, the same view you see Labour Party or whatever it's called obedient now is the same way I see it too. And like I always say, the Obi space is filled up with 5 major group of people. First, the high pop guys. Second, the NSAS guys. Third, the Pentecostal Christian members whose their pastor railroad them into it. Is it railroad? Yeah, them to it. Then fourth, the angry youths who are tired of this government, old people, no employment, nothing, the angry youth. And lastly, people in diaspora. Now, for me, these are the first major categories of people that occupy that space. And when you look at them, they have different interests. The only thing that unites them for now, Peter Obi, and then they just have to get this government out from it. If you read this man, before I go back to that, if you read this man's book, Odyssey, that's Nnamdi Azikiwe book. I commend that book to everybody to read. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Sick of Africa, he talks about you don't just go to the poll and vote for any other person because you hate the other party. He said because when you vote that man you don't know, it becomes more dangerous for you.
Ogbeni, let me have this. You can add it together. Did any obedient know these people they are voting for? Can they vouch for them? Can they even mention their names? Do they know their consequences? Do they know where they are coming from? I heard that somebody got a form from Germany and they won an election.
I have explained the reason why.
Not really, but
I have explained
they are
the
just
reason
happy.
why.
Like Jewel will tell you, they are just happy. Oh, an Okada man won this, and that was what
No, come on now,
I'm coming, Joel. Let me just land on it, and that is what Nnamdi Azikiwe was talking about. They said you vote for an unknown person that you don't even know his ideology. He said you risk your time, and that time is life because you are experimenting with what you don't know. I wonder the quality of law you expect an Okada band to go to the National Assembly to go and do.
He's a graduate, though. He's a graduate, though. Now, Nigeria do. I mean, they drive Okada.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So for me, when you now start seeing the quality, the low quality of laws they are bringing out, you start complaining. But the point is that the issue actually comes from you that just believe you don't want A, then let's bring B that you don't know. That is for that. Now, the reason why I think Labour Party may not be able to survive unless they get at least one of the key states, and even if they get it, I will tell you what I think will happen to them is this. The IPOP guys, after this election, they are going back to their space. They're not going to continue with this momentum because some of them doesn't even...
They're already going back, Oga.
Yes.
They're already going back.
Some of them don't even believe in this.
They're already going back.
Yes. So they will just feel like, what is this? Some of them who never believe in it, like Simon Ekpa before, will say, we told you that you can't take Nigeria.
Obedience is bigger than IPOP, please. Obedience is bigger than IPOP. Stop aligning obedience and IPOP.
I said there are about 5 categories. Did I say obedience?
Obedience cannot be bigger than IPOP now.
IPOP is part of obedience now.
No. Oga, wait.
Obedience is bigger than IPOP now. How many do you think IPOP is? How many people?
Joel, my
do you know how long IPOP has been in existence?
Did you listen to what I said? I told you.
Who am I answering to?
I said, did you know how long IPOP has been in existence?
Yes, I know how long IPOP has been in existence before IPOP was massive.
Yes,
but how long is how long is obedience?
Obedience
less than 8 months,
is just 8 months. Obedience is 8 months, yeah. So why do you think IPOP?
So how can you be bigger than the IPOP?
It is bigger than IPOP in terms of size.
Joel, did you listen to me at all? I said there are 5 categories of people there, and IPOP is part of it. I never said IPOP is obedience. Listen to me clearly.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, and I said the moment we conclude this electoral process, the obedient go back to their creeds. They go back because some of them never even believe in this. Like Simon Ekpa now never believe in this. He will tell them, I told you that you will go and lose. You better come back. And they will go back to more angrier than they were before. That's my first point.
Obeni, because I want to hear the voice of rational mind.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm just running down.
Let me just use 1 minute. Let me use 1 minute to interject what you just said. Like I said, and I'm going to repeat it again.
Okay.
The spirit behind the obedient movement is the change. Is the call for change in the way we do things in Nigeria. As long as governance is alive in Nigeria, as long as democracy is alive in Nigeria, there will be obedience. There will be obedient. Every one of us here on this show are obedient in spirit.
Okay.
No.
Listen.
No.
Understand where I'm coming from. Understand where I'm coming from.
Obedient.
No problem. Understand the English that I use. Understand the context. Understand where I'm coming from.
I understand. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Okay. So every one of us is an obedient based on the spirit behind obedience. Do not worry. What I am saying is this. What we want to stop in Nigeria is the idea that a politician will get into power by his own power. That is the idea we want to stop in Nigeria. The process that brings in a political office holder is what we are looking at, because if he does not need us to get into power, he does not need to be answerable to us. So what we have given to every obedience.
Can I just land so that because I just want to, I'm going to sleep. I'm traveling tomorrow to Lagos. So see, I have no issue with what you are saying. It's your own personal opinion about obedience. And that is why I keep saying obedience is a rag bag. It contains people with different ideologies. An average IPOP person doesn't believe in this thing you are saying now, and they are still obedient. An average IPOP person will tell you, we don't believe in this country. But if you're able to make one of us there they will be able to achieve whatever I want to achieve and get out. That's why I'm supporting this man. That's what an average Apple will tell you. Now,
you're referring us to IPOB. We are not IPOB, please.
IPOB is part of obedience.
IPOB decision. IPOB is like IPOB is not even the main core of obedience. Stop using IPOB.
I have so many. Joel, wait. I have so many friends in diaspora who we use because strong supporters of IPOB. When we were discussing Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi, they can beat anybody because of Nnamdi. They are today obedient.
How many of them came back to vote?
So many of them, they are presently obedient.
How many of them came back to vote?
That doesn't matter.
That
doesn't matter.
It
doesn't stop them to be obedient. It doesn't stop them to be obedient.
It does not stop them. But what I'm just saying is that they do not constitute the number that we have in Nigeria. The obedience in Nigeria are a different animal. They are not listening to what you are talking about. The obedient animals are different. These guys are different. These are the Gen Zs.
Joel, wait now. Not just Gen Z. When you mention this Gen Z, somebody just told you the other time. When you say Gen, you see, we just sit in the southern part of the country and we think Nigeria ends there. Where is Gen Z in the north? You see, we are just so entitled to this thing. We think, go to the north. Where is Gen Z there? They are families. They don't even see themselves as youth. They are okay.
My brother, we start the development in the south before it goes to the north. It has always been that way. The trend always starts in the south and goes to the north. So what are we?
Joel, can you just get concluded? I want to bring that on because I have to shut down.
Okay, sir. If you promise not to interject me, let me just round up. So
if you say something, he will interject you. You know that.
Okay, I'll run down. For me,
I don't shut up. I know they talk again.
If I were Tinubu, the moment I get to the office, I will release in Nnamdi Kanu. The moment I release in Nnamdi Kanu, forget IPOB in that space of obedience. They're going back on the space of obedience. And I will call Simon Ekpa on table to start negotiating. Then the next set of people is NSAS. I'll find a way to palliate NSAS. One of the major ways to palliate NSAS is that compensation that Sanwo-Olu has not released to them. And they said they are releasing piecemeal. Federal government declare, apologize to them. And then, after all, Buhari is no longer in government, and then release their compensation and publicize it. You see, NSAS will be divided. You remember that other time, they started fighting on money. This time around, they will fight on that compensation, and you have them taken care of. Now, the Pentecostal Christian members...
Wait. We always talk about somebody is going to release in Nnamdi Kanu. Are you talking about unconditionally or conditionally? Because my quibble every time I advocate for him to be released is that when they release him, what is the next thing? Is he going to go back to his old vomit, or is going to turn a new leaf? So what do you think?
Thomas, let me tell you, Nnamdi Kanu has things on the table he's negotiating for. First and foremost, the court said release him. By the rule of law, you should release that man because the court says so. If Tinubu is going to prove himself as a true Democrat that he is, and the follower of rule of law, he should.
But he has other cases. That's what they are saying.
But they're not charging him. So Malami is just using that to tell us, if you have other cases, why don't file a charge against him? What are you waiting for? So for me, I think, yes, release the guy. If the guy go outside there and continue messing up, then you start dealing with the guy. But one thing I know is that if they release Nnamdi Kanu today, Nnamdi Kanu will see that there's a new government here. Nnamdi Kanu will also subpedal a bit to see what this government is bringing on the table. And if he realizes that you guys are on the path of true federalism, Nnamdi Kanu will start negotiating with the Southeast leaders than to be fighting federal. Because by then...
do you think the Igbos, they have abandoned Nnamdi Kanu with the Obi'S narrative?
No, I don't think they've abandoned. I don't think they will
Are
abandon.
you sure?
Yeah, I don't think so. Because
when last did we talk about Nnamdi Kanu on this platform?
The reason why they don't talk about him now is because of election. So they've all suspended whatever IPOB for now, and that's why you see all of them calling for the head of Simon Ekpa, because they thought
is coming to disrupt what they want to face now. In fact, you see many of them, if you go to Dr. Damage's space, you see them, Kene and all that, you see them advocating. The reason why they don't want Samuel Kwana is because they have election on the way. And these are strong hyper guys, okay? So I see them going back. If you release that guy and others. Now, to the Pentecostal Christian members, all those ones, all Tinubu just need to do is leadership of the church. Ensure that you show from the beginning that you are not biased against a particular religion, because their fear, they are expressing a appropriate fear, because their fear is that how can you have Muslim ticket? That's the major fear that the Pentecostal Christian folks have against Tinubu. But if he's starting from a very right footing and is able to show from the beginning that no, this is not a religious thing and I'm for everybody. Let me tell you, it will dilute that space. It's going to dilute that space with the leadership, all come together and PFN and dilute that state. Then it will now leave you with the angry youth and the diaspora. Diaspora don't even care about diaspora because we don't have value except some people like us that went home to go and vote. How many people can have that patriotism to go home to go and vote? I think about two. One of my friends from Canada actually traveled home and I was so surprised. Then there was another guy from Austria that came home to vote, and they all voted for Asiwaju. I don't know any other person who has that kind of level of patriotism. So for the diaspora, they just look at you and say, okay, by the time we do things home, you will come back and realign. So for me, at the end of the day, Labour Party is a rag bag full of different interests. Those interests, one, they don't align. And if they're able to get a state in Nigeria eventually, let's say they get Lagos or Rivers State, let me tell you, the moment whoever gets there start dipping his hand into the pocket of those states, all the radicals, don't forget they have a lot of radicals in Labour, will start shouting. And that will be the beginning of trouble. All the Aisha and all the Yusuf, they will start making noise. So for me, I don't see the party lasting, but I believe in that ideology that, yes, the usual way of doing things must change. And I think our politicians have seen it. Even Tinubu himself, by now, has felt the impact of the obedience. That's one of the things we can't take away from this.
And he even acknowledged it. He said the youth will hear you.
Yeah.
He acknowledged it. Yeah. Can we bring rational mind? Can we bring it to the conversation? I'll be shutting down in 20 minutes.
I don't even know what to say anymore because when Oga just kept going on and on and on and on, I just don't know. Well,
now is your turn.
Yeah,
sorry,
of course.
man. Sorry, sir.
Because problem. I'm control. I just throw shit to you. Anyway, so my point is, what I'm trying to say is that what brought me here was when this guy was talking about Lagos. You see, my fascination with Lagos is that Lagos need a careful planning, urban planning. Some people will use the term mega.
Man, that laptop is still on ground from Duxie. Ajale Goko. that yesterday laptop.
So are you trying to maybe to collect that mark that
Ajale Goko?
That laptop still on ground. Duxie will come in after him now.
But you
said,
hold on now.
Yeah.
You said she said as long as I stop criticizing, as long as stop criticizing Bola, that she will give me the laptop. I don't want anybody.
Of course, yeah.
If you want to,
that's a good deal.
If you want to,
that's a good deal.
No, it's not a good deal for me. You don't stifle my voice. You don't silence me just because you want to give me a MacBook because I'm using a laptop that uses kerosene.
Kerosene. Your laptop uses kerosene.
Anyway, so I'm still.
If you like say you don't get that laptop, you don't get something to speak from your laptop today. It's like you got
another. Anyway, you see, like I said, Lagos State is a mega slum. You see, I sit down sometimes and I take a closer look at what Tinubu has done in Lagos. All these things that people talk about Tinubu doing in Lagos. Everything that he does. I think some years ago, I heard when Shuwere said something. I'll come back to what Tinubu does in Lagos. Shuwere says Nigeria is not a nation. It's not a country yet. It's an enterprise. See, it was set up for business. The same thing is what Tinubu is doing in Lagos. He's setting up Lagos for business. And I hear people come here on this platform and you just make some kind of wild statement as to the achievement of Tinubu through his proxies and whatever. And I just ask myself a question. But then you leave that country, you travel. Why don't you go and live in Lagos? Why can't I live in Lagos? Why do I have to live outside Nigeria? Live in countries whereby they have good urban planning, whereby things works. They have pipe-borne water, and somebody will be coming here like one man, other people will be talking like saying that it's going to. Of course, we know it's going to record. Why? Hold on.
British and Germans, they don't leave Europe to come to Canada. Canadians used to leave Canada for United States of America. So
I know
people migrating. You can't say that's the reason.
Hold on.
I disagree with you.
Okay, why did Canadians go and live in Nigeria?
Who told you that Canadians are not living in Nigeria? How did you arrive at that?
Hold on. Don't give. We have international audience here.
I know.
Hold on. Any Canadian living in Nigeria is either an expatriate working for a multinational. I've worked for many of them when I was in Nigeria. They work for multinational corporation like maybe ExxonMobil and the rest of them. So they don't say I'll say they left Toronto or left the
Are you saying they are not Canadian national Canadians that are Nigerians? I didn't know. Don't we have national foreign nationals that their children were born in Nigeria and they are carrying Nigerian passports? See, immigration
what are you
is
talking
not
about
how
the people you're talking
country
about
is
is either their parents, either they have a good place in Nigeria for them to stay. How many of them can stay without water? Go and live in this
go to Afghanistan, Pakistan as we speak now.
My God.
And stay there.
This is Ola, you see, you do this a lot. Give me a minute, sorry.
So see, why I was interjecting based on that is this: we should not restrict the issue of immigration to. Yeah, we know some people they are pure japa, but some people they landed in this country even when Nigeria was still doing very well.
Ola, you like to man tackle me. I've never even this is how because I have so many things to say yesterday. When you tackle me like this, I'll
Okay,
I'll just lose my train of thought. I won't be coherent anymore. I'll be grasping looking for what to even say the next. You see, I was saying something now. I mean, okay, Canadians live in Nigeria, let them live in Nigeria. But the point I'm trying to make is this: that Nigeria is a mega slum. The point, you see,
tell them rational mind. Tell them, please.
Well, maybe you know if you tell them because if you say you be one Igbo, you be Igbo person. So why you not stay at that? But me, I will tell them because I'm a Yoruba, I'm a Lagosian. So I will tell them that. I'm not saying you can. Don't get me wrong, Jewel. You can also say it, but I know our people here.
But rational mind.
I get it. No, I don't feel bad.
You mentioned Nigeria now, which is okay, but you will see rational. I mean, what do you call it? Jewel of Nashmere running all sort of. How do I describe it? All sort of negative narrative on Lagos State.
No, because you said someone built something, so I expect it to be beautiful. And Anambra State, I have the right to talk. So stop making a reference of Anambra State.
It be running all sort of narrative.
I did not say anybody built Anambra State.
Ajalekoko, let's not go there. Let me flip. Ajalekoko, sorry to interrupt you. I know I'm going to lose this thing I want to say. The more I hear you guys, it seems just keep bubbling in my head. Let me just say this. Let's this Anambra thing with Lagos. Let's just leave it that aside. We know Lagos it has the money, they have the business, they have everything there. You can't compare it to Anambra. So let's not go there for now. Now,
no. Hold on, rational mind. Hold on. Look, we know we have a lot of problem in Lagos, okay? But for Jewels to compare Lagos against Anambra, saying that, there was Anambra is well planned, unlike
I
Lagos
never
State
said
and
so. I
this
never
and
said so.
that's what you
Don't
said.
put words
Did he
in-
say
I
that? Did he
never
say
said
That's
that?
that.
what you said.
I
I
didn't
did
hear
not
him
say
now.
That's what you
that.
said.
I did not say that. I did not say that Anambra was well planned.
Jale
I never
Koko.
said that. You're just making up stuff. I want them to
Okay,
go.
no.
Just take this
Okay,
one. Make
okay.
rational mind continue.
You
I
are
beg.
talking.
Don't do this
You are
kind of thing.
talking about the landscaping of Lekki compared to that Anambra that was
I
well
did not compare
planned.
it to Anambra.
Oh
I did not
No,
man.
you
compare
talk
it to
about airport.
Anambra.
I think
Oh
you said
man.
airport now.
And that
Yeah.
was why I said
No, you
why
did not hear me
are
well.
people
You did not hear me
why
well.
hold on.
You don't
Hold
hear
I
him. I
on.
think
never,
what I heard him.
That
What I heard him is
hold
the
on.
I
airport.
never
That was
compared.
why
I
I
never compared
questioned you.
Anambra. No,
Hold
no, no,
on
no, no,
now.
no,
Let
no,
us
no.
say it
No,
one
he's
after
telling
the
you now.
other.
He's telling you now that
Let
I'm
that's
us
not
say
telling
what
it
he
you,
one
said.
after the
you're
other.
saying you are saying what? You're saying something that is wrong. I'm telling
Oh
you,
God.
that's not what I said. And you're telling me that what I said is wrong. Abba,
Oh God.
leave this matter there. You did not compare
Why did
Anambra
I
with.
query
See,
you? Why did I query you that
you
why
queried me
are
because you
people
thought that I was
why
talking about Lagos. Why don't I talk about Anambra State? And I told you that I can't compare Anambra with Lagos. Lagos is the commercial city of the nation. That's the reason why people move to Lagos. Lagos is the commercial city of the nation.
Exactly.
There's a reason why people do not go to Zamfara. There's Zamfara, there's Sokoto, there's all these places. There's a reason why people come to Lagos. And one of the major reasons is the ports. Come on now. How can I compare Anambra with Lagos? Anambra does not even have a seaport. We are even begging for a dry port. Come
So
on now.
what did you say? What did we say before I then asked the question that why are people leaving
I was
Anambra for
saying that.
Lagos?
I was saying that when you come to Lekki, the Lekki is less than 25 years old. And if you are talking about Lekki and you are saying that somebody built Lagos, let me not use the mainland. Let me use Lekki that is meant to be a modern city. How can I grade him in a place that does not have good landscaping? The drainage system is a mess. The roads are not marked. The connecting roads that exit into where people stay in Lekki and all those area are in shambles. So that is one of the major reasons
So what did
why
you say?
people have.
What did you say? What did you say about Anambra?
I did not say
After
anything about Anambra. I did not say anything about Anambra. Somebody, you were the one that brought Anambra
Okay,
into it.
just forget it. Just forget it.
They will never allow me
Don't forget
talk
it.
because I know anytime I want to say something, they always just
I
put
beg, rational mind. Sorry, brother. Sorry.
You are lying very well now. You are lying very well. See, Joel, what we are saying today is that
we go with
allow rational mind to talk. I beg. We don't talk things. We don't talk things. Allow rational mind to
don't
talk.
let me talk anything on this.
No, they align with rational man now because rational mind is an obedient like them. So
No. He has not spoken. He has not spoken things. He has not spoken
one day,
things.
rational mind will say something against Obi. That day, rational mind go get his own certificate that day. Don't worry.
If what he said is wrong, I will correct him, or we move on. It's not a do or die. The project, the price here is Nigeria. The obedient price is Nigeria. It's period.
We're talking about what should be in a real city that is called a world-class city. Tinubu is setting up Lagos for business to make money for his government for the government of the Lagos State.
Rational mind.
Hold on. When people don't allow me speak now.
Okay, Thomas, I get rational mind. Sorry now. Let rational mind speak now.
Let's rational mind talk, please.
So my point is this: that I don't even know what to even say anymore. What's the problem? If you don't give me the laptop, no problem. I have 4 at home already, so we'll just make it 5. So. You see, they will bring laptop now. Just let get
Wait. No. I will let you talk.
Rational mind should talk. Let him talk.
Wait. I know what I'm saying. I'm at work. If you guys can carry the conversation on, I have 1 hour. Then I will come back in an hour. But if you guys can't carry the conversation, I have to shut down 6 hours max. So if somebody can anchor it, I will still be here, but it's just a decision.
Okay, I will take over. I will take over. Thomas, I will moderate while you are.
An obedient, taking over one man's platform.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay for you to take over. Why not? Why not?
No.
Are you sure people are not going out?
You are. I'm just joking.
I hope I will be called GLZ. I hope I will be called
GLZ.
It's okay for you to take over.
Is people going to be active? If people are not going to be active, I'll just shut down. But if it's going to be conversation, yes, I can leave it on. I have one.
Thomas, we are here. I'm here to make sure they fall in line. I'm here.
Yes. The conversation can carry on. So I'll come back in an hour's time. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make, is that Lagos State cannot be called. It's not among one of those world-class cities we can talk about. Many of us have been to many cities, well-designed, well-planned cities. But why not Lagos? Why is Tinubu so fixated on dry ports, seaport here and there? The main thing, infrastructure that will really stimulate that economy that you're trying to create, it's not there. You're using almost how many years to build a rail line, the blue and the yellow line, but you can design a seaport, or you can do whatever Lekki seaport. The what's it called? The Babbage there. You can reclaim it within within the span of how many years? But you cannot make amenities for Nigeria, for Lagosians. All it does is just business that will generate money for the Lagos State government, and invariably at the same time, which is far better, is going to also make, because they will do the taxes, they're responsible for all the taxing and everything. They will get their own cut. That is all what that guy is all about. He doesn't care about negotiation.
Can I respond to that?
No,
you've made a point. It will be good.
I've not made it. I'm not finished with my point now. Okay, go on.
Now,
I'll leave him to just run the sentence. Then you can now just use the pen and write down.
Let him talk.
Wait. I'm not just to stop him. I'm not trying to stop him. But I just want to respond to what he said. He has been saying this thing not today. Look, rational mind. If Lagos State generates 50 billion annually, monthly, that means that's 600 billion monthly. That's just 1 billion per annum for a population of about 20 million citizens living in Lagos. You know what it means. I live in a city of about 1.5 million, not even up to 1.5 million, but our revenue here is about 4.5 billion annually. Now, my city there was a time that it was adjudged one of the best plans in the entire North America. And so the thing is this: when you criticize this guy that is generating money by bringing his initiatives, we have infrastructural deficit, and those revenue that is generating, they will need all those money to maintain Lagos. See the population of about 1.5 billion to about 20 billion, about 1.5 million to about 20 million people, and see the revenue gap, about 4.5 billion in where I live, and to Lagos with about 20 billion. So you have to do some things to generate revenue to sustain that city. So everything cannot just be criticism just because this guy is doing the deep sea, is doing all those stuff. You still need to care for the population of unemployed people in Lagos. That is why you will see deep sea and whatever infrastructure we are bringing to Lagos. Otherwise, you will still see people sleeping on the street. So that's why I'm saying when you critique people, don't just criticize, but you have to be fair to those people. That's all I want to say.
When I critique people, I should not criticize. What are you talking about, this guy? I mean, I don't even understand.
You are not
you just said that.
To critique.
The only thing I got from what you said is somebody's sleeping here. Who's sleeping here?
Somebody's sleeping. Yeah, I think that's Fash.
It's Fash.
Fash was talking a while ago now. So Fast is sleeping now, and Thomas is not here. When I say Thomas, you help us mute him.
He don't sleep.
Need my laptop, man, sir. I'm trying to wake Dupsy up. I'm trying to wake Dupsy up.
How do you were snoring now? You said you were trying to. You're actually mute. But just mute so that I'm not distracted. Now, my point is this. You see, Ola, from what you just said, the only thing I just understand is yes, the GDP of your country or where you are or your city compared to Lagos, it's incomparable because revenue, everything all joined together to make the GDP. So now, if you understand that, you cannot compare it to an unproductive country like Nigeria. Invariably, even Lagos, they being even the powerhouse, the economic powerhouse, is unproductive. In Lagos, there maybe maximum, maybe 10 million people are the people. I mean, maybe say like 5 million people are the people working. The unemployed in that city who are unemployed, I tell you, I guarantee is they're over 15 million, or maybe underemployed at the same time. So how do you expect to generate that kind of a thing? There's a little I can blame Tinubu for when it comes to that. But the point is this: when you keep championing somebody as a visionary is the kind of person like Awolowo, who saw what could happen. And the first thing he did was to educate his people. After he educated his people, started creating industrial estates in Ibadan, in Akure, in Ilesha, in Ikeja, in Lagos. That is visionary. Now, if Tinubu was a visionary, as you people tout him to be a visionary, and he being the one they call it Al Capone, as this guy, the idiot from my state is talking to call him, and he made Akeredolu, some of you will claim, he made Akeredolu the governor. He made Eleyi of Oyo State the governor. What does it take him to call all these governors that he make in all of his states? Call them, say, hey guys, let us start a kind of development, Southwest Development Agency, whereby they will be giving us advice on economic and urban planning and all of that. Decongest Lagos. That is what Awolowo did. Awolowo he saw tomorrow. That was why he did not focus on Ibadan, your state, which was the capital city of Western region back then. No, Akure got his own development. Ilesha got his own development. Abeokuta, they get their own development. But then you just fix it. You just make Lagos the only thing that is your concern. The only time you only make governors in other states because you want to be able to reach out to them whenever you have political, like what happened just recently, where he was able to win the election because he had all these governors who were his own party, who he made there. Anything he does is just for his own dynasty, for his own selfishness. It's not for the people that he said he wants to serve. So if you say he's a visionary, this is what he should have done. Reach out to these governors that you make, with the other governors you make in your state, which is Lagos State. Ask them, talk to them, bring in experts among Yorubas or whatever. Bring them, let them come together, create an agency whereby it would always, like America here, they have some guys here in America, all they do is they just sit and plan ahead. They plan. They see tomorrow, they plan. Why can't we have something like that? But all his focus is how to generate money. Alphabeta will get their own cut. At the end of the day, the other money from Alphabeta goes into his pocket. And he was planning for his 2023 election. That's all he has been planning all these years. He doesn't care about the common man in the street. The water works that we have in the Jora Causeway there, the water works doesn't work. And every year, I'm sure they get budget. They get budget from Lagos State. How many houses are getting waters in Lagos? And even the people that are even getting water, they are selling water. Imagine in a city that you call one of those when you name the big cities, you name Lagos as one of them. And what has this guy done for ordinary people on the street? Common water, and this guy described. You were described. Go to Badia there. Go to Ijora there. It's open defecation on that canal there. What are we talking about? And you go and he goes to other cities. You see how they do the planning, the urban planning. My point with my gross with that guy is that with his influence, he could have those governors that he made in all of these states. He could sit them down and say, guys, let us plan for our people. Let us decongest Lagos. I want to decongest Lagos. Let's open your space there in Oyo State, in Oyo State, in in Ondo State. Let us open this space. Let us bring industry to these states so that people can move there. We can start planning. Somebody was saying here, he said, look, do you know how London was before? Do you know how some part of New York was before? And how they were able to design it now. It has planning now. It can be done. That one that woman is talking about, that pipe bomb, what they can do it if they want to do it. It's all about planning. Get people together, get think tanks, people that they just sit down, they think about how to, because we keep saying that Lagos will continue seeing influx of people every day by day. But there's a way you can make plans whereby you will open other space, because Lagos was almost running out of space now. And if you want to make it still in Lagos, there's a way you can build houses on top of each other. People will rent it. That way you can still make planning. You see, I don't need to be saying this because I work for a region. I work for a city where we do planning. I'm into construction, and I travel a lot. I do construction inspection.
Okay,
that's what I do. So what I'm trying to say is this: there's something that they can do. If Lagos does not have planning, forget it. We're not going anywhere in that state.
Okay, can I interject now? If you are comfortable with that, see, I got your point, but where I disagree with you is this: if you run an organization and just because you have reverend power, people respect you, but you don't have power to even push. Maybe you can influence who is going to be the functional leader of another unit, but the power to run that unit may not be totally.
Ola, is everything okay? Do you want to go on?
I'm talking now, so you say is everything okay? I don't understand.
No, I say is everything
We
okay?
are good.
No, we are good. We are good.
Yeah.
So when you are saying Tinubu should have find a way to decongest Lagos, I don't know where that idea is coming. If I remember clearly, it was only the Lagos State governor and was able to help others to become the governors of the state. And it doesn't mean that outrightly it will just be saying, okay, Lagos State governor allow Ogun State, allow Ekiti, allow Ondo State to decongest you. So this how to do it. Okay, I give you order. Concentrate from Ondo State to Lagos. See, we should really understand the difference you are trying to draw between Awolowo and Tinubu. You are missing this total. You are missing the thing up, because Awolowo was a premier of a region. It was that region that metamorphosed to the state we are talking about, and was still able to use his unity party to form some kind of unity for them to have a common goal. But we were talking of when Tinubu was the Lagos State governor, and maybe another governor in Oyo State was even the Accord or PDP or the Labour Party in Ondo State. How was he going to do that regional integration you are talking about? These are the things I'm saying that, see, you don't just criticize someone you just blanket criticism. It doesn't work that way. Okay, when I was telling you that, okay, you will be the one to say, oh, Lagos is a slum, Lagos is that. And at the same time, you say, okay, this man like generating revenue. If you don't generate money, how are you going to get money to fund those critical infrastructure projects you are talking about? Now, we are saying, oh, he generates money in building wait. Hold on. Just give me a minute now. I will land. I will give you your 5 minutes, normal 5 minutes. See, we are talking of Atlantic. We are talking of, see, all those money this guy will be generating, it comes with that. Those things comes with employment too. That is what you are going to look at. Those things come with employment. So if he's not doing all those things to generate revenue, it's not going to get money to fund the project. If it's not creating revenue to generate revenue, it's not going to create employment. So when we say plan, you plan, good, but you need resources to execute your plans. So I don't understand. I don't understand the criticism. That's why I'm saying, just trying to balance the way you criticize the guy, and then it's okay. So,
brother, can I come in? Brother, can I come in?
We're talking about Sanwo-Olu.
Sorry, Rational Man. Rational Man, I will almost agree with you, but I learned something today. You know, I was I was on Dr. Damede's show, right? And not because I wanted to go to the show, but because of the presidential candidate that was there. But I realized that it's a deliberate.
It's not robotic. I don't know. Am I the only one hearing this guy robotic?
Can I continue?
Hello, anybody?
I can hear him.
Yeah.
Go on,
so
go on.
I realized that, look, the way information is passed around is deliberate. You know, even the Prince Adewale was so quick to move on from what I was speaking. He understood perfectly what I was speaking. They quickly always jumping on. They know what they are doing. Look, Tinubu's space now. The way to look at it is, where since Awolowo, there was a almost like a decision to depart from the Awolowo formula, because they say if the head is rotten, there is nothing you do to the leg, the body will still be bad. There is nothing Tinubu will do in Lagos if the up is bad. If the up is bad, eventually it will crater. Like whatever Awolowo did before. The country, since the country is going down, everything he did also is going down. It doesn't mean improvement. Okay, some people that benefited, right? They got education, they got everything, but is everybody's life better? So we need to fix at the top. So when all the money that everybody talks about is not just Tinubu. The Yoruba, the elders, like in that caucus, is a decision to build a war chest to go for the top, fix things from the top. So all the money is not Tinubu is putting all the money in his pocket. They were building a war chest. Like this election now, Tinubu was ready to fight everything. Money. That's why I say power is not served a la carte. You have to go to the top to fix from the top. If you don't get to the top, it doesn't matter what you do at the bottom. It doesn't matter whatever Awolowo did. Everything will still rotten in the end. It doesn't matter if you build schools, build some buildings, build this, build that. It will still rotten if you don't fix it. If you think you can offer something, but you don't get in from the top, it will still rotten in the end. It will, after 2-3 days, everything, the school you built, everything, they will all be rotten. If you can fix the country from the top, if you can get there, if you have what it takes, that is what you need to go for. And they build this war chest with all the money generated and everything like that. And that's it. But like when I was on Dr. Medis today, I was telling the Prince, he got me quite right. And they said, okay, now I get you. Look, if you keep telling everybody in the country that they are going to upload results from polling units, you are misrepresenting to the public. You are not letting the public to understand what is going on. You are unnecessarily hitting the polity. They will upload to backend server. They will process. After the process, they will publish to the IREF. It's a very important distinction. He understood it, but if the public understands it, the nerves will come down. If they don't understand it, if they're just expecting, publish and I see it immediately. No, that processing in the back end, it depends on how advanced is INEX technology. It depends on so many things. It depends on maybe they will hack you, whether there will be glitches. Before it will be public. Then he said, oh, no. Then he shifted the argument. Oh, no, we are not talking about that. We are talking before announcing the winner, they should have published it. But you need to convince the public it is not possible. Everybody expecting publication of results from a polling unit. It's only living in fantasy land. Everybody expecting that Tinubu will go and be building schools and everything. It's not. It was a deliberate plan to build a war chest to go to the top. They built the war chest. They were ready for the fight to go for the president. Awolowo's formula to build a Southwest and everything like that. In the end, whatever you build, it will fall apart in 2 days. If you are at the top, if you are the top, they keep messing the whole thing from the top. It will fall apart, and that is the formula. So no matter how anybody criticizes Tinubu, the one thing that is for sure is that all the money, it doesn't pocket all the money. The money, the elders, they understand. They are not all stupid to allow only Tinubu to be pocketing all the money. They all know where all the money is. Oba of Lagos know how the money is moving. I'm sure only of Ife even know how the money is moving. It's a collective framework to go for the top. and you don't go for the top with empty pocket. You need to be the war chest to be able to fight everybody. And everybody saw in this election what happened. Whether it requires money or whether it requires this, so you need to build the war chest, and that's how you go for the top. And that was the deliberate decision. So it's a management between providing public service and also building a war chest. And that's the point. But it is pointless to be. I realize today it is pointless to be arguing with everybody, because even from the top, even the president, the candidate themselves, they are deliberately, they know what is in the law. Even today, President said, no, don't talk about INEC process. Don't talk about the internal history of INEC. But that is what you need to tell the public about. If you don't talk about the internal process and you are giving the public unnecessary expectation, Professor Mahmoud never tell you it's the polling at the polling level is when they will upload to the for you to see at IREV. No, it will be uploaded to the backend. It will be
hold on, Fatai, you keep repeating it. No, I think I've heard you enough of what you've just said. You keep saying it's not, because yesterday I think we had this debate yesterday or some few hours ago. Yes, or this early this morning my time. You said something about this IREV and things like that, that it's not from the polling unit. And so what's the point of the beavers? Is it only for accreditation?
No. It's to take the accreditation is 80% reason for the beavers. The publication is another. Even the publication, they couldn't have a consensus in the National Assembly. They left it to INEC to decide how it will publish it.
But then you said 80% is for accreditation. So the remaining 20% is for what?
Yeah, the remaining 20% publishing. The
beavers. Hold on. When we say beavers, beavers is that this device, this handheld device that they use at the polling, whereby they verify you, maybe your fingerprints. Hold on, maybe your fingerprints or take your facial recognition. Something they have there to recognize your face to show if you're the real person, the owner of that PVC, or the person who's going to vote for that person. That's what it's called. But then I understand as well. Hold on, I understand as well that at that polling center, after they finish casting votes, they've declared who won on the result sheets, where they're going to write AA 1 or 2, PDP 3 or whatever. So they will take a picture of it. They will take a picture of it. They will take a picture of it, and that picture and will forward it to the INEC server. Now, what we heard is that was not done. No picture.
No, that was done. That was done. But people were expecting the public.
In some places, it was done, but in majority of the places, it was not done. And if it was done, if it was done at the polling where they were supposed to take that picture, a lot of them said that, oh, that part of the beavers is not working, or there's something wrong with their server, or whatever. And they said they will go with the result sheet to their college, to the collation center, the local collation center for the maybe local government or for the state, and then from there they will snap it or get another beavers or whatever. I don't know what they told them. But in transit, why they say they will be taking it, they changed the results.
No. This is why they said all the agents had to insist. No, they say if you listen to the campaign, it was like all the agents and the people must stay there until it is uploaded. So it's not an excuse that they didn't upload it there.
That's why I said they could not upload it.
They could not upload it.
And you stay there, you wait with them. But my point is that you wait with them until it is uploaded.
You're glossing over that part. That is what we do best here.
But wait. Once it is uploaded, it's not going to be seen immediately on the website, on INEC's website. It's going to go to the backend, and it will still be processed and approved and blah 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 before it is posted for everybody to see.
That is not what was said.
When it has not been approved, how did Mahmoud now declare somebody when it has not been approved? Because you
they did it manually. No, they did it manually. They did it before the publication on IREF. That's why they are now. They have to be. You have to go from polling unit to ward level. It gets everybody gets a consensus. Then it moves to local government. Everybody gets a consensus. Then it moves to state. Everybody gets a consensus. Then it moves to national. Everybody gets a consensus. Then you announce the winner. All of this processing goes through in the back end. So it's not automatic that once you post it, you upload it to the server, automatically it just goes to the website and everybody can see. It's not automatic. What I got today is that the presidential candidate, they understand, but they want the conversation, the controversy to keep going. They understand it doesn't work straight like that. He acknowledged it. Oh, yeah, I understand what you're making now. But okay, before they announce the winner, they should publish it. Okay, that's another argument entirely. They know what they are doing. They are making propaganda for everybody in the country. They are eating the
I think you're the one making propaganda. Fatah, I think you're the one making propaganda here.
Propaganda.
No, my friend, you're the one saying this thing.
I'm not making propaganda. I'm telling you what happened technically. He knows. He acknowledged that is what happened. Like, okay,
we're not saying there was no glitches. But what I'm saying is this: it is a deliberate, whatever glitch. Like I've said, you and I will argue that in our private conversation we had. I don't know, maybe private, maybe before we went offline, off air. I've said that whatever ECOP or whatever they had was a deliberate attempt.
I don't know that. I don't know. I'm not arguing about that. I'm not arguing about. I don't know whether it's deliberate. I understand. Let me just wrap up and leave it to you. I'm not arguing about that. I don't know. I'm not there. Whether it's deliberate or it's not deliberate, I don't know. But all I'm saying is this: if they don't want to tell the public that there will never be automatic of transmission from polling unit to the website for everybody to see. There will be processes going on back in the back end. Whatever happened in the back end, I don't know. Maybe if we get the INEC report, then we can make a sense of what happened in the back end. But there will never be a direct transmission to the public, to the website for everybody to see. And they all understand it. I could tell from the way Prince just wants to move it on. Move it on.
Hold on, Fatai. There will not be direct transmission to where?
To the website, to the IREV.
So
from polling unit.
Okay. What was Gino talking about when he was in front of Mahmoud and was saying we have a mini screen here? You can put everything on the screen here. We can see it. So
because it's been uploaded to the server in the back end, but it's not asking. It's in the back end. INEC has it in their
system. The server. Now, hold on. When you say server, is the server not the same thing as the INEC website?
No, this map. That's the point I'm making. No, they are totally two different things.
They have two different things. You have to do two different servers.
It's like you go on Google. When you go on Google, what you see there is just empty one line. But when you put a question there, then it brings you the result. So Google is not that just empty page. The server of Google, all the info is where all the information is. When you not query it from here, from the interface, then it access the server and brings it to you. It's like what you are expecting from INEC. It's like asking
I know how all this works. You understand? For me,
I know. That's what I'm saying. This is the point they need to make.
I will take your word for what you just said, but I would still take it with a pinch of salt because I don't want to believe that they have a separate server. But if they do have separate server, I can understand. Maybe
no, they have a backend server.
You said what?
They have a backend server, and also that is where even the hacking could happen. I don't know. I don't speak for them. I don't know, but I think it is.
My point is this: if there was a server which is different from their website server or whatever it is. Now, if there is another server that serves the purpose of getting the results in and all of that,
I am storing it. Yeah.
Now, my point is this: what was Zeno referring to when he was asking him that we have a mini screen here? You could project everything on the screen here. Everybody could see it. As in real time, as these things are coming in, we can see them on the screen. But he never did that.
He's talking.
Rather, they were allowing these coalition chiefs or whatever they call them to come and start reading it from their papers that they have. So why?
Yeah, I know.
So can you see that? Can you see that lack of transparency?
No, I see. I know. I'm not arguing that INEC was totally transparent. I'm saying when everybody understands these layers of this process, there will be a little calming of the nerves. Now, whatever INEC was doing, what decision they were making from the backend server, I don't know. We don't know. This is where we need to pressurize them. Okay, give us the report of what we're doing. What Dino Melai was asking of them that you have everything in your server, display it for us here, right? display it for us rather than reading from the paper as if you don't have it in your server. You already have it in your server. This, even if you have not published it in the IREF for everybody to be able to see, but you have it. What is the point you are reading from paper when you already have it? They cannot do anything at that national level if it's not already in the server. It will be uploaded in the server before they move on from the collation center to before Mahmoud has it there in the national. It was gone already all through this. They already have it. They just weren't publishing it, and that is what Melai was referring to. Say, why don't you just publish
this very
it?
moment,
Fatai, can I say something, please? Can I say something, please?
Yes,
Fatai, the procedure which we were told all over again was that immediately voting ends at the polling units.
Yeah.
You upload the result there for real time. They used real time transmission of results. Can I finish, please? Can I finish,
brother,
please?
I understand you.
Please?
Okay. Go on.
Real time, so that when you go to the portal, right, you're going to see those numbers there. Then from there, they can now do their collation. So there shouldn't be a discrepancy between the results collected at the polling unit and that was announced by INEC, which is what is happening right now, because there are so many polling booths where people had, like the one that happened in Oyo State, that was pure robbery, that people finished voting, counted, and what happened on their way to INEC, to the collation center, all of a sudden those numbers disappeared. So that is the issue. That is the issue for the court to decide, because we are going there with a full evidence, a basket of evidence where these things have happened. And this is going, in fact, it is going to be so glaring that you wouldn't even need technicalities to make a decision.
I understand, brother. Can I respond? I understand what you say. I understand the concern. But technology does not work without a server, right? If you say they should publish it straight, I am telling you 100%, it will never happen. Everything has to be sent to the server. It's the server, the engine of everything is the server. It's like a car. The body doesn't matter. It's the engine. The server is the engine. It will be sent to the server. How quickly they can send it from the server for the public to see to the other platform where the public will see is another story entirely. But if the public keep expecting that it will be transmitted from polling unit and immediately you will see it, as you said right now, it will be published, everybody will see it, and then they will be collecting. It's like going number 3
that's the impression,
and back to number 2.
Hold on, that's the impression that that's the impression that
I think when I listened to Mahmoud, I think there is misinterpretation of what Mahmoud said. But I think also he was being political. No, I understand. If you have to listen very closely.
You see, when we spin things like this, it's so.
I'm not spinning anything. Look, this is the look. I will leave the conversation. Everybody can go. That's why also when I was wait. Let me say, okay, 1 second. 1 second. I will not speak about it again. No. 1 second. I will not speak about it. 1 second. I will not.
We only challenge you.
No. It doesn't need to be challenged. The whole of the country can keep going on with whoever they believe. It's not my responsibility to be educating the public, right? It's also the same thing that happened today. Everybody going. It's not. I'm not trying to convince anybody. I am telling you that everybody will keep having their failed expectation forever. If you're thinking that it will go, say, if you listen very closely to Mahmoud, it's saying they are hoping that same day they will be able to process it and it will be published. That is the whole essence of what Mahmoud is saying. He said we are not jettisoning that we will the real time in that day
you were saying
it will be published. But you listen very closely. I've listened to many of the videos of Mahmoud.
Fatai, do not twist it. Okay. Do not twist it. Mahmoud was clear.
Don't twist it. Okay.
Crystal clear.
All right.
Not once, not twice, not thrice. Even at the Chatham House, he was clear. Even when they said there was a rumor that was passed, I think a few days before the election, where people were saying that they are going to disregard the use of beavers. INEC came out Go and look at that statement. I
saw it. That is what he played to me today on Dr. Damage. It's the same thing.
They said that they were going to use beavers, and it was going to be real time, and that real time was typed in capital letters. So please do not look. It's okay for you to have your biases, but don't make us.
No, I'm not. There's no bias. I don't have anything to benefit. I am just telling you, everybody, you can hold on to what you hold on. It's okay. You can burn the country. No, I mean, I'm not saying you or whatever or this burning. It's not. You know. I'm telling you, like you can keep hitting the country. Like everybody, whatever political party, you can burn the country down. It's all of us. It's all of us. Problem. I am telling you. Wait. I want to drop it. Just let me learn. I want to drop it. Look, everybody can believe what they believe. First of all, technically, it is impossible. It will never happen. You upload to a server. It is the server that processes and afterward upload, publish it for the public to see. It's the same thing Google works. You don't see in real time everything that is on Google, and then you see it on the once you put Google on the page, everything information Google has is put in front of you. No, you see only the empty interface, and then you query it and then bring it out to you. That is how it happens. How quickly between the server and the IREF, it's another story entirely. But if the public is continually misled that there is a way to just take from polling unit and publish to IREF, everybody will keep having the problem. And I'm really tired of all the debate, you know, because I think there is different.
Don't sound like hold on.
There is different. It's not about a particular person. It's not about a particular person.
Fatai, calm down. Ja, we're not fighting you.
No, ever Jari. Okay, but what have you ever anybody Jari?
So, but you are sounding like maybe we're attacking you. We're just challenging. You know.
No, not you.
You can challenge. You can challenge my view. Anybody can challenge anybody's
view. I know.
The point is,
but I think nobody wants to move away.
Now, why would Mahmoud talk about real time if really, like you are explaining it, like you're telling us that it's a different monster of its own, from the back end server to the other projection where they're going to be showing it.
Yeah.
So why would the real time come in then?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That real time
does it mean that Mahmoud doesn't know what he's talking about when he's talking about the real time?
I know, I understand this question. That real time, if you listen closely, that real time is qualified. He said we are not jettisoning that it will be published in the same day. It will be real time in the same day, or what? He didn't say real time as is from the polling unit to the public website. It didn't say that. If you listen closely, I have listened to everyone. I even listened to that one that was played on Grammy. It didn't say that expressly. Maybe it's deliberately trying to play coy, trying to play mafia or whatever it is, but it did not say expressly that it will go from polling unit straight. You can see it. It did not say that. It's like if you listen closely what he was saying,
stop misleading the public. Stop misleading the public. He says so.
May I mislead the public? Okay, that's it. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I don't want to.
Thank you.
Okay. You can 1 year to this time. Next Saturday, you will have the same problem. The same fight will continue forever. Every election, it will happen.
This is the first time we're doing it now. This is the first time we're using beavers now. We never
1 million times it will be the same problem. You people will understand it after 1 year.
You are not going to deceive us no more. We are not on this matter. Now we know the polling bit is where they rig it. It's not going to happen again.
You see,
You see, that's the problem. I am not the one deceiving you. I'm not a political party. I'm not running for election. The people running for election.
You are deceiving us. You are deceiving us because you are not saying the right things.
That's what we're saying.
Come on now.
We know where your politics
is. All right. Thank you.
More than 5 times to say the same thing, and you are here telling us what.
Thank you. I'm tired of all the arguments. Thank you.
No, it's not argument. You're just being wrong. I admit that you are wrong.
Joel, let's just. It has gone.
Guys, wait. I think that when the chairman said real time, we were all assuming that the same way by midnight in America, you have everything ready in real time. because they put it there within 2-3 hours. By midnight, everything is ready. You get it. That is what I was expecting. Now he's saying that there's a delay, but that delay should not take 2 to 3 days. If you say real time, it should not be at 3 days is too long, or 2 days is too long.
It's too long, yeah. Too long,
so is that really real time? Or so America has done it. We see it in America all the time. By midnight, 1 o'clock or whatever Eastern time, you have all the results in. And people are still voting by 10 and 11, by the way. And you see them still voting. And by 1, 2, it's already in there, and everybody knows who won. So, but 2 days is not, you can't.
Babati, by the way, Happy New Year. Me and you never talk since this year. Anytime when you do on screen, the screen don't full. So,
well, whatever they say they have, evidence they say they have, we shall see how that pans out in the court. But the other thing I listened to is this former AGF of Attorney General of the Federation, Ayodoka. Did you guys listen to that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys listen to that? You said what?
I said I did.
Oh, you okay? You listen to that is that's interview on Arise. I mean, you see that issue of because some people had already said it different ways, and I've listened to some other lawyer. They said no, that should be an issue too, when the Constitution says and Abuja. You know, so some people say it's just a matter of semantics, a matter of
are you suggesting that because no, I'm saying that what people like you, what you're suggesting is that the votes in Abuja weighs more than the votes other places. If you must win Abuja,
that is what
that means the weight of the vote in Abuja is, and that is wrong. That's the problem. Votes count equally.
But he said it has been settled. But he said it has been settled in previous court case that was involving, I think, Buhari and somebody. Well, I don't know who was.
So let me guess. Let me guess this. If I win,
I don't know.
If I win,
it was settled that somebody must. I don't know, but it can still be challenged.
Wait, let me ask you. If I win 35 states and I lose Abuja, that means I don't get the presidency. That's what they're implying, which does not make any sense, because you are placing more value on the votes in Abuja than everywhere else in Nigeria, which is not constitutional. So that is go ahead.
But the issue there is this, right? And for me, that is the law. But for me, it does not sound right? I mean, if I win 30 or 32 states and I did not win this federal capital, I understand the argument against or for it. Like they see the Abuja as a collection of all Nigerians. So we should have 2/3, from that circle as well. They're trying to give it a
state. Did you listen to that? It was hold on.
Yes, I listened to it. That was part of the thing he was trying to say. Yes, I'm listening.
Joel, can you hear me?
I'm listening. I'm hearing you.
Can you let me say something?
Go ahead.
There was one thing he said. There's something he said. I don't know if it was him or if it was somebody else. I heard it. They said that Abuja you are saying, it's a contribution of about 3 or 4, 5 states. He says Plateau gave some land, Nasarawa gave some land. I think he says maybe Niger State gave some land. Benue too gives up some land. I think I know maybe he said Kogi too or whatever. Kwara gave some. So that's Abuja you're saying. Why it's not called a state is because it's a combination of so many states that give up lands to form a city.
Okay.
That's what he said. So, and he said, maybe he or somebody said something like that. So, if you look at it now, it's a melting pot of about 4 or 5 states. So, but I don't know how that mathematics is. I don't know how that's going to pan out in court. Say, well, they can still challenge in court, and let's see what the judges are going to say. So, but my general point is this: that what Obi is challenging, from what I gathered, is that Benue, especially south of Benue, is going to be challenged. River State, Borno, south of Borno State, that's going to be challenged because they said they get a lot of vote from south of Borno State. And then Benue is going to be challenged. Rivers is going to be challenged. Lagos is going to be challenged. Then Plateau. Now, and these are the states that Tinubu, some of them, he won Benue, he claimed to win Rivers, I think Plateau State, they said he came third or whatever. I don't know how they did the mathematics there. And then Borno State, he won Borno State. But he said all their votes in these states, they were shots. They cut it out. So if he can get out this, if he can be able to prove it in court that they took all their vote off, that will mean they will have to deduct so many numbers from that of APC. At the end of the day, APC will not even get up to that amount of votes that they get. Not even like in one in River State, where they say Wike did what he did. And I think they said they forwarded Wike's name to international ICC. That's what I heard. Because I heard this guy, what's his name? This professor. He said they're writing ICC. Oh, he signed a petition too. Okay, good.
I signed the petition as well.
So the point I'm trying to make is that if they were able to prove this in court, I'm sure Tinubu will lose this election. Because even in if you listen to that SDP guy, he said in Katsina State, there's a lot of shenanigans they did there. Like, for example, they said Bubu's polling boat, polling station was close to his place. Said they had about 132 people there. Now, for the past 4 years, that number did not increase, did not subtract. Now, the same pattern they voted in 2019, the same pattern they voted in this time around. So you can imagine, they said that maybe.
Do you know what is disappointing though?
They said APC won 130 votes, and PDP won 2 votes. What was the same they did in 2019? Is the same one that they copied again and put there.
I know.
So you see, a lot of this things is going to go into litigation. Because how could you say that since 2019?
Hold on.
I'm listening. Go on.
Is this what 400 billion naira got us? That's where I'm surprised. Like, if you're going to spend that much money,
my brother,
how is this bad for 400 billion?
I don't understand.
I mean,
it's just a waste. Mahmoud is just is a real disgrace with all his education. They said he had in Cambridge or whatever. Just a disgrace.
Because there was no need for the 400 billion. We can just do the manual one. What's
the point?
What is the point of printing all those things that? I mean, if the reason why we use the beavers was because we were promised that it is going to upload the result real time. If it is going to upload the result 3-4 days after, why did we purchase the beavers then? Why did we invest in the beavers?
Exactly.
We should have just write down the numbers like we used to write it before. So that is the reason. But the issue there is this. Rational man, like you said, in Lagos, you remember there was this PDP guy that came out on TV and was talking about that. He said that they lost Lagos. But the thing there is that the number Tinubu got from Lagos is so astronomical. He gave the actual number Tinubu got from Lagos at 170,000. And the Labour got above 800,000. Do you think that Showolu and all these guys, they are G3 because of 10,000 votes P2B won with? If you think it's because of 10,000 votes, then you are a mountain. They are G3 because they know that the actual number that P2B used, if they complete that number, that it's going to be a morale, it's going to disorganize whatever morale any APC person has.
You see, what I say about this coming Saturday is this. There are 2 things that could happen. And I tend to want to believe that one would likely play out. I believe that the obedient can really pull it. They can pull this for this guy, for the what's his name, Gbadebo.
Yeah.
They pull it for him. But you see what I'm saying here is this. I don't know if you've seen this guy, what's his name? Tinubu went to visit Bubu, and Bubu, I think they were asking Bubu a question, and he was saying to Bubu, saying to the journalist, leave him alone now. Must you something called question him? I mean, is your question not too much? Let us go, leave him alone, let us go. And you can see the way they were all laughing and they were just like dilly-dallying and all of that. It tells you a lot that you need to know. Because right now, I think what Bubu is trying to do now is that because he has seen that since this guy has been declared, very likely this guy will become the president. And if he ever gets in there, all those cabals, like his own nephew and all of that, maybe even what's his name, this present CBN governor, he wants to get a soft landing for all of them. That's why he's dealing darling with him. So those fearsome looking military police that you saw, or military guys that you saw, they might not be deployed this coming Saturday. They might not be deployed.
But don't forget
that will give someone who an APC free reign.
Don't forget that as well. The old currency is back in circulation now. So they have money to spend now. It's not like the old.
So that's true. So you can see all of these things. I just see that guy. You see, Bubu is just a mess of a person. That I don't know what stupid legacy says.
Rational mind. You know this thing. You know the currency thing that you're talking about, right? You see that last week election. If they catch you with money, no, I'm not talking about police this time around. I'm talking about the citizens. They caught some people now. If they catch you with money, and that is by the way, there are numbers that you can buy. The amount of people that came out last weekend is not the kind of numbers you buy. You see, that's why we always tell people, come out for election.
But are you getting me? I'm not even talking about money now. I'm talking about they will unleash their thugs out. Their criminals out.
Well.
They will unleash it because Tinubu now is parlaying with Tinubu now. If you see the way he's just flocking around, just like make it look like is he? I mean, that's in that video I saw. I mean, he said he's the president-elect. Now that the president-elect, let him rest now. Why are you bombarding him with questions? They all laughing. I was like, oh, look at this idiot. This guy is compromised. He would never really give Tinubu a tough time in Lagos. I tell you, this election in Lagos, forget it. Because he knows that he wants a soft landing for all the people that were walking around him that must have done a lot of bad things while he was there. And then he just don't want to Tinubu. So that was why if you look at when he was doing his vote, he said, everybody look, Tinubu, I voted for you. Now APC I voted for. I was like, what is all this? Is this necessary?
Okay. Even the Attorney General too, he did the same thing. He voted and showed everybody that he voted. Yeah, they're looking for soft landing, like you said. It's true. But the will of the people, the will of the people.
That's my only fear. Because and again, look at the police too. I don't know if you've seen the news from today. The police are saying that they should not expect them to come and monitor any election this Saturday. If they don't pay them whatever, I don't know. Maybe they say they are holding them. You know, all this they are always owing them money that they already voted for. They have already voted for the money to be paid them. They don't want to keep them. They're not saying that they should not expect them. Nobody should expect them to see them outside on this coming Saturday. So if they do not pay them, which is another deliberate thing I'm saying here again, if police are not outside to maintain law and order, that will give APC free reign to unleash their talks on people.
And can Jandor step down? Can he do labor solid because he's going to take away numbers?
He's been saying it now. I don't know if you listen to this guy. The guy said there's some part of PDP that are working with him.
Oh,
I don't know how true that is. Is that
already? They're already working together. Okay.
According to somebody was saying here a while ago, and that's one of those things. I think one man was reading that what that guy said that I don't know how true that is, but he said, Obi singularly using hand and pick this guy. What's his name? Badebo or Chinedu or whatever they call him.
He wasn't even a candidate before Obi.
Hold on now.
I mean, he was a candidate before Obi. Rather, sorry.
Hold on. Yeah. In fact, he contested in PDP. You know that? This Badebo.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he contested in PDP.
Yes, he was a senator against Yayi now. He ran against Yayi and before that, it was in Kowa. It was in Kowa first.
Yeah, it was Kowa. So
he was supposed to be the deputy to Jandor.
Because he lost election.
Something like that, yeah.
He lost election against Jandor. And if you listen to this man, this former Bode George's favorite candidate was that guy.
A GRV.
Yeah, it was Jerry, was his favorite guy. But somehow, I don't know, through article or whatever, and then this Kwara State guy, Bukola Sharak, all of them, they kind of make Jandor win the election.
Yeah.
Kind of, he won the election. So, and when this guy did not make him the deputy, he went to take Funke Akindele. That was why he now switched to Labour. So that guy's narrative that's saying, oh, this guy single-handedly picked him among 3 candidates. I don't know where he's getting that from. Because this guy has been wanting to become a governorship candidate under PDP. But because he could not get it, he left and he not giving himself a deputy. So you see how some people just throw out so many. I don't know how true that story is. That what that guy said, that Obi single-handedly picked it. But this guy, for what I know,
that is wrong. That is wrong. That is nonsense.
People just come online and just throw things,
that is nonsense. Obi never picked him.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's the reason why I worry about the labor movement. I like the way they are going, but let's make it bigger than just Obi. Because when they're making it Obi centric, sometimes it cannot deviate from, it cannot strange the party in some way. But make it a labor movement, make it bigger, making it like I could believe where people can just tap into. But when people are winning local, winning House of Rep seats, and people don't even know who they are voting for. That is bad democracy. Let's be honest.
Do you know? Do you know many guys won seats under Labour? Oh my goodness! I mean, anybody that says Obi did not really create a new movement.
23 House and 7 senators. That is huge.
That is
huge. No. You say no. Six. In total, there are 40, 34 state, 34 federal rep and 6 senators.
And
so they have 40.
There's still more. There's more still fighting for their in court.
That means they have a say in the house. Then if they
exactly.
No, they have a say. 40 people in the house. I said, I mean, 34
that's
people.
That's something. Yeah. Obi should be commended for that. Obi should be. I mean, I don't think he should back out of that.
But he has to stay. Joel, this is the problem I have. How many of them will stick around in labor without the, these people now? Yeah. You know how they behave. Once they get there now, you start jumping up and down. How many of them
No. We have plans for them. We have already planned all these things. The plan is this, right?
You people like to say all these things. We have plans.
No. We have plans for them because we meet over this issue. That's what I'm talking about. So the issue there is this, right?
It's very important. Tell me what the plan is.
The plan is this, right? We have seen over the years that the process that brings these politicians into power is the main reason why they are not accountable to us. That is the main reason. If we cannot guarantee them their position, then why do you think if they go in there, they need us? That is why we said, Obi coming into the game, change the narrative. Before, who is talking about having a dead force? Obi change all those things. So what we are trying to do now is that we want to create politicians that we go in there and do our bidding, the bidding of Nigerians. If they go in there and they do not perform, we bring them out. We push them out. If they say, okay, that they want to go to another party, we recall them. You know one thing, you remember when Obi lost his election, right? Many people were like, oh, they've collected it, don't worry, just go home. It took someone like Obi to go there to say, oh, this is possible. So the issue there is this. We are not going to fight anybody. We don't want you to give us money for us to vote for you. You see how we did it. Some people were even in the United States, they did not campaign. They called them and told them they won. That is how it is. If you go in there because I believe that for you to have picked that ticket, that you have an intention, no matter how little. I mean, you have some politics in you. At least you go out there and you do the job. If you do not perform, and we have seen that you're not perform, we are putting you out. So it's for us now. It is now a marathon. Because I mean, from no structure, we got 40 seats. From no structure, and almost clinched the #1 seat, if not for this mago that they did. You know, so that is why
Well, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. I was in an APC forum, and I just get this in on good authority. I don't know how true that is. There's a speculation that Tinubu is negotiating with Obi about Lagos.
To do what?
Yeah, to get I mean, it's negotiating Lagos with Obi so that Obi will just allow him have his way. Someone will have his way in Lagos.
In return for what?
Well, I don't know how, because some people are saying that Obi is going to sell out at the end of the day.
No. Even listen, no. Listen, this thing.
I know IPC, they are full of propaganda. I'm just putting it out there.
Wait. This thing has gone bigger than even himself. The labor movement is even gone bigger.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So even if it sells out, they will even that will even give them more energy. I'm telling you,
more energy to go to the next one.
So regardless of what it does, it's bigger than him now.
Rational mind. Baba T, let me just tell you. See, if you know, even if it is what they call it, a foundation for obedience, those people are not going anywhere. As long as there is governance in Nigeria, as long as there is bad governance in Nigeria, it cannot happen. In fact, even with this 2023 election, don't you know that the intent now is that every person, Obi has brought in a kind of augmentation into the political space. Politicians now know that if I perform, the people will come for me. If I perform and I want to come out for political position, the people might not need to spend my money. That is what Obi is telling them. And Obi has also made the people to understand that if you do not need any person, whether structure or no structure,
this sounds. Hold on, Joel. This sounds.
Go ahead, brother.
I want to be a devil's advocate. I'm not a batified, but
go ahead.
I don't want this one-man platform to turn to like we are all like. I mean, we're all obedient here. Now, what I'm hearing,
it's been batified for a very long time.
I know it's so we should turn it too. Anyway, I wanted to say something. I just forgot what I wanted to say. Oh my goodness!
No. You were trying to talk about batified. You were saying you were. I think you were trying to talk about Tinubu.
Yeah, I know it's
the forum. I think you went into a forum.
No, I finished with that. Just go on. When I remember, I'll bring it up again. So go on.
So that is the thing. It's like we're not giving ourselves false hope. I mean, this is a Nigerian project, right? So it's not like we're giving ourselves false hope or we are trying to do what that has not been done. Yeah, it's not been done before. What we did this last Saturday has not been done before in world politics. So it is not about.
Now I remember, so I don't forget. Now, did you listen to this SDP guy when he was this SDP presidential candidate, when he was talking on Arise? I think on that maybe I think he repeat something like that. I didn't hear everything because I was just busy into another thing. So anyway, what he said APC bought with what was it? Is it recharge card? Recharge card. There's money in it. PDP bought with Semovita or whatever, and I don't know, maybe with matches or whatever. They said they bought it. He said
Labour Party with matches.
Is it Labour Party bought with dollars?
Who bid the dollars? Where did the dollars come from?
That's what he said. So, but
that SDP guy is a hater. That SDP guy. You see, there are people.
I used to respect that guy, but when he said those things, even that very day when he was having an interview with Ruben Abati, he was being combative, almost like because Ruben Abati was very professional that very day. Ruben Abati sometimes can be
yes.
But then I mean the way he was even schooling Ruben Abati, and Ruben Abati was not having it. He was just getting infuriated, but he continued.
He sounds like someone that is so.
But then he says something that caught my attention. He says they spend dollars. But my question is, if they spend, because in those states that happens to be his constituency, where he is from, if they spend dollars, how come they had that so small number of results?
Yes.
If they bought I was like, I mean, this guy, do you know what you're talking about?
Apart from that, what's normal? Have you forgotten? Look in Nigeria every day. If you share dollar, people will make at least one video of it where you're sharing that dollar. Not even one. It will be people will come out with those monies to snap and say the Labour Party. I'm with you with the talk. The Labour Party did not share no money. Forget that propaganda. They are only trying to make it. You know, there's something that always happens on one show. They always use words like everybody said all of them are thieves, all of them are criminals. It's a lie. Stop putting Obi inside your own criminal. Your own criminal is your own criminal. Obi is not your criminal. Obi is not a criminal. You understand what I'm saying? And I stand by it. If you have any proof that Obi is one, let me know.
Well, so you don't believe Labour Party to rig?
They did not. They did not pay no.
So the guy is lying, Abi.
He's lying. Heavily lying.
How do you know that?
No.
But Thomas, if they pay dollars, why? Do you know how much? Do you know how many votes Labour got in Ondo State, which is the places where it's from? They gave a very low number, very low. I think they were like the third or the fourth in Ondo State. I think APC, then PDP, and then I think they came fourth.
Yeah, I don't think.
So I think they had about 50,000 or how many thousand they had.
I don't think that.
So why would they pay dollars for that kind of amount of small?
Yes, I don't think that SDP guy.
Yeah, let me give you the number.
Somebody's giving you dollar. Hold on. Somebody is giving you 2,000 naira.
Let me give you the number.
Give us.
Let me give you. On those states, APC got 369,000, approximately 370,000. PDP got 115,000. The Labour Party got 44,000.
And so those are people that pay dollars, and they got in that number. Now look at it. Because if what's that?
How many people they want to give dollar? It's just few people.
Hold on. Yes, maybe few people. I don't know. But then the point is this. Look at what I'm trying to say here. Is that somebody bring you 2,000 naira recharge card? That's APC. Somebody bring you Sebovita. Somebody's giving you like maybe it's giving like $10 to vote for them. Which one is bigger? $10 is bigger than 2,000 naira now. It's bigger. 2,000 naira worth of recharge card. $10 is bigger than Semovita. So they should Labour should be able to get more votes.
To get excess vote. Look, let me tell you. Two people.
But they can't give everybody. They can't give everybody.
Thomas. People you shouldn't listen to after this election. People you shouldn't listen to after this election because they are sore losers. They are failures. They are up to no good. Ashore and that SDP guy. I used to think that SDP guy has a good heart, but whenever he's talking like somebody hurting or somebody took his wife. No. That is not the way you go about it. You understand what I'm saying? Showere is even the worst. Showere is even the worst.
No, Showere knows anything. Just kept quiet.
No. They interviewed him more. They interviewed him more.
On Arise
on Arise now. Go and listen to this on Arise.
That was the last one I heard.
That day he was Ruben Abati told him how far. Ruben Abati was saying how market.
How far market now?
How market. You understand what I think he went mad. You understand what I'm saying?
And then he turned it around. He turned it upside down. He was so infuriated. I think I remember.
You understand what I'm saying? So my own thing is this. You guys did not make the election. Why must it be that every time you are trying to rope the other people in, you know everybody that read? So if those people, if they did not read, those people would they have voted for you?
What are
you calling the
name? You cannot say hold on, Joel. But you cannot say that Labour did not rig. You cannot say
Labour did not rig. Show me where Labour rigged.
Labour rigged by community.
How so? What did they do?
Let's hear from Gideon. Gideon, what do you know about rigging?
Labour people brought money in my community. I have the video, I have the proof.
Where is your community?
In my community, in Umo, there, I'm telling you what happened there.
Where now?
Send them now. Send them to woman now. So
you have the video now. Yeah, send us the video.
I'll share and come. I'll share them.
No.
I'll share and come.
Don't forget though, because this one the girls come and say.
Send them now. Send them now. Send them now.
I'll share and come. Don't worry. You know, so not the buy vote. Now buy vote pass.
Now come now. Bring and come now. Bring and come.
How you day? How the market now?
No, market dey good now.
Our market.
And madam, what be your name?
Good morning.
Madam Gideon.
Sorry, what's going on? No.
Yeah, they said Labour Party buy votes in
Hello,
Edo.
can anyone hear me?
Yes, they said Labour Party. The two buy votes for Edo.
They use buttons are cut buttons our road though because of vote.
No, no. They were doing all those things around the nation. In so many communities, they were building. Hold on now. We were building boreholes in some places that never seen water. See my sister. Every state we get Labour Party or any Labour Party political office, right? We are organizing even what they call it, a tournament, a football tournament among those states. So it has nothing to do with vote buying. It is something that we have been doing. In fact, even in Lagos, we cleared the gutter. I don't know if you saw that one, Rational Mind. We were cleaning up the gutter. It was part of our civic duty. It was part of the things that we use in our awareness. Those are not vote buying. Cleaning up of gutter. Cleaning up of gutter and vote buying.
Gideon, did you see Labour Party sharing the cylinder? The cooking cylinder.
These people, not be Obi get the money, or not the followers, now they do abo. Not like that.
You know, see the cylinder one where they share cylinder to woman.
No, that is Equinife. That is Abga. That is Equinife.
Come on.
That is Equinife now. The only Equinife was the only person that we know, that I know of, that bought the cylinder, that was giving women cylinder. And look, let me tell you one, Thomas. I was thinking that you were going to give us credit.
Then they share.
I told you what we are going to do to Soludo. Did you see what we did to Soludo? This Saturday, we are going to change his whole wardrobe. His whole what they call State House of Assembly wardrobe. We are going to change it for him. Then the next election, we are going to take him to Atiku's bathroom, so they can go and live together. But you see this, and you see what Soludo did. No, we can never forget. This is obedience. For the fact that Soludo did that thing that he did, forget it. We are taking the whole of Southeast. That is sure. We want to change.
Don't worry. We give him central bank governor.
See, my brother, a rational mind. This is what we want to do in the Southeast. We have one of the most useless leaders in the Southeast. One of the most useless leaders in the South. You guys who don't understand. You guys won't understand. Look, I understand everything about marginalization in the Southeast. I understand. But my brothers and sisters, we also get allocation in the Southeast. Look, that was when people talk about Peter Obi and this and his stewardship in government. I said to them, you guys do not know where we are coming from. They do not know where we are coming from. Tinubu even came in and made 600 million. In Anambra State, you're meeting negative. They tell us we have no money in Anambra State. It was, look, let me tell you, it was until Ngige came to Anambra State that we started seeing like the likes of Julius Berger, CCC. That was after how many years? Over 15, 16, 17 years. They thought that Anambra had no money. It took Ngige, and I said, oh, like we have more money. Peter Obi came and said that, look, you guys are made. You guys have money, but these people that come in here share it to the what they call it, to the godfathers. Godfatherism. That is how Ngige killed it. Peter B came in and buried it. But since then, we have been seeing this thing. You have seen what's his name, Obiano, right? You saw what Obiano did with Anambra State money. That's what they call the money that they feed to the horses. So they have horses in Anambra State, you know, moving around, like, you know, they help in security and all that. So they call it Nrinya. Anambra was spending millions to feed those horses. We call it us in a while. Now, do we get? Do we have you know? So we have all this mismanagement going on, and that was why I was so happy.
May I ask you one question? You
Go
said
ahead.
before, we not the same money for Anambra,
Again, we don't understand.
we not the same money, Abi. The money we not the see. You know how much one they see will be the collect some go one corner, you know.
Go
Now,
where?
they
Go
say
where?
like this, like
Where?
Obi
Which
thief now,
money?
right? Obi thief, one.
My sister,
Number one, thief.
see, my sister, I don't get problem, I don't get problem if person steal, you talk say in thief. And today now, if I call you thief now, you no go like them. But if I get proof, say you steal, I go talk am. I go go.
Tinubu thief. Well, I never say away the thief. What are they call
Tinubu, no, Tinubu na ole. You know. Tinubu na Tinubu na drug dealer. Tinubu, hold on now. Hold on.
Dealer. Man, I not they call that. Man, I not they talk that word.
No, na drug dealer where in be because he named there for America here. He named there for America here.
Drug dealer, Obi.
No. He named there for America here. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. No wahala. It's okay. Madam, see what I want to say. Obi on your own side. I say Tinubu, we don't know where he named it. We know say Tinubu. We know say. Hold on now. We also know say Tinubu na in get alphabet. Right? We also know say one of the things where they make Lagos people they vex because say when they do that NSAS, they block that toll gates, right? That toll gate now make them begin they shoot people. And I was so happy when I went back to Nigeria, that toll gate till date is not functional. They made sure that toll gate is not functional. So that is the way it is.
Federal work, target now for federal, not before even for state.
No, I think don't go federal now.
Why not they talk that word now?
I think don't go federal
Gideon, hold on.
I think don't go federal now. Won't collect the state for
federal. Go check.
No. The target for Lekki na Lagos State the country.
Na Lagos State.
Lagos State the control. Go check. Let me tell you so
why they argue like this now?
Why they argue na Lagos State the controller?
Na Lagos the control. What they call Lekki Concession Company, LSCC, whatever they call it. So it's one of those companies where Tinubu and boys they create just to make.
Okay, I want to ask you one question. What this say? If person, even those that Tinubu they control, now Tinubu they do this one. Okay, which one you want to see for if I say Tinubu collect for inside all those states when I know they let that man.
Because hold on. I mean, make answer your question. You see that alphabet? Show they hear me. They hear me. Just like for example, if you hear me, Gideon.
Yes, so.
Now, just like if you get a company, you get company, and you want somebody to come audit your company, you want an accountant, you can't hire me. I could tell you, say, if I audit that your money for you, I will get 10% of that your money. Let's say your business worth like 1 million naira. Inside that 1 million naira, I will collect 10%, which is 100,000 naira. If I help you audit your accounts, do your account and everything for you, I'll get. That is how alphabet they do for Lagos. So any money where Lagos State make, if they generate any amount of money, revenue, whatever, if they audit them from Lagos State, they will get their own cut. And that cut, Tinubu get them. Whoever get that.
How do you know that Tinubu get them?
Now that's not very alphabet now. I mean, is it?
That's what I'm like. He has not been substantiated.
Thomas.
He has not been substantiated.
What are we talking about?
He don't dare the hub now. All Nigeria top now. He got there now. More carry Lagos. You don't give.
No. Well, I will not say anything I don't know. I will not argue anything here. Tinubu, they've asked Tinubu's people, even what's his name, this guy that usually vibrates. This is media man. What's his name? That stayed in London.
Alake.
I mean, they asked him before now. He could not say anything. He says, "Well, I'm not aware, and I can't say." And
well, you don't have any proof that Tinubu is after better.
He said what?
You don't have any proof that Tinubu
Hold on now. You say I don't have proof. This guy that sued him, this guy that sued him, what's his name? The other guy that sued him to court, that they started Alpha Beta together, and he took over Alpha Beta from him, and he will not give him his own court. Did they not set you out of court? Did Tinubu not set you out of court?
You were present when they set you out of court.
Oh my goodness!
You were there.
Are you just here to come and be?
No,
Do you even follow news? Do you follow news?
What news? Were you there?
You don't follow news.
You can't just assume. You can't just assume.
They settled.
You weren't there. You don't even watch his own news. All because Tinubu.
But that's what happened. That's what happened now. One man on this show has showed on.
That man. What we got them show the one that they pray they got them show now. What is that man? The plan what that man get for
Which plan didn't get for you? Which plan didn't get for you? The one do for Lagos. What do you do for Lagos?
Don't mind them.
You know, one thing is this: you cannot vouch for politicians. So there's a possibility that there's a conflict of interest that Tinubu caught a default himself through Alpha Beta. I'm not going to. When it comes to politicians, please don't trust. Don't fight for them. It is possible.
No. The gist is out there now. It is proof. It is the proof. I mean, everybody knows that Tinubu owns Alpha Beta. It's not something hidden. Why are we? Why even the board of directors? Then all those people. Then we even know this one. This one, Rational Man was talking about that the guy took him to court. It was there. They settled out of court. What is all this one? We are not calling
if they go straight out of court, it means
no, because really, Tinubu may need to explain how to become.
Are you aware that they settled out of court? Are you aware of that?
No, Rational Mind. Even if they don't settle out of court, I don't trust any politician. That's just my mindset, right? Human is human. Someone is telling me that Tinubu is not corrupt. I'm not going to believe you, because already I have my mindset that these politicians we are defending, they are all corrupt. Maybe if we have outlier among them, maybe very few people among them is not. Maybe very few one are not corrupt. But then anybody cannot tell me that Tinubu is not corrupt. There's no way. There's no way. No, I know. That's why I say politicians generally. That is why you won't see me. You won't see me stand here and be saying Tinubu is not corrupt. No, Madam Gideon. That's why you will never see me here to start defending Tinubu that is not corrupt. I will not do that. It will be embarrassing.
Allah, you defend Tinubu here now.
Wait now. Wait, National Mind. You should be able to separate two things. Tinubu may be corrupt, but I'm telling you, focus more. Let me land now. I focus more on their delivery, on capacity than that corruption, because using corruption to campaign is we establish that is fraudulent. You can have an honest man that can mess the entire country up. That's what I'm telling you. Okay, you people said Buhari is not corrupt, Abi. We can see the result today. That's what I'm saying. Some corrupt people, even though no matter how corrupt they are, you can never separate capacity from
this is standard. You're standing logic in the head. I mean, we do this a lot. We stand logic. I understand what you're saying. Don't get me wrong.
Rational mind.
I get you. But it's so ridiculous and absurd.
I work in a bank that they accuse the GMD of corruption and all those stuff. But if you ask me today, what I say about that man, Initially, I was defending the man, but later I said, no, why should I even be defending? This man is human. So how did I know even everything that he even did secretly that I will now be defending him? I stopped defending him. But I now look at something. Someone that was chasing him out of that position, as the person ever managed to create job for 12,000 people before? So that you see the type of sentiment I am now. Okay, this person you are calling call a corrupt man. Now created job for 12,000 people. You that you are sending him out of that place, I cannot even see like 1,500 people you created job for. So what I'm saying is this: corruption. Don't use corruption to preach. I may not listen to you because I don't believe in that kind of empty.
So if we don't use corruption to preach, what are we going to use in an election?
Rational mind. We'll be using this corruption. We'll be using this corruption for a very long time. So I stay with capacity.
No. You see, this is what we do, and it's very wrong. You see, the only reason is because
okay, rational mind. Look at it this way. We are saying that you hold on. Look at it this way.
You keep saying look at it this way. Now, can I challenge you?
Obasanjo is a corrupt man. He's a corrupt man. Now, why that is not a corrupt man?
Wait. We have used corruption to cancel.
I can't hear you. I don't know.
Can't hear you too. I was thinking maybe it's my own side here. Thomas, we can't hear you.
See, rational mind. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
Do we have Ola?
I'm here.
Yeah,
your side. Yeah. Continue. I can hear you now. I can hear you.
What I'm saying, rational mind. What I'm saying is this: I'm not saying corruption does not matter, but the question is this: you are putting two corrupt people and you are promoting one, and you are saying it's not corrupt. I say don't use that word corruption to scam me. There's no way under the heaven and earth you can tell me, for example, that Obi is not a corrupt man. You can tell that to the bed in the air. I will never listen to you.
But then you see, we keep going back to.
Wait, you said Jonathan was corrupt, and you said Buhari was an incorruptible guy, and we compare the two today. I'm sure many will still say, okay, we will have allowed Jonathan to continue instead of Buhari.
Exactly.
So don't use the word fight corruption to use that.
Let me answer that question. You see, I understand what you mean. We should not use that. You see, it's only in Nigeria. Nigeria is a land of the absurd, where the absurdity has become a norm, and people look at bad as good and good as bad. That is how Nigeria has become. That is why Nigerians, they have, what somebody was referring to as on their convention as a Stockholm syndrome. You see somebody who is almost destroying your life, and you are still having this affinity for him. You're still like shouting him, "Oh, he's my master, is this, is like, what is going to deliver me?" Somebody's ruining your life. So the point what I'm trying to make is this: is that Nigeria, look at how Tinubu was fought. He is a drug baron in America. He laundered money for drug baron. Atiku too. We had a recording of his voice. SPV. But none of these things change the narrative in any way. Only in Nigeria I've had these kind of things happen. Because Nigerians, their psyche has been bastardized. That's why an average Nigerian is criminal minded. Oh, no, you said you're losing me.
We are missing this thing.
No. I'm not missing it. My point is this. My point is this: that corruption is not. It's not something to be considered in an election. It's so absurd to hear. To hear that somebody will be saying that. But I understand what you're saying in Nigeria.
Because that's motive. Small thing when you never know where you don't think for your life. Say that small thing. Your own even works past, you don't know.
Which one work past? I know you hear you.
When you say that if it's small thing, then works past because you never give a position where you go still say it's more money.
Madam Gideon.
Work for all of them.
Madam Gideon. Okay, Madam Gideon. I'm not gonna tell you say like Ola, do not trust all these politicians. Yes, I agree with Ola on that. I've said it on this platform, another platform, that do I think Obi is a saint? No. Do I think he's a very corrupt man? Probably
But
not.
the lesser evil. Lesser evil.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's what I want to use. You know me very well. Yeah.
Lesser evil.
Hold on now. Hold on, Madam Gideon. If I compare Obi to other major candidates like what's his name? Tinubu and Atiku did not make all his money like Obi made his money. Tinubu did not make all his money the way Obi make his money. Obi, like you all know him, he says I'm a trader, and we all know what he did. Maybe some of his money he laundered them in some ways. He go hide them in the Cayman Island or whatever. That is his personal business. But that he stole from Anambra State government, that up to this moment, I've not seen anybody that has brought anything against him.
What
Now,
of 250 million?
Hold on, is that
250 million cash?
The 250 million, that is debatable. But according to what even one man, hold on now.
Rational mind. You
Hold
are
on
reducing
now. According to
corruption
one
to
man
stealing.
now,
See,
what he read from
no, you continue. I'm just checking your word. You are reducing corruption to stealing alone. Forget stealing is more, corruption is more than stealing.
It's more than stealing. I agree with you. I'm just giving you my own when somebody's asking me about Obi that is corrupt. The Pandora paper talk about how he hid his money. That is his personal business. Money when you do in your own business, when you move go another country so that you go avoid tax.
Stay back.
But then that within the Nigerian space, that he became rich through his influence with politicians or whatever, that I have not seen. I've studied the guy, I've not seen that. That's just my only thing. That he become a self-made millionaire himself. Not when I mean self-made millionaire, not through governments. Having oil block here or whatever. No, you never find him attached to any oil block. You never find him attached to one. Maybe he is the one collecting revenue for Anambra State, or is the one getting some contract from. You never see any of those things. That is why I think Obi is different in that area. Atiku, he was still a serving custom man, officer. When he said he bought his 505 or 504, he was doing cross-border business. That is a real conflict of interest. He was vice president. We heard what our Obasanjo just said about him. There's a Liberton case there in America here. How he converted some of those so-called private companies, privatization that he did. He sold it to his company, sold it to his cronies. He used SPV, like we had in that audio. This guy enriched himself, and he has also said, "What I mean, there's nothing wrong if I enrich my friends." That tells you the kind of person he is. It's paddy. Same thing with Tinubu. So Obi, in that sense, don't get me wrong. The only thing I know people have against Obi that I've always challenged too is that his Pandora issue, and I looked at it very well. It is his personal money that he moved. He made his money by himself. And he moved his own personal money to the Cayman Island or whatever island for tax evasion or whatever. Maybe some kind of tax.
Please, can I interject?
Oh yeah, interject too. I don't talk too
much.
This
is like we people are talking about corruption. Is it because what how will I say that EFC did not like arrest him or the judiciary sentence him to prison? That is not. If the governor that succeed Obi is his own anointed candidate, they will clear all this dirty thing that you guys hope that nobody. If your candidate continue like succeed you in your position, forget about it. Nothing call FCC on you. Look at Fayose. They arrested Fayose like twice, but today Fayose is free. Will you tell me that Fayose is not corrupt? Let's not be frank with that. One governor does not. Nobody to today we are talking that Tinubu is corrupt. Nobody, no judiciary, no judges that have sentenced that have caught Tinubu culprit that Tinubu steal one money. Nobody.
like you
but
said,
we don't say that Peter Obi is clean. No, yet, mama, this is a fire ballet. The way people talk on this platform sometimes, it look like we are it look like we are different. We should be thinking, we should forget about supporting someone. Let us be talking plainly to them. These people are corrupt.
Now, hold on. You said something now. You said Obi put somebody there to cover up for him, right?
Obiano is his successor.
Good.
And he's an anointed candidate for me.
I'm not disputing that fact. Tinubu that you're trying to say is not corrupt, or you're trying to say is not part of that.
Tinubu is corrupt.
Okay.
Nobody, bro. Let us be frank. Let us take it to our own where we are working from.
My point is this. Tinubu's level of corruption is higher.
There is no level of corruption. Corruption is corruption,
bro.
Agree.
Corruption. Thief na thief.
Hold on.
No.
Let's go market, go thief Maggi. Go thief.
Big money thief, go thief.
Hold on now. But you and I know say you can't go court. You carry this case, go court. If you go thief, I know maybe in a more hold on now, in a more civilized society, if you thief $1 billion, I take $1 million, you will get more higher sentence than me. Do you know that?
Sure.
But not thief. They are both thief.
That's the point. So you know go say that person will carry $1 million, like person will carry $1 billion.
The rational mind, that is not true. It depends on the circumstances as well.
Well, the circumstances too, yeah, I agree with you. But I'm just saying that the way in judicial process or whatever, in judgment, they weigh the gravity of your case, of your situation. But that's why I'm using that 1 billion as versus the 1
but
million.
Rational mind, I think we should talk about PDP protesting today in INEC office. They are protesting about the election.
What happened to the election?
Because of the
rational mind. Can I ask you a question?
Go on, please.
Okay. When you talk about articles running businesses while he was at the helm of custom, right? And you say that was corruption, but the Panama, the Pandora Papers, and their investigation that they did, you was trying to in some way say that was Obi personal money. But are you aware that those things were done when Obi was still a sitting governor?
No. He kept it in trust. Listen to the interview.
What interview are you talking about? Go and read the investigation, the Pandora Papers investigation.
My brother.
Pandora is not a Nigerian paper.
Let me tell you, my brother. The Pandora paper only mentioned his name. The investigation.
What do you mean they only mention his name? They did all they brought they highlight every single thing. How he used his daughter's name, how he used his daughter's name to create an offshore.
That was
enterprise.
Before he became governor. Let me
no. That was while he was a governor.
Let me tell you what he said now. Let me tell you what he said.
No. Don't listen to what Obi said. Go and read the Pandora paper itself.
But that is what happened. That was not what happened. When he won the case,
but Joel, why will we follow Obi's narrative?
Because you're challenging him is the man in question. Because
if what he was saying was wrong, the necessary authorities there would have arrested him and said, what you're saying is wrong. I am telling you what he said on TV, and he was not arrested. This is what he said.
If we are using this arrest as the yardstick to make sure those who are corrupt, every other guys that you guys are calling corrupt, none of them have been arrested either.
And indicted as well.
Can I just finish what I just talked? Let me just finish this one line, if you can allow me. What Obi said was
go on,
because it is good for information, so that we can make progress. What Obi said was that when he won the governorship seat for Anambra State via the Supreme Court, that he was in a boardroom meeting when he was called to come and sign up the papers that he won at the Supreme Court. He left the
Joel,
boardroom.
you're talking about something different. That you are talking about something
Can I
completely
finish?
different.
Let me calm down now. Let me calm down now.
Hold on.
Let me give you a little background. Then when he now got into after he now got sworn in, then he now took all his investment and put in a trust. So technically, if you say he was in government by 2-3 days, and he now put all those investment in a trust. So it wasn't about when he was governor. I would say like
Gabriela, the issue of Gabriela came up in Obi's second term. The issue of Gabriela came up in Obi's second term. Not when it was just sworn in.
We know. You see, the thing is this, like he explained, there's more to that story than maybe what will be just simply tell us when he was saying it on Arise, because I remember was saying he was really grilling him on that. But what he said was that, like Jewel said, is that he maybe has lost hope that he wasn't going to win that election.
Exactly.
He was ill prepared. So as soon as they declared him, he has to start putting like Trump here too. That was the problem he had. He should have put his business in trust. That way there will be no conflict of interest while he's still in office. He never did all of that.
Rational mind. Have you read the Pandora's? Have you read the Pandora's document?
You said what?
Did you read the Pandora document?
I read a bit of it. Yeah, I read it. Yeah, I read it. He put the money in the name of his daughter, Gabriela, and he explained it. I'm going by what he explained. You're only asking me. Maybe I'm not the right person to be asking, but I'm going by what he said that we all heard in public. He said, like Jewel said, is that after he was made the governor of Anambra State, he had to start putting all this, because I think he wasn't really prepared. Maybe he thought he wasn't going to lose that, he wasn't going to win that election. I mean, that election tribunal case. But
that was after 2 years.
And then he had to start preparing how to put the whole thing, his business, into a trust whereby there will be no conflict of interest. Maybe that was when the Cayman Island thing came up. So that I don't know how, whatever he did there, but that's what he said. But then in the process, his daughter, the Gabriela person, or the person in person, or his other business that were also going on, he had to also continue to see how he can put them into trust. It's not something you can do once. You cannot just do that within one day. It takes a process. You have to call in lawyers or whatever. They will have to see how they can help you do all of this. And I know this is going to take a span of like maybe a month or 2 or 3, or maybe even longer than that, perhaps, very likely. So that's where it crossed into his when he became a governor. While he was still a governor, he was still trying to fix all those his business issue, trying to put them in the trust, as he said he did. So, but my point is this: if he has stolen any money from Anambra State, I tell you, they would have dig it out. I trust APC, I trust PDP. They would have dug his past out for him.
Even Soludo would have done it.
So, but then the only thing.
Do that one. I know what to do, because we're too harsh for that one. I know what to do that one. That make you know what to do.
The only thing is the investment he made that lost value. That was the only thing that Soludo said, and that was what Soludo was trying to hammer him on. But that he stole money, or he took money from Anambra State, I don't know. Soludo could not provide any evidence as to that.
Rational mind. To add to what you said, you you always hear Thomas talk about that Obiano was his anointed candidate. Let me tell you guys, Obiano was not P2B's anointed candidate. His anointed candidate was Obaze Oseloka. That was the person P2B wanted. It was the party and Victor that is following him right now. He was the chairman then. He was the one that was fighting Obi. Go back and listen to their interviews. He was fighting Obi.
These are all narratives that they want you to know about. They want you to believe it. Don't be telling me all this. A city governor, why will you be saying this? Are we baby yet? How will you be telling me that this is what really happened? A city governor? No. Don't tell us this. This should not be coming out of you. How will you be telling us that a party chairman is commanding a city governor? Who Who is the leader of the party?
Syndrome. Because
I don't like those kind of narratives.
You cannot even reason beyond.
No, I will not reason with you in this way. How will you be telling? How will you be giving all this? We call it fabu. This fabricated fallacy.
Femi Farabale, let's.
But
the tone of the voice.
How will you be giving this fabricated fallacy? I won't accept that with you.
Femi, you know that the body. I mean,
no, bro. Me like all compare. Are we baby here?
Femi, you know that obedient.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
Not to tell stories.
Femi, let me tell you something. Nobody used to be mad. You hear me?
No. Let's
Can everybody hold on, please?
Who you be?
Can everybody hold on? Please, Femi, please. Bring out the tempo. Bring down the tempo. We haven't heard from Femi and the progressive. Let's hear from progressive. Progressive, yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, Rational. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Rational mind, I just want to ask you something quickly.
Go on, please.
Do you think it's good, or it is a good practice for a sitting governor to put the state money, not his own money now, the state money, into financial institution in which he was a shareholder?
Yeah, that's a conflict of interest too.
It's a conflict of interest. So where do you draw the line, Rational mind? I want to know, where do you draw the line?
You see, I've been asked this question many times, and you see, the yardstick that I use in deciding for myself who I want among these candidates, and that I pitched my tent with is, I studied the whole thing, and I discovered that people apart from more and more people are leaning towards Obi, should I say, those people that want a total kind of like they want us to move away from these old cargoes that have been running that country, namely Tinubu, and looking at what Tinubu party has done and all of that, how he brought us to Bubu and Pubu failed and all of that, and Atiku too and all these antecedents. Then I looked at Obi. I mean, Shura is my man, but I look at Shura is not getting any traction. It's okay, well, let's look at Obi. That Obi, I looked at him like I used to say, I will use the word lesser evil. I'm not saying he's not evil, but yeah, he's less.
That's what I'm mind. Forget about this, your lesser evil.
This word, people just like say,
no. Evil is if there's no lesser evil anywhere.
I know.
But evil is evil.
That's what I'm saying. I looked at him. Those things that I've used as a yardstick, like for example, I've already said it earlier. You won't see him have any oil block. There's no oil block associated to his name or to any company that he owns. He could easily have it. Hold on,
but you are making your own differences. You are creating not assumption. You are creating your own differences based on your own personal bias.
Hold on. Hold on. You asked me a question, right? And I'm telling you how I arrive at Obi being the person that I looked upon. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's a saint. I'm not saying he's a saint. I will criticize if I have to criticize him. But like I said, I look at some antecedent about his antecedent. Like, for example, I just said, you not hear him say he has oil block somewhere, or anybody say he has oil block. Yeah, I mean, he controls.
So who has oil block then?
I think who has oil block now.
You think he has oil block? He has oil block.
No, Tinubu has oil block.
No, you think or you know.
No, Tinubu has oil block. True is, I mean,
I'm just asking. Do you think he has, or you know he has oil block?
They said he has a younger brother called Wale Tinubu, right? That one operates Wando, right? And there has been speculation as to the relationship between the both of them and all of that. Maybe he doesn't have it outrightly in his name, but people have it through proxies.
So Tinubu is the owner of Wando now. We know that for Tete.
You are sure that Wando has oil block?
Of course, now if they don't, why would they have oil block? What are they drilling?
It's a question. Are you sure Wando has?
Wando will have. They will have.
That's a speculation.
Okay, I mean,
Any
oil major company in Nigeria, not just marketers. Once you marketer, they don't say you just collect crude oil from anybody and go and refine outside and bring it back. No, they have oil block. They should have, but let me just say she should. I don't know that. I know that for a certain. Let me just say I know that for a certain.
Ola.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See, look at, let me tell you this thing. Let me tell you.
I'm not even progressive.
Before, Ola, Rational, let me just say this real quick. You know, when this P2B thing started, you guys think that we are just following P2B because he's P2B. He's from Igbo land. And I tell you guys,
because it's an Igbo now. We know that
it's
now.
not because he's Igbo. It's not because he's Igbo.
It is because it is Igbo. Let's set the record straight today. Why are you not supporting Tinubu?
Because Tinubu is a thief.
But Obi'S too is the thief.
No.
How do you know Tinubu is a thief?
No.
Tinubu is a thief?
Tinubu was my governor. I know that Tinubu is a thief.
Obi'S too is a thief.
Obi'S
He's not from Anambra now.
It's not. He did not steal from Anambra State. That's the thing. You guys keep making up this narrative.
Joel, you are painting narrative that suits your own.
No, Thomas. It only takes a genius. It only takes a genius. If not for anything, let us look at the money he left. That money he left, he could have taken that money and nobody would do anything about it. Kleptomania is a kleptomania.
Joel, have you seen any governor that doesn't leave any money? Have you seen any governor that doesn't leave money in their state?
Most do, but not at the scale that
this. Most do.
They
will leave something in the covers.
But they're not like the one this guy left behind.
How much did he leave? He left 20 billion. Let's Joel finish. Ola, let's Joel finish. Yes, I'm listening.
Thomas, let me tell you this, and I challenge you. Tell me that state that a governor left even 1 billion naira.
Come on, we definitely countless of time now.
Okay, hold on. Tell me how many states. You see, let me tell you something, Thomas. The issue there is this, right? If we are talking about Nigeria and that we want a good governance in Nigeria, we have to start giving credit to whom credit is due. If not, we are going to miss the
Yadua left money in Kashina. So
how much?
About that?
How much?
Forget about how much.
Hey, no. It matters. It doesn't matter. Where I'm coming from is this,
The same thing I want to apply to Obi is the same thing I want to apply to Yadua. See,
no. See, okay.
It's not necessarily an achievement.
No. See. My brother, it's an achievement.
It's not an achievement.
No, it is. Because every reasonable, my brother, see, every reasonable country they save. Not especially in our economy.
Let us add context to this. See, you are in a developing state, in a developing country. We are short of infrastructure. We are short of investment that will create job for people. And you are leaving money in the treasury. It doesn't add up, at least for me. So
for you, it doesn't, right?
Now, saving money in the bank can be okay. When I work in the bank, do you know, joke some of us make this, is that the worst investment you can do in your life is to save money in the bank.
Yes, we know.
A banker will tell you that.
Yes.
Now, see, the fact that you are saving money in the bank, it simply means that you don't know what to do with the money. You are short.
No.
Okay.
What P2B wanted for Anambra State, what P2B wanted is the same thing that is happening to Nigeria today. If we have a good backbone, right? If we have a good financial backbone, we can borrow off it.
Right? That is the point we are trying to put out there. If you have a good financial backing, your state is not owing. In terms of like the time we had a COVID and all that, you can dip into it. It is not like necessarily like it's something that you just take and you keep there. There must be rainy day. It has rained many days, many years.
If no, by your own logic, by your economic logic, on what basis?
No, it's not by my own. It's not by my own economic logic. It's not by my own econamic logic.
Okay,
it is by
Joel, can I come in, please?
On what basis is Nigerian borrowing? Because if by now considering the level of the indebtedness of that country, nobody should be borrowing Nigerian money. But why are people still borrowing Nigerian money?
Because our GDP, our GDP is still at we've just borrowed about I think about 40 or 50% of our GDP. So we still have line.
So what does GDP means to you? What does GDP mean to you?
It's gross domestic product. What else does it want it to mean to me?
It's just your potential. It's your potential, right?
It's your potential.
Okay, look at it this way now. If that guy has spent that money on building some kind of has channeled that money to some kind of investment that will create job, that will make people pay more taxes, that you will raise your revenue, then you can see people can still borrow you money without even leaving money in the bank. That's what we're saying. You are leaving money in the bank that you don't even know what the next governor will do with that money. So it's
my brother, what you don't understand.
Deficit.
My brother,
what you don't that are still poor and you keep money in the bank, it doesn't happen.
My brother, what you don't really understand is this, right? We are so fixed on building white elephant projects. You understand me? In Igbo land, we say what it means is that you will first get land before you go get mat where you go sleep on. I just told you earlier on, if you were listening, that the state Anambra was then. We did not have all these things you're talking about. We did not have even rural roads connecting to the main town. So Peter, we did those foundation things. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, this is one of the problems I have when people talk about Obi putting money away. During Obi's time as a governor, did he invest in any form of power, trying to electrify the state in terms of power generation, IPP? We've seen governors doing that across the country. If you had invested some of those resources in trying to generate electricity within the state, like what this guy just said just now, that would bring in investors into the state to try to come and invest in that place. It didn't do that. But what I'm asking you now, you are defending Obi. I'm asking you, do you think Obi putting state money in banks where he owns shares? In some cases, he was chairman of these banks. Not one, not two, three. All the banks he put Anambra money into, Obi had shares in all of them. Do you think that was the right thing to do? Are there no other banks in which he could have put those money in which he didn't have no interest?
Okay, you want me to answer the question?
Yes.
Good. That was the banks Anambra was using before Peter Obi came into power.
Yeah, understand. Peter Obi came into power and then he owns shares in those banks.
Can I just say something, please? Can I just say something, please? You asked me a question.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you how it is. In the southeast, we have our banks. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What do you mean you have your banks?
We have the banks, like in Lagos, in the southwest, there are banks that the government of the southwest prefer to bank with. In the north, there are banks. Yeah, there are banks. All these regions prefer to bank with. If you go to
does that make sense?
What kind of excuse is this, Joel?
What does that say? What kind of
yourself?
statement is that?
What are you talking about? I'm telling you something that makes sense. You are telling me nonsense. Let me tell you now. Let me tell you. Listen and listen. Let me talk to you. Every time if someone is talking,
what is the bank of Yoruba? Joel, wait. What is the bank of Yoruba?
Wema Bank.
Come on.
Can I finish now? First Bank. Right?
Of Edo.
Yes, all right. I know at least I know of these two. GTB Bank. I know of these three. So now you might now have variations.
So which of the which
bank
are the Fulani's bank?
And the Fulani used to use all these the Union Bank and Bank of the North, right? So they have their own, the one that they pander towards. The South, it used to be All State Bank. It was owned by Banigo. This man. Those days used to be All State Bank. It doesn't matter what you do with River State government. They were back with All State Bank.
How do you know that hold on, Jewel? How do you know the Southwest governors only use those banks you're talking about? How do you know they don't use First Bank?
And I did not say they don't use First Bank.
So what is your case here?
These are the first. That's what I'm saying. That every region has the bank they pander to, especially those banks that is owned by one of their own. In the Southeast, and so I am not going to apologize. What is it's not conflict of interest. It is building your own. It is building your own.
What do you mean building your own? The banks, they are all over Nigeria. First Bank is across the country.
Yes, but the thing there is that those banks need salary money from state governors. That's how they make one of their biggest this thing, what they call it.
Can you just listen to what you are talking about now?
I am just telling you what is going on in Nigeria.
Want to build a great Nigeria.
Banks are running around looking for state government's accounts. These are big accounts. So that's my point I'm trying to make you understand. Apart from all these other big companies. So in the Southeast, our bank in the Southeast is Fidelity Bank.
So you have bank in the Southeast?
Yes, we have bank owned by Southeasterners.
Every
Fidelity Bank, Diamond Bank, and Access Bank. And we are not going to apologize about it. We are not apologizing about that one. Because if you look at other banks, you have GTB, you have Union, you have First Bank, you have Wema, all these banks that we talk about, they have their root in the Southwest. Let's not talk about that. We are doing all these things. We all know all these things. So let's not come here and make it look like Obi put money in a Fidelity Bank, so he should die. He put it in the bank Anambra has been banking before.
So why did he not sell his own shares from the bank if that's the case?
Why would he sell his own shares? He put it in trust. Why would he? Would it be a
why not get rid of his own shares of the bank?
Why would he get rid of his shares in the bank? He put it in trust. Period. He put it in a trust. It's not like let's say look, it is not like what they call it, like Tinubu's Alphabet, where it is a company that he built he took from someone else and placed it in charge of taking taxes from Lagos. No.
You are trying to defend indefensible. What you are trying to defend is
bank is a bank. You are the one that is not trying to listen. A bank is a bank. This is a bank Anambra has been banking with. So I don't know how else I'm going to explain it to you.
You are a sitting governor. You own shares in cases you are chairman of the banks. Obi was chairman of some of these banks, right?
No, so, only Fidelity.
It's still chairman of one of the banks. So forget whichever way you put it. So how do you explain taking state money, right, and putting it in those banks, long-term savings, long-term investment into those banks? Do you not understand that shareholders make money from those investments?
It's an investment.
In which he is one of them.
What are you talking about?
In which he is one of them.
What?
Okay. You see the savings, the investment Obi was making into those banks, right? So are the shareholders going to make money from those investments?
Yes.
Okay. Is Obi not part of the shareholders?
If the bank is profitable or not. So it's not based on your deposit. It is based on the bank investment. That is where they pay you shares from. It is not from money you pay into the bank.
So when the state, when the state is making investment into a bank, the bank is not going to be profitable. Is it going to be losing money? Is that what you're trying to say?
Some banks lose money. It's not all banks that make profits. However, whatever the case may be, P2B does not have any interest in Diamond Bank. P2B does not have any interest in Access Bank. Peter B only has interest in Fidelity Bank.
No, he have
And
access
the
in
bank has-
he have interest in Access Bank. He said it before. He has Peter
Okay,
B have
then probably then it's Fidelity, because I know it's one of them that he has
no
interest in.
he's chairman Fidelity. He have interest in Access Bank and one other bank as well. Three
He
banks.
was chairman of Fidelity in the past. And these are the banks Anambra were using before he came into governance. You cannot say Anambra should change the bank account. Anambra is an institution on its own.
So what is your but you are excusing those conflict of interest. That is my own point. You are excusing it as if it's nothing. It is big thing.
I am not excusing it because it is so inconsequential. That's the point. It's
inconsequential.
So
what is consequential? What is consequential? What is consequential is alpha beta.
What is consequential is when someone grabs, or let me use this word, grabs a company from someone else, right? Then use that same product of that company or the services of that company to sell it to Lagos State government, and Lagos State government is not paying him money. That is real conflict of interest. That is a real thief.
Okay, let's look into it. Let's look into it according to your own explanation. Okay, you look at alpha beta, right? I'm not going to defend Tinubu as a person, but I want to look at it logically. Yeah, I want to look at it logically. I just want to say, if you look at alpha beta, have you looked at the directors of the companies, the people who are the registered owner of the company? Have you checked any of them?
I've not checked any of them.
So you just assume Tinubu owns alpha beta.
Tinubu owns alpha beta. Don't tell me, don't come here and preach that thing. Tinubu owns alpha beta. Even on the streets of Lagos, we know who owns alpha beta.
Hold on now, Joel. Let's take it one by one now. Let's take it.
Because one of the reasons why they started having problem with Tinubu was that when they protest,
let's take it one by one. Let's take it one by one. Joel, hold on now. Joel, hold on. Okay, let's assume now. Let's take your position, your own position, that Tinubu owns alpha beta. In terms of revenue generation, how many states is doing better than Lagos State in Nigeria? Internally revenue generation.
Good. Can I explain to you? None.
No, none. Okay, so if you look at the growth in terms of Lagos internally generated revenue from where they started, from when alpha beta came into where it is today. Okay, it's stated that Lagos is generating around 50 billion naira every month. So when Tinubu came in, it was around 600.
50 billion every month.
Yeah, 50 billion every month. That is what Lagos generates in terms of internally generated revenue. And at the time Tinubu came in, it was around 600 million a month. So if alpha beta is robbing Lagos State, right? Let's assume that they are taking percentage or whatever the money is going to Tinubu. Would you still say that is a good progress, or do you think Lagos should be earning up to 100 billion or 200 billion, or how do you?
Okay. Let me speak to that.
Joel, hold on.
Go ahead.
Now you said, is that a good thing?
Can I shoot in?
Oh, okay. Let's hear somebody new. All right, go on.
Yeah, hello.
Go on. We're listening. Go on.
Okay. I just want to ask Joel, why is it that you don't see anything wrong with Peter Obi? You always defend Obi, and that is very bad.
No, what I'm just saying
you want people to believe your own narrative, and you don't want to believe others' narrative.
I mean, you are seeing a criminal. You are seeing a criminal, and you're telling me how can I make sense of it?
Hold on. Why do you push your own narrative to people's throats, and you don't want to accept it when they counter you?
I can't remember myself denying any person their opinion. All I said that opinion is wrong.
Let me tell you something, bro. We were all from Nigeria, right? We are all guys. If you understand what I mean by guy. Peter Obi is a guy man. You understand what I'm saying? That is my own impression, and nobody can change that.
Good and fine.
See, Peter Obi was a governor in Anambra, right? He took Anambra's money into his own bank. He used Anambra money to establish his own business.
He said he used Anambra money to do what?
He took Anambra's money, he put it in his own bank. You
In
understand
his
what I'm
own bank.
saying?
He put it in his own bank. That is the bank
Yes.
Anambra has been using.
Can
Don't
you
say he
hold
put
on?
it in his own bank.
Bro, can you hold
It is the
on?
bank
Can you
Anambra
hold
has
on?
been using.
This is what I'm saying. You won't let me talk. You understand? Just hold on.
No, because you're
You understand?
lying. If you're lying, I'll call you out.
I'm not
That's
lying.
for
I'm not
speaking.
lying. I'm
No,
telling
you're
you.
lying. No, you're
I'm
lying.
telling you something. Can you
No,
hold on?
you are lying. Go ahead.
Jua, let him speak. Let him speak. Let's just let him land. Go on.
He took
Go on,
Anambra's
Green.
money, use it to augment his own business. You understand?
Okay.
Put it in the bank that he has interest. After 8 years, Obi is not telling me that, oh, he doesn't take anything from Anambra. What do you expect him to take from Anambra? He has already took everything already. So the guy is a guy, man. So I don't want people to
He
defend him.
took nothing from Anambra State. You are just lying. You're just lying to make up. He took nothing from Anambra State.
I'm not lying.
He took nothing from Anambra State. Where is the 75 billion? The money he left in those banks, where are they? The money he left in those banks, where are they? They used it to build airports. So you cannot come here and say that P2B was stealing. You cannot just come and just make bill. P2B is not like your own thief in Southwest. Keep it down.
Bro.
It's not like Tinubu is a big thief.
You never see anything wrong with Obi. That is bad.
No, well, the thing there is that he has not given me any reason to. He has not given me any reason to.
Tinubu, you can quickly point to Atiku.
Yeah, because Tinubu is a big thief in Lagos. It is known.
Do you have a small thief? Thief is a thief.
No. He's a big thief. He's a.
Let me tell you something. If you want a good Nigeria, why don't you go for Sowore Adebayo? What are you telling me?
Which Sowore? Sowore that is the chairman of his party. Sowore is the same chairman of his party.
What is wrong with Adebayo?
Adebayo is just a bitter man. He has no emotional. No, he's a bitter man, man. He talks carelessly.
You see what
he talks carelessly. No, he talks carelessly.
See, let me tell you something. I don't have a problem with Peter Obi. Initially, I don't have a problem with him. But you know,
no, but don't say he's a thief.
Can you hold on, bro? Can you hold on? Initially, when this election was going on, I was just watching. I never supported Tinubu, neither Atiku. But when I saw the shenanigans, the media, everything, you understand? It's like they're trying to sell a fake product to us. You understand? And I realized that IPOP, Igbo agenda, everything. And you people don't want to hear that. When people say Igbo agenda, you get upset. But you guys can quickly accuse the Fulanis and talk about them. So these are the hypocrisy we are talking about in Nigeria. When somebody sees something wrong with your candidate, give them free chance to talk. Don't kill their. That's very wrong, bro. I got to go now. I'm at work. I'm listening. I gotta go now.
No, you have to go because you weren't making any sense. So you
are the one making sense.
You are not. You just came here to lie.
It's okay. Joel.
Can't come here and lie. I expect us to take it.
Yeah, Joel, it's okay. I mean, people can say whatever they want to say. Let's not make it like as if we're quarreling. It's progressive still there. The progressive, is it still there? Progressive, are you still there? I think he must have left. My battery's almost dying here. I want to save this battery a little bit before I charge it again. I think I'm going to have to take my leave. Joel, are you still there?
Man, I'm still here, man. But I think.
Are you working tonight?
I'm at work, so I don't mind being off.
You try to say the work and then. Thomas, are you still there? I don't know. Thomas, you're still busy. Because me, I want to shut down my eyes now. It's almost past 12 here, past midnight. I need to shut down these eyes because in a few hours' time I have to go start getting to work and all of that. Yeah. So guys, it's nice chatting you guys, and hopefully we'll talk tomorrow. Thomas.
Let's make it tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow then. All right.
Yeah, tomorrow then. Bye, man.
Then I want talk. I think I want tell now. More than stop all this one when they talk. Tinubu already been a president. Nothing will change that. More than your rest. Everybody throw away all this story when they talk. More throw away for bush. Una dey hear me? What I talk so? Mona forget all those
I
all this
hear you.
Mona forget her. Mona forget her. Eh? Mona focus.
Mm-hmm.
If na me be una now, that 6 million una get una go carry the waka. Mona stop all those one una not dey do.
Obedience, madam, madam. Hello, madam.
Yeah, she dey hear.
She dey hear me. Okay, Make I tell you something. No, sorry. Good. Children, important. Madam, seriously, won't tell you so. 6 million we will get. You will not carry and go keep her for bank. The 6 million we will get so. Now 6 million we will take carry people put inside office. And on Saturday too, we will carry more governors put inside office. That structure will also will not get.
Are you sure?
Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas, we are by the grace of God, the obedience.
Nothing concerning God about Nigeria election. Nothing concerning God about Nigeria election.
Hold on.
Now people go vote.
And see, the obedience this time around, we are so determined. At least the minimum, the target we are giving ourselves is 7 states. 7 states minimum. And okay, no wahala. Even if we don't get 3, no wahala. But the thing there is that we are gunning for 7 states, and that is minimum. Our target is 12.
Can you name it? Can you name them?
We are targeting Ebonyi. Hold on, madam. Now we won't collect. We are taking Ebonyi.
Let's name them here.
We are taking one. We are taking Ebonyi, Enugu, Abia. That one is in the back. We are taking River State. We are taking reverse. We are taking reverse.
We are not doing comedy. We are not doing comedy yet.
Can I finish now? Can I finish? Yeah. We are taking reverse. We are taking Delta State. We are taking Edo State. Then we are going to Plateau States. Which other state did we? I will have to look at my distance to look at the states where we already have better chances of winning the election. Like I said, it's a target, it's a projection where we think what we think, or it's a wish of what we think we can get. And we are really working so hard. Then not forgetting Lagos State. Lagos State is one of our biggest
and Lagos State will never come to pass in Jesus' name. Put that one for your
It's okay. What we're only doing is this. We are only trying to change Nigeria for the good. We are trying to put people into power that will be answerable to the people. So they should not give us any money. All we want to do is to put them in power. When they get into power, work for the people. That is our contract with anyone we have in government. They are not going to be government of obedience. No, they're going to be government to all Nigerians. But we want to make sure that the process that get them into power is one that is determined by the people, not by the politicians. And that is our goal. If we can do that only, forget about if you know about the person or not. If the person gets in there, knowing full well that the people put him there, and if he or she does not perform, that he will put it out in the next election, Nigeria will start getting better. P2B has already changed the narrative. Even with what happened in this election, do you think that Tinubu will rest on his hours? Tinubu is not resting. If he has been declared the president, if he's sworn in, you're going to see a different Tinubu. It's not going to be that Tinubu of Buhari. But if he chooses to
get plan for Nigeria, not be because of una. Tinubu get plan for Nigeria, not be because of your own matter, obedient matter. Not be because Tinubu work. Tinubu get plan for Nigeria.
What I'm just saying is this. What I'm just saying is this. Every one of us have plans until we meet the real situation. What we're just saying is that if Tinubu had better, he had better perform.
Brajua, let me tell you
If he does not perform, if he does not perform,
for your work, Brajua, wait a bit. Wait, I want to tell you. This Southeast matter, one of the talk say they never get president. Better. If Tinubu completes this thing, before just 4 years, for them, Mark, what I tell you so. Tinubu is going to do 4 years. You know, 8 years, no, 4 years, Tinubu. I tell you, what I did. I talk today, make go back what I tell you. If I talk something, if I tell you say person that tomorrow, this person, if I dream, they go close my mouth.
If Tinubu do 4 years, so who will come to the other 4?
Right was small pikin that they tell me that thing. Not talk mom, they go close my mouth.
I say if Tinubu do 4 years, then who will come to the other one?
Now make me they tell you now say no, that 6 million one of the see. So one and control, man, not make this thing come on to this thing tribal war. One not let her come like that.
No, the tribal war now. Una they make them tribal war. Una they make them tribal war.
No. Now what I want to
you
so pride joy, not before fight. I they tell you what it day. What it day. I they tell you what tell you. Now me they tell you, so listen to me. I know say I be small pikin, but what I they see. If I they open my mind, they talk, you go know what I they talk. Southeast go call president. They go call president. If you are not do more than your suffering, cool down. They go call president, but not be this time. I tell you.
What? But Tinubu don't win now. Tinubu don't win.
I tell you, say Tinubu don't win. But what is that seat where they are so rock? That seat is not pure. I tell you what is there.
It's not pure.
That seat not pure.
So who the people where they get two heads? The people where they for that.
Wait, I want to tell you one thing. Oh, you not go understand. That seat is not pure.
Go on, Gideon.
That seat not pure.
We won't random.
Thomas, so yeah, they wait for
what I tell you. You said I play. Oh, that seat is not bad seat. That seat where they are so wrong.
My sister, make I tell you something. You see that seat where it is so, that seat where it is so. No first seat. We no get gara. Even if na first son, that position of first son for house, you know the easy. First daughter, you know the easy. First citizen of the nation, it no go easy. But no matter how in there, your intention where you take go there, then go the guide you they go. Most people where they enter there, the reason why they know they perform, the people see what in the instill our mandate. You cannot tell us say intif our mandate now, intif our mandate. Intif our mandate. See, like I tell you, no. Tinubu thief our mandate. Tinubu stole our mandate like he has been stealing Lagos money. He stole our mandate like he has been stealing Lagos money.
I tell you, before I tell you what I see, what I see, like I tell you, he not thief our mandate. Now go give up.
He stole our mandate, and we are going to court to bring back our mandate.
Don't be inside there. Let me tell you, don't be inside there. What did they talk?
No wahala now.
I got punished.
No wahala. We are going to court. There's nothing wrong there. If you don't say you win, that's what I'm saying. We are going to court. We are going to court.
Tomorrow I will tell you what is going to happen for the court.
No wahala. You think because you think Madam Gideon. Obedience won't take over Lagos. Obedience no be only Igbo people. Obedience now still part of obedience get Yoruba. Many Yoruba where they for obedience. Many youths where they for Lagos State.
You know that one?
You say?
They work for now. Know that one?
They work for us.
You know that one? Whether
10,000 now are you now? You don't forget. Now are you Tinubu make 170,000. Tinubu make 170,000 for Lagos. Now we will make 900 something thousand for Lagos. We make 900 something for Lagos. Tinubu still our mandate. God forbid, he must drop that mandate, whether you like him or not. Or let's say our court know the work, but this our court so, as it they happen so, all of us will enter there.
Everything
must drop that
they
mandate.
wanna go there now, wanna go scatter Nigeria.
We are going now. We are going. We they go now. We they go. We they go there, and we are going to keep our mandate. God, by God's grace, by God's grace, we are going to go there, and we are going to get our mandate by the grace of God.
In the name of Jesus.
Okay. I mean, that is for you. You they pray to God. We they pray to God. Then let's see who God will answer. Okay, that no wahala. Okay, but I give you, it's okay. It's okay. Well, I give you nice talking to you. Nice talking to you. Okay, nice talking to you. Nice talking to you.
Joel, nice talking to you, my brother. Thank you so much. Madam Gideon, thank you. Yeah, God bless everyone.
You don't try.
Thank you. Yeah. See you at the other side. Yeah, Madam Gideon, thank you. Oh, thank you, everyone. We have come to the end of the session. To the happy clappers, to the super chatters, to the haters, to the lover, everyone. Thank you so much. See you at the other side. I say peace. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. God bless. Thank you.